May I have your attention, please? A very beautiful morning to each and every individual over here. This is your host, Sheikh Afifa, and I welcome all of you to the most anticipated Dubai 2024 conference. Can we have a big round of applause, please, all of you? Thank you. Building on the incredible success of our past events, we are back in the vibrant city of Dubai for the 3-day tech extravaganza that promises to be even more engaging and enlightening. We are privileged to bring together a remarkable group of visionaries, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders from across the tech landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Internet 2.0 conference. In this, I request everyone to please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and we'll be having a really amazing panel discussions, and all of them will be sharing their ideas, their knowledge. So it's going to be an unforgettable, amazing event. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to connect with fellow attendees and share your moments and insights using our official event hashtag, which is Internet2Conf. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our first panel discussion, I would like to ask you guys a question. I hope that all of you will be able to give me a positive response. Can you guys tell me, how are you guys feeling? Are you guys fine? Yes or no? Yes? What about the people at the back side? A very good morning. And I would say that it looks like really amazing to see you guys over here early this morning. So is everyone excited? Tell me yes or no. Shall we begin? Yes? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the panel discussion is the rise of AI, augmented creativity, redefining the role of humans in product design. And for the panel discussion, I would like to welcome Mr. Sanjeev Mishra. Yes, a round of applause for him, please, all of you. He is the founder and CEO of We Remember Technologies Private Limited. And our panelists are Osama bin Saleh Bukhari. Yes, okay, over here. Nice to see you. So, Mr. Osama bin Saleh Bukhari, he is the group CEO of Al Faris International Group. And lastly, I would like to invite Dr. Ankur Narang. Yes, he is the AVP of Data Science Apparel Global. All of you, please give a big round of applause for all these amazing gentlemen. And I would like to invite you at the panel discussion.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this first panel session, first day, first thing in the morning. So we would be discussing on creativity aspects where AI has been impacting quite a bit, and you have heard many things happening. We'll just go in more details of it. How is AI happening and impacting product design, and what is the role that is changing in product design because of these things. So I'll start with the background intro session for our panelists here. So, Mr. Sanjeev, if you want to give.
Hi, my name is Sanjeev Mishra. I have around 20 years of experience in technology. I spent 12 years in Morgan Stanley as a head of equity and fixed income software department in India, which was responsible for various Run the Bank and Change the Bank initiative globally. And 3 years back, I formed my own company named Virember Technologies, where we are providing consultancy to various startups and a couple of initiatives being done in UK and India. And I also provide consultancy on HR, where we are helping startups to set up their processes and make sure it's an employee-friendly company. On a passion side, the creativity side, I have interest to write songs and videos and short story. I have released 6 Hindi songs and 1 recently English song, which was Such a God You Are. In that song, I could not afford actor, so I made a video using artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Thanks. Mr. Bukhari?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Osama bin Saleh Bukhari. I come from Saudi Arabia, as you can see. I'm the group CEO of Al Faris International Group. We are I would say, a medium-sized conglomerate, a small conglomerate, where we're in multiple sectors. We're in the health sector, we're in the education sector, and the IT sector. For me, I started my career by education in the IT world, so I have a computer science degree. And then I joined the banking sector at a very young age. I started with only about 6 months of IT work in the banking sector, then I was sucked into the business side. And I think it was a blessing because it was something new at the time called cash management, which is known more as transaction banking today. And a lot of you would understand if you talk about, which is your e-banking, your payments, your collection, all of that is called cash management to a bank. So I started that back in '96, so quite a while. And then I continued for over, again, 20 plus years in the banking sector. Then I decided to leave being paid and started my own company, which is mainly in the IT sector because the education is managed by my wife, Sahra al-Marzougi, and she's also participating in the education conference. So, we built, I would say, a nice business that is very much enriched and is very much in almost every single bank in Saudi Arabia, including the central bank, uses one or more of products and services. And we do a lot in terms of AI, and we do a lot of research in terms of AI. And like there's a lot of boom in Saudi Arabia happening, whether you hear the words of the city of Neom or others, which are completely smart cities, and they all will definitely use AI.
Thank you, Mr. Bukhari. So about my background, essentially across 29 years, I've been in the tech space, reading technology at various companies. I started in the Bay Area in US, basically for around 8 to 9 years, working in Sun Research Labs, got acquired by Oracle. We were building the fastest supercomputer at that point of time, early 2000s, when the internet.com boom was there. And that was essentially used for hardware acceleration. So we were giving like 1 million times faster performance over the typical Sun servers, the best at that point in the industry. Over the last 20 years, I've been in the AI space across IBM Research and many other companies. So I've been establishing the AI function in multiple verticals. It has been across roaming, mobile roaming with Mobilium, then Yatra, travel e-commerce, where I set up the first chatbot for travel e-commerce in India, bringing up a lot of the revenue use cases, bringing them hundreds of crores of ROI from reducing discounts and so forth. And went to Hike recently, last 3-4 years, where I was leading the AI charter for social and the gaming industry over in India. Over the last 3 years, I have kind of also started my own edtech startup called ByteLearn, where we have been looking at interactive math teaching using AI. So we were like 85 to 90% accurate before ChatGPT came in 2022. And now with ChatGPT, we are actually 99% or higher kind of accuracy on the whole of high school, pretty much middle school also included. So, and then I have a consulting startup based in India. Currently, my role at Apparel is essentially around, setting up use cases for various generative AI kind of in the purview of that, AI for fashion design, which I'm going to talk about in this panel and so forth. So looking forward to an interesting discussion here. So let's start. So Sanjeev, tell me, what has been your experience in using AI for product design? What challenges and opportunities do you see in this space?
Yeah, so when we say product, for me, anything that you create is product, right? So I have seen multiple clients where they're trying to build something, and I see the difference between it was 5 years ago versus today, right? So today, the one difference which I see is the user, they have got the knowledge. So now they do experiment with, if you're going to the somebody to say, I want to build something. For example, there is a site, Room GPT, right? So in the past, when you want to build your own home or flat, you do some website and put, I have one sofa and then some color you choose, right? Nowadays, when you go to any product designer, architect or somebody, you don't just talk. You give example because we have a lot of tools in hand where you can be creative yourself and see this is what I want. In the past, it was very tough to explain what you want because it was in your mind. When you explain something, the other guy cannot understand and say, do you want this one? Do you want that one? And the communication gap between the person who is wanting something versus the person who is building something, there's a difference. Now that gap has been reduced significantly. I myself, like I said, in the songs, I did not require any director or somebody. I did myself, right? Why? Because I'm empowered with the tools which are available in the market. So this is one area which I think has significantly reduced the gap between the requirement side versus the implementation side.
Nice. You also want to talk about the creative side of music and video that you have been developing and working on. How has AI helped you over there?
Pardon me?
The audio generation on the passion side, I mean, you have more projects going on the audio and video generation.
Yeah, so there is, I'm exploring the things. Like I said, initially I started writing something 20 years ago. I could not implement for 16, 17 years. Now once these tools are available, I myself able to do a lot of things. What I want, I can see on the video side. I can see on the picture side. Then I started exploring the editing option, right? In the past, I want a title for my movie. I have to get some money spending to someone to generate the title. Now, if you go to Adobe Butterfly, right? Firefly, and there's similar thing somewhere, there's a website where it says, this person does not exist, right? So that website, you have multiple options. This table does not exist, this room does not exist, this area does not exist, and you will create all those images which you feel like it's real. But actually, those are not real. So I was working with a client who was a doctor in Mumbai, and I explained that this is possible, and he said, no, you are lying, right? And then they are 20 years behind. They are doing all the scanning, everything, blood report, everything manually. I said, why you are doing that thing? We are talking about 2022, and you are in like 1992. So people are not aware, and that's why I think these tooling are helping people, even who are laymen, to understand what is there, what are possibilities which you can build yourself, and you can become creative. Whoever is creative, probably they can explore the things and implement the things themselves.
Great, thank you. Mr. Bukhari, you have a great experience on the banking side. Now you're leading a global international company, and you also have experience in education. What are your thoughts on the AI for product design, creativity, and the role of humans?
Very interesting. I think I share a concern here with a lot of people. Yes, definitely AI is great and everything, but it's also, it can be disruptive, it can be counterproductive, and especially that it relies on data that is available, let's say, on the internet or anywhere else or everywhere, which means it can be skewed, it can be manipulated by the content creators, meaning if I like, let's say, Barcelona in football, and I keep on writing a lot of content about Barcelona, that they are the greatest, they are the best, then whether they are or not, the AI will pick that up and they will say, oh, Barcelona is the best. So this is my greatest problem with AI. And that's why we are extremely, extremely careful in the education sector, specifically, not to use AI just across the board, but it needs to be really, when we talk about generative AI, it becomes a little bit more, I would say, intelligent than just regular AI. But again, you need to make sure that the content that is created, like, when you talk about ChatGPT, yes, we all like it and we are all happy, how do I do this and how do I do that? But then the answer is almost becoming a de facto, is like, yeah, it's absolutely true. No, it's just like Wikipedia. You know that any research that says I've used Wikipedia as a reference, out. because it's created by different people, different opinions, so it's not scientific. So this is my greatest problem with AI. At the same time, we're definitely working with it, just like anything in this whole world. There's nothing that is absolute. Nothing is absolutely wrong or absolutely right or absolutely good or absolutely wrong. Just like the famous Chinese yin-yang symbol. It's always a balance between white and black, male and female, all the two opposites. There's no purity in anything. So when we implement that, we have to be really careful on that. But when it comes to, let's say, on the banking sector, that is more apparent. I would say yes, in the financial sector, definitely. It helps, especially the monotonous, repetitive jobs that are even prone to human error, like the operations, like when you do a payment at a branch, it really goes back to the payment department for them to process it, and although most of it is automated, but still it needs people to look at the different routings and stuff like that. That we were able to automate and make it into AI, and becomes more intelligent, because actually it becomes more intelligent than the human, because we fed it all the information. So then it can make a call, whether this transaction is legitimate or not, whether it's a possibility of fraud or not. And that's where, it really excels. And I think, and that's where we, need to draw the line, between just simply using AI for everything. Because, I mean, again, he talked about the fun factor, or, being able to do that. Again, if you just look at it as something nice to do, yes. But then, again, he's depending on a tool that is telling him this is the right way. But is it? I'm not sure. So it may not follow a standard. So this is my point on AI, honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Bukhari. That was fairly insightful and fairly detailed. So, so let me give a perspective on what AI can do for product design, and my personal experiences over there, and also in areas related where the design part exists in many other core operational parts of the businesses. Those verticals also I would cover. So on a product design level, essentially how we used to design products and how the whole cycle used to happen essentially was based on a set of product analysts, a set of product designers, and then the product, maybe a CPO, and then a product manager and stuff like that. So you have this full team that is working on designing products. It could be a B2C product, it could be a B2B product, and essentially you have to cover the various nuances of how the users would respond. You would look at what designs it should be, what should be the product flow, how should we stick together. You would do some iterations. If you're a startup, you would do in a very fast set of iterations. You are a large company, you would take kind of a somewhat of waterfall kind of an approach, but you still have some kind of agile cycles. But essentially, you would require a certain minimum time to be able to design a set of things, conceptualize what you have in mind. So what is happening is that earlier when you required a set of product designers to do that, now you have, on the same Figma, you have generative AI capabilities like FigJam AI. And you have many other plugins with multiple other tools through which actually you can design those screens in a very fast fashion, because it will give you the design pretty much with a text kind of input. That's the text to image kind of capabilities that are available. And even you can feed images and text, and you can get improved images of whatever design of the screens that you want to have for your product. So the whole sequence of how your product looks like and what are the screens, that designing part has become much more faster, much more productive. And then even it will give you recommendations at a high level of how the flow should be. So if you go and if you even do that with the ChatGPT or GPT 4.0, right? Essentially, it's going to give you those kind of suggestions of how your product should look like, what is the overall product strategy, but even at a micro level, the product designer becomes much more productive. So now you can do those explorations much faster versus what you had to do that earlier. In fact, try that out in the market and keep iterating. Now you can do that with your in-house teams because you can actually do those designs much faster. So that is one aspect of where the whole actual UX design part becomes much more easier. Now, at a higher level, essentially when you're designing the product strategy, that is where again these tools can give you a good set of insights. Again, as Mr. Bukhari mentioned, you are the owner over there and you are the final creator and you have the ownership of delivering and seeing how your product performs. So that kind of mindset and that whole vision is what you bring to the table. and then you have a team which doesn't execute. So these tools are basically helping you to do these things faster and do a more strategic level thinking and also tactical level productivity aspects, both in terms of time, cost, and productivity. These are the benefits which are directly coming to the table, and many companies have started doing that, and they are really great set of tools to leverage over there. The other part that it basically helps is that when you launch a product, once you have launched a product, essentially then you have lots of user feedback that would essentially come into it. You would start with a certain number of users. You would actually spend, let's say, a couple of months getting that feedback. You kind of figure out how to improve your funnels. What are the various product metrics? So in this whole cycle of understanding how your product is behaving and making it launch at a faster pace with higher product metrics and a better curve over the next few months, essentially there itself generative AI has a very big role. So essentially you collect a lot of user feedback which is structured, unstructured, and so forth. It can summarize very easily. You actually have a lot of these product signals, the clickstream data, maybe the fraud that can creep in, maybe the actual funnels data and so forth. So in order to generate those visualizations and to be able to process that data and understand the data, that is where generative AI capabilities are fairly helpful. So you have these tools with a core capability of text to SQL, where you can basically talk to data, and there are multiple companies and integrations that are happening inside Tableau, inside many other plugins that are coming in. So in that product cycle also, the second phase of the product life cycle in general, you will have a lot of these tools which will help you understand the things much better, which typically is very hard even for your whole product team to go into that level of detail. Now, with relatively smaller number of people at a much smaller amount of time, you can actually get a much more detailed thing. You can find the core issues in your product, you can find the long tail issues in your product, and you can make sure that you can actually design it so that it has the right direction of how it goes. And as the product essentially goes to the next phase, you essentially are looking at optimizing your funnels better. You want to have more detailed charts. You want to have the whole flow set up. So the whole coding that is required earlier, which used to take the engineering teams a whole amount of time, that whole cycle is now reduced, and you can actually have a much better view of the product. So these are, for any core product, these are the core things where generative AI immediately helps you to improve its design, improve its strategy, and so forth. Essentially, as you go into the maturity phase of the product, which is kind of as the product goes into like millions of users and so forth, you have core product metrics and business metrics that become very important. In order to track those metrics, you have these visualization dashboards where generative AI can help. In order to massage those metrics to kind of understand where the product is going, how the competition is behaving, and so forth. So you can actually essentially use generative AI to make sure that you are able to change the core parts in your product so that it goes in the right direction in terms of your business metrics, whether in terms of experience for the users, whether in terms of it is large amount of fraud that has crept in, whether it is in terms of what particular product metrics that would be interesting. So along the full product cycle, including the design part, generative AI and the traditional AI or deep learning based core routines such as vision models, reinforcement learning models, it has a very good set of applications over there. So this is on a generic product design, which could be B2C, B2B, any vertical. This methodology helps, and that's why it is so powerful in terms of what it brings to the table. And also it impacts the way the humans interact with these things, because they now have to become much more adept at using these tools, understanding these tools, and fundamentally leveraging of how it makes them more competitive against other companies, right, as a group. On the other side of things, so this is one set of things that, based on my experience, I have seen how the companies have evolved and used these technologies. On the other side of things, on a very specific stuff, you have, for example, AI for fashion design. So in fashion design, what happens in particular is that there are two different kinds of products. One which can continue across the season, like a typical set of shoes and so forth. Other would be, premium fashion, super premium fashion, or even value fashion, where the trends have to keep changing over time. And now there is a trend of fast fashion where you really want, instead of these cycles of, designing a new product, it comes to the market, and and then it gets launched, of these cycles of around 6 to 9 months. Now you want, there's a whole tendency in the market to compress it to at least less than half of this particular cycle time. So what is happening is that while you are looking at the same amount of traction for your products, you essentially are looking at totally new designs to come into the market, and you have the whole amount of social media data and other data that you want to process and understand the trends that have been going on, understand what kind of future trends that can basically evolve, and then also bring in your creativity and also bring in the fact what will actually be sellable in the market, right? So it's a very important factor over there. When you need to combine all of that, you need to process huge amounts of data and bring that decision making on the table. In order to bring the decision making on the table, again, you need AI to be able to digest the data. You have multimodal foundation AI models and the typical text and image foundation models which can process the data, bring those insights, and essentially get you the trends and dashboards for you as a designer or as a design team to get those new products, for the company and for that particular brand and whatever the target that brand is. So that is one part of the story. The second part of the story is that once you have these insights, then essentially you basically want to design new variations. Now, as in the product design, as Sanjeev mentioned and as Mr. Bukhari mentioned, AI tools essentially help in that creativity part as well. In this particular use case, the creativity part basically comes across what is the new, apparel that I should design for essentially kids, for women, for men, and so forth. What kind of new accessories that you should design? What kind of new patterns can you bring in that? And considering the trends that you foresee in the future and how that will basically be able to sell, and how your past, keeping your brand kind of image over there, and essentially being able to make sure that it is kind of consistent, but essentially still targeting and going further into new variety, and you want to generate a large amount of variety. So that is where these generative AI tools have come in, where you can take text as input, you can take your current designs, you can essentially feed in a particular set of designs that are there. You have tools like Midjourney, the new Black.ai, Adobe Firefly that Sanjeev mentioned, many other kind of new tools that have come up, where you basically have the concept in your mind. You can in fact draw a sketch, you can give a pose of the person, you can give some parameters of what kind of dress, and you can use technical terms, technical jargon of the fashion industry or that particular brand. So far it is not very peculiar to you, it is generally being used. It will generate something very good and very high quality as an output. You can generate n set of images from there, and you can select which ones are more interesting to you. Then you can essentially go over iterating on this particular cycle and make the outputs more refined so that it brings the thing very close to what you actually want. So that is the first part of conceptualizing the design in a whole fashion design process. Then you can actually essentially look at doing a 3D modeling of it. In the 3D modeling, basically, so there are two ways to go. I mean, once you can actually just use Adobe Illustrator, you can get the 2D designs as an output. This is how my cloth looks like. Essentially, you send it to the manufacturer, you get a piece sample, you see how it looks like. But that takes a gestation period of, let's say, a few weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, and so forth. If you want to optimize the thing, you essentially could make a 3D design, see how it looks like on a mannequin, see how it fits like people of different gaits, different nationalities, demographics, hairstyles, and so forth, and see how it really works out. So you can visualize the whole thing in software, right? Do that at a much faster kind of cycle times. And then finally, once you have converged with your teams, you can actually send it out for production. So that whole cycle time compression is an interesting use case that is being explored by various design houses. In addition to that, as your design matures and you want to expand to different variety of kind of fashion designs, you can actually use these tools to get a much better ROI for the whole of user metrics that you want to track. And again, the whole user information processing and how the various cells and your loyalty points and your loyalty growth that has happened over time, those can be input and those can be used to improve your product. So the other part that comes over here, especially in fashion design kind of industry, is basically personalization. So if you're looking at premium products, you could actually design it in a very personalized way, because it kind of can give you, basis the typical kind of occasion. Let's say you want to go for a specific party and you have a certain kind of occasion that you want to dress for. You have a certain set of likes and you have certain kind of special requirements for that party. You can give that as an input. It's going to give you suggestions based on the particular brands that you are interested in, not even the generic brands. So that could be fed in by the business who's providing this service. through the cloud, and then essentially it gives you those kind of suggestions. Those can be tailored, from a user perspective, you can give those designs. From a company perspective, you can essentially design for those kind of segments. You can get that manufactured, and you can have this kind of personalized set of outputs that could come across for a user or a set of users. So the personalization angle essentially gets seriously amplified with these technologies. It has been there all through for the last 15, 20 years or even more with the standard AI kind of techniques. So this kind of workflow essentially brings a whole new set of capabilities. It kind of enables fast fashion. It kind of makes this thing fairly interesting. So this is a whole angle that these are two kind of generic product design angles, fashion design in particular. There are other verticals as well which are leveraging this. For example, manufacturing. So when you're looking at 3D manufacturing, then in order to kind of be able to design specific types of products which are used in parts, manufacturing parts and so forth, that could have applications in any kind of like large kind of infrastructure industries. That is where again generative AI can play a big role. In general, if you look at, if you even generalize this further, you have these models which are building new chemicals, which can be used, for example, getting water in the desert from thin air, essentially from the water vapor, converting that using specific compounds, which are a mixture of crystalline materials and so forth. So the whole design of those chemical compounds in this kind of application, or even for drugs, as you would have seen, there's a lot of problem of antibiotic resistance. So we're able to design those drugs. Those products itself essentially comes over there. So all the people in these different domains, as they are kind of leveraging their expertise and essentially moving towards now using the generative AI aspects to it. So again, the core part is something that comes from these experts, but from the toolings perspective, it has raised the whole value proposition to the next level. So the whole involvement of humans essentially has kind of changed to the next level, and the whole industry is evolving to a higher value proposition. And we are able to address use cases because of the generative AI capabilities which we were never even thought of. And there's so many new use cases that are coming. So basically from this point onwards, essentially, I would like Sanjeev for you to comment on generative AI in particular. What specific in general that you see generative AI has kind of brought in terms of opportunities, and also in terms of challenges that you have seen so far in your business?
Yeah. So let's understand generative AI. There are multiple algorithms for audience sake to understand the word properly. And one is called transformer model, where ChatGPT is based on. It's a part of encoder-decoder idea, where things get encoded, and then there's a large set data prepared and then decoded. There's another one which is called GAN, or like image creation and video creation and all, where you don't believe, or the generated image is close to reality, is more kind of, it generate, and there is a one part which identifies whether it's right or wrong. That is called discriminator, right? So it keep on generating until unless discriminator is going to fail to identify it is real or fake. So that's the two concepts that we build all this generative AI thing on. Now coming to the point for designing and all, the creativity area, right? What we require is, for creativity or any product design, be it any domain, we require one thing which is ideation. You require some idea, which cannot be done by machine, right? Second part is prototyping. You create something, how would it look like before implementing the actual product. And then implementation come, and at the end you do the optimization. These are 4 different steps for all the things. Now where a generative AI can help on creativity, no, it cannot help on creativity. Ideation is your idea, it's your brain, right? Second thing is prototyping. Yes, these are various tools where you can quickly do prototyping and have, instead of, like let's say 10 years ago, you had 10 different model or 10 different design, now you can have 1,000 different designs. And you choose what you want. You have a lot of options to choose, and that's where the implementation comes. Once you choose, and then optimization part, where you narrow down further which design is better, you use those model to identify the optimization part, right? Like I said, encoder or maybe generator, and then second part which is discriminating the things, right? These are the 2 concepts where optimization can happen, that until unless you are really sure what you want, then you cannot go ahead and approve that thing. Now, how it is helping the designer and architect on those things on the website, like he mentioned, there are a lot of tools where you can generate Figma things. You just put something on paper, scan that thing, and then generate various websites. It's not like one website. You can have 20 different websites generated. You can choose the color, you can choose the font, you can choose the style. But one thing is very important is your psychology understanding of that local area, right? You're building website for whom? You're building product for whom? You're doing the net banking for which people, right? That psychology machine will not understand. Unless you have millions of data, probably 10 years ahead, that may be the case. But as of now, that is not possible. Second thing is, whenever we are building something, right, one is called social intelligence, right? Whenever you are somewhere in, let's say, UK, US, somewhere, you need to understand different people have different requirements. So designing may not, the product is not going to work for everybody. Those parts, again, is your thought. So this is the designer or the architect or the person who has to think about social intelligence, understand the local market, understand the trend, and understand the variety of different people. It's not just you pick one thing and that is going to work. Again, I'll take the example of website where you choose a color and you think it is going to work. No, that's where social knowledge and other things come in handy. So you have to understand the empathy of people. You need to understand what you're building, what design is right for everybody, and accordingly choose your solution.
Great, thanks Sanjeev. That was a good overview of how generative AI and what kind of models are helping. So Mr. Bukhari, from your side, what specific business angle that you see generative AI is bringing along with the creativity aspects that it helps in?
Well, as we know, AI is not new. The concept of AI, does anyone know how far does AI go back for? I mean, any idea? When did AI start? 7 years?
50s.
Exactly. So if it started in the 1950s by, of course, Alan Turing, right? And that's going to be part of my speech when next. But why did it only happen now, in the past maybe 7 years or so, that we see the difference or we see the acceleration? It's all about computing power. We did not have the computing power back then for it to be able to, I mean, the ideas are there. It's exactly like, what was mentioned. And, you have the ideas, you have everything, and then just with the computing power, we are able to do a lot more. And that takes me to the answer, which is what industries can use that and how it can help different industries. I'd like to take the movie industry, again, as a very good example. Everyone knows, of course, James Cameron, from the movie The Titanic, and then later on, Avatar. You know that the idea of Avatar, before it was made, it was in his mind 20 years before I was actually able to make the movie. Why is that? Again, computing power. Because what he wanted is something that was not just possible whatsoever to do a multi-dimensional computer imaging infused with realistic images and real people acting at the same time. That was not possible. There was like a few attempts, like, when we see like movies like Who Framed Roger Rabbit or others, where it's just like 2D and, just very simple. You could see it's not, even like realistic. But if you see Avatar, it's so realistic. You think you get immersed into the movie because of the technology. And that's where I believe, we're only touching the surface today. And we just talked about Gen AI and other stuff. This is only the beginning. It's going to just evolve more and more and more. But one thing is, we could see that AI can be used to simply bridge the time, I would say, it takes us to do something, like when you do code or something. Like we could see the evolution of low-code, no-code platforms today. That uses a lot of, by the way, AI tools or AI engines inside, because, for now, because, if you think about the number of programmers that we need to fulfill all the programming of the world, we need at least 50 times number of people to be able to fulfill everything from now until, I would say, in the next 15, 20 years. So this is not possible. So that's why we started thinking, okay, then why don't I let the computer do the human job, which is repetitive. Again, we're never replacing the humans, because, as again it was said by my excellent colleagues, the creation, the ideas are always us. But then the computer just helps us to to fine-tune them, to make all these automations. So instead of spending hours and hours and hours on writing code, no, all I need to do is just do a bit of logic, put that, feed that into one of the platforms, and it will give me a foolproof code, which is ready to go. But then when I see the result, I make the call and said, yeah, this is exactly what I want or not, or no, I need to tweak this, I need to tweak that. And I see this is where honestly the AI evolution is going to help us in the near future, but then it's going to be something really different. Because again, if you think about it, when AI first started, it's like something like, you know, when IBM created Deep Blue, and it was able to you know, play chess against Garry Kasparov, which was the greatest the chess player of all times, and it was able to beat Garry Kasparov. Because what happened there, it was the first time for a computer is able to understand the movements of others and do an analysis and do a little bit of prediction and be able to do that. But it was all about, you know, combinations and permutations. Then we saw the next evolution, which is recent now, which is like self-driving cars. So it's not just about AI that looks at another person or a machine and interacts with it. No, it needs to interact and realize everything around it. So when I'm doing self-driving, there's other cars, there's stop signs, there's traffic signs, there are other factors, there's weather. So all of that goes into the AI, and that's the next generation. And that's where we stand today. But then we believe that, you know, there's so much evolution that's going to happen, but it's just one thing that cannot be translated now, which is human emotions. Human emotions still cannot be translated from analog to digital. That means an emotion cannot be put into ones and zeros, because us ourselves, we don't even know how, you know, our emotions work. Because sometimes you feel so passionate about something, sometimes you see the same thing again, you say, okay. Then again you say it, you see it again, you say, so it's really, you know, that is the part where, I mean, like when you see even like in movies again, like Terminator and others, it's like once the machine becomes self-aware that the machine or the program knows that it exists, then that's a totally different story. And I honestly hope that we don't reach that, you know, because that's really, you know, you're going into something really, really different.
Thanks, Mr. Bukhari. That was fairly interesting. And that lays a great context on how the generative AI is transforming things. But, you know, we as humans have only become more powerful. We just have to be aware and use the technology in the right direction. So actually on the technology side, that brings an interesting question, which I'll put to the audience, you guys. Do you guys know which is the NVIDIA GPU which is now touted as the fastest? Any guesses on the NVIDIA GPU, which is the core, you know, which is becoming the core part of the next level supercomputer they are going to build and run all these deep learning models and, you know, ChatGPT, LLM type models over there, large language models? Any guesses? Okay, any companies do you know which are there in the hardware space other than NVIDIA? Okay, not a problem. So let me pitch here. So NVIDIA, you know, has become a multi-trillion-dollar company pretty much because of they had got an early lead onto the GPUs. So in the early years, basically they were doing only graphics, which was essentially rendering what you see as graphics for games at, you know, early point of time. That's basically, let's say, late 90s. Over time, essentially, they went and made it as GPUs, general purpose GPUs. That is where they started using for general purpose compute utilization. So wherever the code can run in parallel, what we call data parallel fashion, they were able to get speed ups which were way times faster than a typical CPU. And that's where companies like Intel and AMD started moving towards, hey, we should also have a data parallel architecture versus a typical control oriented parallel threads kind of architecture. So on the parallel processing, high performance computing side, you have a data parallel side and you have a control thread parallelism over there, where you can pipeline things and, you know, make things faster with a higher throughput and lower latency. So essentially, NVIDIA had that early start for many years. They had these general purpose GPUs, GPUs as we used to call it. And then, you know, this started into K8s, which had 8 GB, T4s, which are even now used, the lowest cost GPUs with 16 gigabytes. And now there are these, over time, they have evolved. They have A100s, A80s, which have around 80 GB of memory, where you can fit these large language models, which are of the size of 12 billion, the Llama 12 billion model, the Mistral model from the company in France, or the other models that are coming up from multiple startups or which are building open source, specifically Meta. So these things, so that's why they became the de facto standard, and we had pretty much the race or the war for GPUs, everyone just running to get these GPUs. But over time, many companies have realized that this has become very valuable. So as NVIDIA has now moved into H100, this is the GPU that I was referring to, and they are building a supercomputer basis that other companies, even Google has TPUs, Apple is also building, Microsoft is also building. In fact, they have early versions of their hardware. And there's a company called Cerebras Systems, essentially, which is building very efficient kind of architectures which are tailored more and more to actual deep learning kernels. So the fundamental core modules or execution that happens in a GPU, that is where they have designed the hardware which does exactly that functionality in the hardware. And because on top of it, you are not running general purpose kind of computing codes, like a sorting algorithm or something like that. You're running only these deep learning algorithms where you have to compute the gradients, propagate them back, essentially then update the weights and so forth. So a typical training, fine tuning that is required in a large language model, and it requires a huge amount of memory, so it's optimized for this memory usage, reads, writes over there on this architecture. So now they have, Cerebras Systems has specific hardware. In fact, they are getting funded by the UAE government, and that is where they are building a Cerebras-based supercomputer, an AI supercomputer, which will essentially compete with the NVIDIA H100-based supercomputers. So as you see, as Mr. Bukhari rightly mentioned, the computing revolution is the core kind of necessity or the enabler for all these algorithms to start kind of churning such a high value add that we see across so many verticals. So when you train a large language model, you feed in a huge amounts of data, basically tens of trillions of tokens. You obviously clean the data, get it from all the sources on the internet, obviously make sure you don't have copyright issues or minimize those, and essentially feed that into these training cycles. And then you have a huge kind of GPU cluster, and now pretty much would be a Cerebras or any other compute cluster. Right now it is pretty much a GPU cluster. And then you take a large computing power, basically of the order of what a petascale or an exascale supercomputer would require, pretty much a tera and petascale supercomputer. And that's why you're able to train such powerful models, because they realized over time that for training these large language models like GPT-4, so GPT-4 itself would have like 1 trillion parameters. Other ones like GPT-3 would have still some 100 billions, and Llama is able to compress it down to 12 billion and so forth. But what they realized that is when you feed in this large amount of data, you have larger training cycles pretty much powered by this compute cycle, then you get this behavior. And this is the behavior of the pre-trained models, which around 10-15 years back, there used to be very limited pre-training. It won't be so powerful. So that is the genesis of how these LLMs came into being. Obviously, it has taken even OpenAI these 4 to 6 years to get over there, right, with the announcement of GPT-4, and now they are looking at GPT-5, which hopefully should come within the next 6 months. So that has been the evolution and how the computing power has enabled, these kind of capabilities. So I would like to, basically conclude this session with any final thoughts from Sanjeev and Mr. Bukhari. So please go in any order.
Yeah. So I'll give one example. So once you come to this ballroom, and if there is only one seat available, which seat you would choose? You choose that seat, right? But when you are the first person to enter, you have so many options. You sit somewhere, and then you see, okay, there is another seat available in front. I'll move to other seat. So you'll keep on upgrading yourself. Similarly, when you have designed a lot of tools, generate so many options. The thing is, you have to choose the right option. It may be sometimes you get so many options that you get confused. That is one very important thing, right? Not everything what is generated through machine is right. You have to have that intelligence to identify what is right, what is wrong. And these tools should be used for identifying what you want, rather than just taking as a solution. Right, the human brain has to be there, their activity has to be there to identify what is the right solution for my customer or somebody. Right, that part you cannot remove from the whole plan. So that is my thought, that whenever we design any product, we have to make sure that what option we choose is right, and we just don't get confused by all the options, because what machine is generating may not be right. You have heard about hallucination and all those fake deep and everything. So that is the message from my side, where you have to use a brain to be creative, one side, and second thing is choose the right option once you have the solution.
Thanks, Ajit.
I would say beautifully said, and I totally concur on that. But I'll tell you something about human nature and human behavior. We are always excited when it's something new. I mean, take an example. If you hear about a new restaurant that opened, you just want to go and try it, right? It may be the most horrible experience that you might have, right? And it might be good. But we just rush into something new. And you will see a restaurant that just has huge queues, and you call them, say, sorry, we're busy for the next 1 month. And 6 months later, you see then it goes back to the norm, and a few people are there, and you say, oh, what happened? I mean, I thought that was the place to happen. And then another place happens, and then that happens, So we are always changing, we're always evolving. And so is technology and everything around us. So nothing is stagnant, nothing is stationary. I think the only constant is change.
Yeah, thanks. My esteemed fellow members on this panel gave very good feedback. I would like to kind of basically, again, re-emphasize similar points. Essentially, in summarizing, generative AI is not going to kind of, it's kind of better for humanity. So far as you are flowing along with it and you are learning and you know how to be able to use it, it's all for the betterment of everyone. And as we kind of heard of some statistics where the actual requirement for the use cases and the need for humans is only going to increase, it's much higher. So being jobless actually should be observed as kind of transformation of how the economies are going to work, transformation of what are the new value use cases that are going to happen and how we are going to work, rather than thinking on the side of it, which is more comes from the fear, which is very natural, to appreciate that. The other side essentially is that, the change is constant. My version of that is, heavy amount of change is constant. So, I mean, the pace of change has only increased. These robots, these, whatever kind of, not sentient so far, kind of beings, or whatever, I don't call them beings, they're kind of basically machines or algorithms that we have put in place. They're going to just make things change faster. So we have to just learn to adapt. So the psychological part of it has to adapt to it. That is extremely important over here. So thanks everyone. I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience over here. Any questions, any thoughts, any feedback, most welcome. Yeah, please.
So, I want to see how the AI is going to affect the telecom industry. Because, because the friction creating, we are in the pool of the companies which are competing with STCs, mobile, these kind of things. So, for us, quality and the pricing is very important. So, I want to see how the AI is in the telecom industry and how it can help us.
Sure. So yeah, I think so the interesting part of telecom, you guys sit on huge amounts of data, right? You have the call data, the call record data. You have the customer interaction data from all different demographics, nationalities, languages, and so forth. So, and then you also have the data from the OTT software that is essentially available across what kind of programs the people watch, what kind of movies the people watch, what kind of commerce happens, and so forth. And then you have a lot of data on the network performance. So with 5G, 6G, and so forth, you have a lot of data on how the video is performing, what is the experience of the people from delay and throughput perspective at the internet, home routers, at the, for example, the video experience from the base stations. So because of this data, there is a natural spawn of so many use cases on the B2C side and the network infrastructure or the B2B side as well. On the B2C side, essentially, what kind of experience can you give to the customers with interesting chatbot technology, powered by, ChatGPT, essentially large language models, across text, across, speech, and then understanding speech and so forth. You can have, a kind of very fine-grained kind of chatbots that could help in customer interactions, understanding their issues, customer service, product discovery, and so forth. That the whole cycle of understanding the customer, getting the feedback, being more productive, enabling your call centers to be much more productive, enabling, let's say an email-based response cycles, all powered by chatbots and obviously moderated by humans at the back for each of the use cases, can make this customer service so more productive. So, given millions of calls at a large company, like an Airtel or a T-Mobile and so forth in US would kind of receive, how best can you serve the customers and make their experience to the next level? That is a competitive differentiation right over there. And that's where you would get more adoption from the customers, and that would directly impact your top lines and bottom lines. So that comes from the customer experience perspective. In the same umbrella of things, designing better products, figuring out more use cases, the patterns of customers, what are the new tools and what kind of app designs that you could bring out that you could differentiate versus the other competitors in terms of the OTT space, right? So these are the B2C set of high-level use cases. Looking at the call experience and so forth, that by itself you can do an analysis over there and do a much more understanding of what are the core issues that are hurting your customers, even without the customers asking you. So you can drive proactive customer experience improvement over there. On the network side, essentially, as I mentioned, the video caching at base stations, for example, you have to serve now. The video is the core content, and that is fundamentally increasing from the customer standpoint of what data actually gets consumed from the users. Over there, therefore, the video experience is extremely important. And still, we don't have, for a mobile, a proper video experience as you could have seen even in a typical kind of economy. So over there, essentially how you use AI to be able to cache those things properly, understanding the pattern that the users come, the uncertainty at which people can be in a base station and transform, move across the base stations, what kind of caching architecture which is distributed that you feed the videos and you are able to serve them with the right throughput and light latency for the customers. Therefore, the experience on the user device actually is fairly good. And then the whole network design, right? Because as you are moving from, many countries are going to full fiber optic, we are moving from, we are transforming to 5G, now moving to 6G. They have core AI in there to improve the whole network efficiency and performance over there, right at the core network layer. And where do you put the base stations? How do you expand across large geographies, for example, Saudi or US or UK and so forth? The whole design of the network is where the AI-based insights of what has been the pattern of calls in the past, how the network typically behaves, how it will evolve in the future. Those are the things that you could use on the network infrastructure side of it. So I see a humongous role that it has. And companies worldwide in the telecom space, the big giants, Airtel, Deutsche Telekom, T-Mobiles, and the AT&Ts and so forth, they are already taking deep strides in that space. I hope that answers your question.
Just to add one thing, time is up, I don't know, but the thing is, any industry, be it telecom, be it software, be it any industry, the key thing is, whatever human are doing the useless work, right, I'll call it that way, or repetitive work, you can move it to the AI, and you focus, be it design or anything, you focus on the real problem solving, right? Creating document, where is the patient document, where is the telecom document, data is where, it is not our responsibility. Machine will do that thing, collect the data, and identify the problem. You or any industry can focus on the solution part using all these tools. So we save a lot of time, be it any industry.
Thanks, Ajit. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
So could you talk a lot about the innovation in training new LLMs, right? Thank you for that, about NVIDIA, what they are doing. But see, everybody is coming with a lot of LLMs. Everybody is creating an LLM. Now the real problem has become, how do you avoid the hallucination and the bias, and for that, that human feedback loop is still required, right? So what kind of new innovation is happening in that direction? Because that is becoming the bottleneck.
Yes, that's a great question. So I think one direction over there is also to make the LLMs more efficient. So we have small language models that have come up, and folks from Microsoft and other folks are focusing on that as well. So what happens is that you're able to focus the LLMs or the whole architecture of language models or foundational language models to a particular use case or a set of use cases instead of a very generic thing, which is GPT-4, for example, or even Llama, 12 billion and all that. So the moment you make it more focused, you don't necessarily reduce the actual power of it. You actually make it more focused to the use case. That also tries to tendency to reduce hallucination, but that is not the answer to your question. So that is one direction. The core part is that people are developing utilities to handle hallucinations, bias, and so forth. In particular, it requires these set of tools which act as checks. So when you fine-tune your LLM, obviously you are using an open source LLM. Let's say you take a small language model or even a large language model. You start with Llama, you start with Mixtral, and so forth. But as you fine-tune and you see the performance, the first thing you need essentially is a very strong testing on the hallucination side of it. So that you have to be very, very careful. Bias is a very important problem. Again, that can be a very big issue in the whole LLM. So there are tools which actually measure that formally. number one. Number two, you can use, you have to use very detailed testing, and you can again generate those use cases using these large language models, right? So you can make that thing productive. It is not a purely manual, and therefore it reduces your cycle time for delivering the product. Number three, essentially, is that you can also produce specific checks when you fine-tune your model. So when you fine-tune your model, make sure you're not introducing that bias. And you're obviously trying, when you're creating the annotation sets, you know what the performance is and so forth. Other thing you can do is you can couple these LLMs with other models where you can actually validate more automatically that these hallucinations are reduced to zero. So for example, in a very recent article on Microsoft 365 introduction as Copilot, Copilot in Microsoft 365, I'm sorry. In typical kind of output text generation, it says summarization of meeting, it says Bob presented such and such, but Bob did not exist in that meeting, right? So these kinds of things are occurring, and the people who are the core, technologists here, they are facing the same problem. So it's a very, very real problem. But if it is tested properly, then you know, and you can actually first have an output check over there. It can maybe increase the latency, but you can optimize for that. But fundamentally on the training and fine-tuning side of it, you can make the process and test it properly so that it minimizes to close to like 0.00001 kind of a percent. So there are ways people are doing it, and that's how it is, getting used in all these different verticals by making very focused checks over there. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, so I'll add my comments, and I'll let my panelists also add in. So essentially, we have seen definitely in US, things are the fastest growing. US and EU have been the fastest kind of areas and companies where people are actually deploying these solutions. These pretty much use as the easier, I would say easier use cases, which are chatbots, which have been prevalent. So you kind of enhance them with this power. A lot of their other verticals also in some of the core use cases, as I mentioned, where people are actually deploying, for example, fashion design, product design, creative designs, right? Figma has FigJam AI, Adobe has Adobe Illustrator. So a lot of these kind of successful companies are integrating in their core stack and bringing it as a capability. It also, remember that it gives the onus of the user to make sure that, hallucination and bias are managed. Right? They give their own quality to a certain level, and then people who are actually using it in their product have to manage. In some cases, it is just increasing productivity. You don't give the full automation to AI or the control to AI, in which case it's very peaceful. Your designers are happy, your people are happy, and so forth. In other cases like chatbots, where you give full, relatively larger ownership to the chatbot, you need to have a strong monitoring, as we were just discussing on hallucination and so forth. But even here in GCC, you see adoption starting to happen. Even in India, you have lots of kind of, China definitely is way ahead of the game. You see robotics as a key industry that is growing, and there a lot of this core technology is just helping in bits and humongous amount of parts and of how a robot would work in multiple use cases, not just the warfare part, but also in productive part, helping senior citizens, typical cores and stuff like that. So there's a wide adoption across countries, I would say. Yeah, please, any feedback from?
Just to add, in my opinion, it is not about the country, it is more about the structure of the company, right? Small companies, startup, they are going very fast on those things, every country. And big companies, I think, in my opinion, what I've seen, it takes years to decide to go to adopt something new, and then a couple of years to implement something. A big company, that's a difference in my opinion. Thanks.
I'm sorry, just to touch on your point, and by the way, I don't disagree what they said, all what is said. It's all about computational power. And I'll tell you, that's why the US is ahead, because of computational power, like NVIDIA and others, GPUs, because we are not allowed to use GPUs. The US does not export GPUs. So that's what really caps us. Not because we don't have the ideas, or it's not about a country or a company or anything. It's really about capabilities. It's just like, give me a strong tank, and I'll be able to go, fight. But then somebody else comes, hits it with a plane. Then that becomes more superior. And that's why the US is really ahead. It's because of the computational power. I don't believe, honestly, because minds are great, whether it's India, China, Guatemala or Saudi Arabia or any place, we're all the same. We're all humans and we all think and we're all equal. I truly believe we're all equal. It's all about the computational power.
So I just want to add on to this question. So there is a group of industries who are creating technologies, and there are a group of industries who will be using the technology. So my question was more in terms of readiness of the group of industries ready to use the technology, because their data has to be in a shape for technology to make an impact.
Honestly, we are all ready. Again, it's all about the computational power and the availability of data sets, as you said. So data is just available. I mean, he just mentioned, about telecoms. Telecoms have huge amount of data. The medical sector, huge amount of data. The media sector, the huge amount of data. So if we just do that, and it needs to be institutionalized, by the way, like in Saudi Arabia, we have a whole institution just on AI. About artificial intelligence. It's a government funded, it's a government body that has a lot of funding that they need to work on that. But the only thing that is stopping them from really doing advancements is because of the GPU capabilities. Because whatever we see today, by the way, including ChatGPT and others, by the way, it's mediocre, it's nothing. It's really, like what technology is ahead of us is way beyond what we see.
Yeah, I think the data, basically preparation cycles have gone down. And once you have the vision of these use cases to enable, and in this way, you have the data, you just have to prepare it in the right way, get the pipelines ready, and then you have these algorithms to digest. So companies which have been in the space, they have already processed it, they can leverage to the next level. Companies which have not gone which have not gone so much, I mean, on some of the verticals, they actually can go that far and get those pipelines and start using it. So those latencies have gone down actually. So, okay.
Oh.
So yeah, thank you so much. I think it was a great discussion. Thanks for the questions, and hopefully you enjoyed as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Sanjeev Mishra, Usama bin Saleh Bukhari, and Dr. Ankur Narang. Thank you very much for such an insightful panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important keynote lined up. And the topic is IoB, Internet of Behaviors, What's Different? So after the photo session, yes, we will be having our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again give a big round of applause to Usama bin Saleh Bukhari, the Group CEO of Al Faris International Group, to enlighten us on this subject.
Thank you very much for a warm welcome. And good morning again to everyone. So you see me again. So that's why I didn't care about that, the time was elapsing into my session, because I'm still speaking. Okay, do we have the presentation? Okay. Here we go. Okay, so this is not going to be your typical keynote where I'm just talking behind the podium, and bore you with a lot of jargons and stuff like that. I like it to be somewhat, interactive, and for us to have a discussion rather than just me saying. It's just like sharing information and sharing knowledge. So, how many of you have heard of IoB? You've heard of 2, 3. Who has heard of IoT? Everyone, right? IoB is the next level of IoT. So Internet of Things and Internet of Behaviors. But before we touch on that, do you know these two gentlemen? I touched on Alan Turing. I guess a lot of us have heard about Alan Turing. Have you seen the movie Imitation Game? A lot of you must have seen the movie Imitation Game. It's all about Alan Turing. And you could see there, he was born in 1912 and passed away in 1954. He only lived for 41 years. But he is the forefather, and he is the father of artificial intelligence and modern-day computing, where he was able to actually create the first real computer that is able to do more than just simple additions and subtractions and stuff like that. But then, does anyone know who's Joseph Weizenbaum is? I'm pretty sure nobody knows that, okay? We all should know this person, equally as important as Alan Turing. Believe it or not, in 1966, he created ELIZA. Do you know what ELIZA is? It's the first chatbot. 1966, the very first chatbot, where he was able to create a software. It was in the university that he was at, and he was in MIT. He was a German-American scientist, one of the greatest ever. And in that software, he was able to mimic a psychologist. So he would ask questions to the students, and the students would answer, and then he would build on those questions and answer again. So it was a chatbot. It was the very first chatbot that we ever seen. And as I said in my previous discussion, why, I mean, if it was created in 1966, and we saw the cars in, that were created in 1966, and we can see the cars today, why are they different? Because in manufacturing, it's completely different. We have a lot of things that you can do, accelerate, but with technologies, we're bound and capped at the computational power. So the hardware, the software, the computational power was not there. So that's why we just, it took us so long to evolve from that time until what we can see today. Now, we talked about AI a lot, in the previous session, but this is the evolution of AI. We're talking about computational power, again, the GPUs and other stuff which exists today. And then the neural networks, where actually the software was able to mimic the behavior of how our brains work and have the interactive, I would say, dialogue between machines and other parts of the machine. And then the massive data sets. And that's what I said. Once you have the data, you have the computational power, you can do a lot. But it's like, if we have a sample here, do we really represent the whole world? If I would take now a survey, and I would say, okay, 90% of the people here like AI, but does that really represent the whole world? So, because the data set is so small, you cannot, with almost 8 billion people living on Earth, you cannot take such a small sample and say, oh yeah, I'm going to build on it. And this is my issue with AI in general, or in any kind of analytics. That we take a small sample and say, oh, by the way, this is it. And then you see another research that says, oh, no, it's that, it's this. By the way, none of the researchers are wrong. It's really about the data set and what method did we use to analyze and create something useful or not useful or something like that. Look at the medical world. How many items did we see? And I'll take eggs for an example. When I grew up, everyone was saying, eggs are bad for you. They're like, they increase your cholesterol, all this and that. Guess what the doctors and dietitians are saying? It's important that you have at least an egg in the morning or an egg in your meal because of the good fatty acids and other stuff. So which is right? Nothing is absolute. Nothing is absolute, because eggs can be bad for a person and eggs can be good for another person. So we cannot always say it's always good or always bad. It's really what works for you and what doesn't work for you. So this is also what I touched upon, like, with reactive machines, like Deep Blue, when it was created by IBM, it was able to do the first mimic of human behavior, so, to think, actually not human behavior, to think and to be able to interact with another person or another machine. And then limited memory machines is like what I talked about again, it's the autonomous driving or the self-driving, where you need to be aware of the surroundings. And these are that existing. And then the theory of mind and the self-awareness is the thing that I talked about, which is the one that is coming in the future. According to some researchers, again, they say we need about 30 years or so to reach that level. I hope we don't. Okay, so enough about all of that, and because I want to talk about IoB and Internet of Behaviors. If you look at that, AI, we know what that is, right? Artificial intelligence. What's ML? Machine learning. Next, big data analytics. We know that. Cloud computing. IoT, Internet of Things. Mobile apps and wearables. Then AR and VR, augmented reality and virtual reality. What's the difference between the two? Can anyone tell me what's the difference between augmented reality and virtual reality?
Let's say virtual reality, before going to augmented reality, let's say you take a simple necklace. You want to see if, for that necklace, if I put some kind of one more ornament, how it looks like. So you have an object with different type of option, you are augmenting it so that you can get some output out of it, so that you can buy or something like that. So whereas if you go to virtual reality, object itself not exist. Let's say if you want to train some people in the Navy, so you cannot directly go to sea and train them, right? So that's the place where you can see the virtual reality comes to picture. So where is the real operation, what actually do in the sea? So with variable objects are, let's say,
Beautifully said, absolutely. And that's the difference between augmented reality and virtual reality. Virtual means virtual. The whole thing is virtual. Nothing exists. It's all from the creation of the creator of that software. And we can see this in a lot of like flight simulators and stuff like that, because you cannot, teach a pilot, to fly a multi-million-dollar plane. First, it's the life of the pilot that, if he crashes, he or she would crash, and plus the cost, or in military and other stuff. Okay, then we've got robotics automation systems. We talked about anything repetitive can be automated. Then collecting data from individuals and groups. So when I take a person, I analyze their behavior, then we see the group, and we can here I will touch on the sorry, the monkey experiment, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard of it, but I'll just say it for the sake of context, where scientists brought in 4 monkeys into a room, and they put bananas in the somewhere up in the ceiling. So the monkeys, and they gave them like a ladder, so they're able to go and reach the bananas. But every time they reach the bananas, the sprinkler system would spray them with water, and they don't like water, they hate water. So they tried it once and twice, and then they stopped. They learned, right? They learned that, this is bad. I can't touch the bananas because every time I touch the bananas, it's gonna spray me with water. So what the scientists did then, they took one of the monkeys out and brought in a fresh monkey, a new monkey that didn't know about the situation. The first thing, his instinct, he went straight for the bananas. What did the other monkeys do? They beat him up, because they don't want to be sprayed with water. So they stopped him. So, okay. Then what they did is they took another one from the original monkeys and brought in a fresh monkey. The fresh monkey, the first thing that he did is, by instinct, going to get the bananas. What happened? The other monkeys beat him up, including the new one, which didn't know why he was doing that. He knew that this is the behavior of everyone, so they did that. They repeated that until none of the original monkeys were there in the room. And they actually turned off the sprinkler system. And no monkey ever went to touch a banana. That just tells you how we're bound by our thoughts. And because we always say we should revisit our assumptions. Your assumption, I do not believe any idea or assumption is incorrect. It's always correct at that particular moment, at that particular circumstance. Because if I absolutely say that, this is good, this is bad, there's no absolutes. So this is what we mean by, take all of this, mesh it together, then you have IoB, which is the Internet of Behaviors, which means we look at the behavior of mankind and the behavior of systems that interact with humans to be able to do something. So, like what? We talk about performance and taxi drivers. I mean, it's just one example. So in performance, so many things. Can someone tell me, with this background, can someone tell me what I mean, how can we use IoT to improve the behavior of taxi drivers? So, actually what is being done today, part of it has a lot to do with IoT, where you put trackers on the taxis themselves, so you know how fast the taxi was going, how many times it stopped, so you can track its locations, all of that. That is great. So then you could say, oh yeah, that taxi driver, he did good or bad, right? But what about the interactions that happened inside the car? How good was he? How bad was he? Was he smelly? Was he, I don't know what, did he eat while he was driving? Did that, if you do not have cameras or dash cams to pick that behavior, you wouldn't know. So what happens is that you start looking at all of this data, and then I can do read performance assessment of my employees or whatever industry you're in. So let's take again the taxi driver for example. How many times did he actually get frustrated? And then we look at the situation. What made that person get frustrated? Was it justifiable? Was it not? How many times did his temperature elevate? How many times did he touch the AC, or whether he did or not? So all of that, it just gives you a lot of data for you to analyze and say, okay, that means taxi drivers who drive between 12 and 2 are always subject to XYZ. So it's not just about the driving itself, but it's really the surrounding as well. Medical. So I think a lot of you will start thinking, yeah, this can be used in the medical in the medical world, like in advanced diagnostics. Why do I have to wait for a patient to actually suffer a heart attack or suffer from a major illness? And then start treating them, while we can do a lot in terms of preventive medicine and diagnostics. So all of that, again, if you think about it now, I think you start to put things together, and I can see that a person who's 50 years old, he's 120 kilograms, and he's I don't know 175 centimeters tall, and his or her behavior is of a certain thing, that they're eluding or they're coming into something. So then you can do that predictive analysis, and to make sure that they don't. But again, sometimes they are congenital, or like you were born with them. So again, you look at that behavior with that condition, so that we can customize per individual in the medical field. Because again, when you go to a doctor, you say, you're sneezing, you must have a cold. But guess what? Sneezing is caused by at least 100 other illnesses. So it may not be a simple cold. And that's what happens today. A lot of people die in the hospitals, or because of misdiagnosis, because it wasn't properly done. Because we do not have, as humans, sometimes we don't have the patience or the time, because of how pressing time is. I just want to see as many patients as possible as a doctor. So, we'll just most probably 75%, he or she is suffering from that. Guess what? A lot of people die because of that, because of the misdiagnosis. But if we use the Internet of Behavior with all the surroundings of it, we can do a lot here, and we could, save a lot of lives in that sense. Then law enforcement and again, human behavior. In law enforcement, we can use that, and I truly believe that's where the best implementation now happened. And we can see this when the corona happened in China, and how they were able to control 1.4 billion people in such a beautiful way, because they used the IoT and the IoB. Because with military or in the military world, I have access to all the cameras in the streets, or even in your homes or whatever it is. And there's something that I want to talk about, which is the data privacy and other stuff. But let's take it at that level now. So if I'm able to, like let's say now in this room, if I'm able to measure the temperature of every single person here, and the minute that the temperature elevates in a single person, that person then either can be ill, or starting to become ill, or because they get excited because they're about to do something bad and they started to. So all of that with a lot of data, a lot of human behavior data that is relevant to the society. Again, I cannot just say generalize and say, oh, in the US they did this, in Germany they did this, or India did this, or in Saudi they did that. I cannot generalize. Natural temperature, my normal temperature is at 36.1. Does that mean I'm ill or not? No, that's how God created me. I'm always at 36.1. Other people at 37 or at or something like that. But there's a range of normal. That's why when you go to a doctor or something like that, when you do your analysis, that's why there's a range. There's a minimum and there's a maximum. And again, sometimes, by the way, you are beyond minimum or maximum and you're still normal, 100%. You were just created that way. So it doesn't mean that you're wrong. So again, back to law enforcement. A lot is being done, so you can study the behavior of humans. You could because sometimes you play on the psychology as well. So in warfare and other stuff, you could use psychology. A lot of things. This society is most, I don't know, superstitious about something. Then you will do that. You propagate that. So then that there will be kind of subject to that. So there's so many applications there, but here comes the point where it's really, really tricky, which is the data privacy and the human invasion of privacy. I mean, so would you agree that somebody is monitoring you 24/7, that is looking at everything that you do? Most of us will say, no, I don't want. But why? Can anyone tell me why? Why you don't want to be monitored? Okay, you said it, but I'm turning it. By the way, it is the most used in insurance actually to help you better, not because they want to deny you. And I'll tell you, in insurance, their objective is not to deny you, by the way, a treatment. Their objective is to deny you unnecessary treatment. Meaning, when I go to a doctor and the doctor says, yalla, X-ray, yalla, MRI, and then the insurance says no, because he didn't give me enough reason. The guy came with a headache and or a sore knee. Yeah, alatul. He gives them straight away an X-ray. No, but if you actually have that predictive analysis, no, I know because you had an accident or because you suffered from a fall or something. Yes, then yes, I will immediately do that. By the way, it is very much you're right in the sense of how you're thinking. However, we turned it into something positive where we actually are helping people with such a thing. Of course, it's all in the novice stage. I mean, it's still in the beginning, but this is the idea. Absolutely, but for how long? For how long will you not behave normally? If I'm always constantly watching you.
I mean, if you believe quantum physics, then behavior of the particle, every particle changes when it's being observed.
Exactly. So, in the beginning, and I said, this is the human nature. We get excited about change. We want to experience change. We don't like change at the same time from our status quo. I'm happy here. I don't want to be there. So it really requires someone to push me all the way to go there to oh God, that's even better place than where I was. But you're absolutely right. We don't want to be observed because first we don't feel comfortable, but if it becomes the norm, then it becomes comfortable, right? But again, what if hacking happens? Then what happens? If somebody has access to that data, that's a scary part, right? If somebody gets, instead of, a legitimate company that is observing my health status and everything, someone else gets that and start to know, oh, I am allergic to some weird substance that they can just, immediately inject or put in my food or something like that. And, you could see targeted, and that's what we could see in movies, by the way, today. a lot of things that we saw in movies back in the, I would say, the 70s and the 80s. We can see them happening today. The same thing that happened in 90s, they're happening or soon to happen. And you can see that's why we call them sci-fi, science fiction, right? Because it's based on a scientific theory, but it's fiction because it's not real. Just like, again, if you take a movie like, again, with the dinosaurs, Jurassic Park. If you think about it, because the writer of Jurassic Park is Michael Crichton, and Michael Crichton is a scientist, right? Then became a writer. So because of his science background, he thought of, oh, what if I found, a preserved gene of a prehistoric animal, and I was able to take that gene and inject it into another, similar, being. Will I be able to create that? Yeah, I mean, it's way far-fetched, because we know in technology today we don't have that, but who knows what we can do, in the future. So these things happen over time, and whatever was fiction is realistic. I mean, if you go to a person, again, back in the 50s, even if you go to Alan Turing and in the 50s, and you would tell him, we'll have a device that will, be able to do what it does today, which is our phones, he'll say you're mad. And he would be, the greatest scientist maybe ever, because he's the one who really made that computer happen, right? That computation power in the palm of your hand. So that's, how we are different. We don't like to be observed. We don't like, at the same time, we have the right, to our own privacy. So who thinks this is good or bad? Could you just, by show of hands, who thinks this is good? Exactly. Nothing is absolute. A gun is not bad or good. It depends on whose hand it is and what they're using it for. Absolutely. It's about the situation. I keep on repeating this over and over again. Nothing is absolute. Yin-yang, good and bad, So it really depends. If I'm a policeman and I'm carrying a weapon, it's really to stop, right, burglars or, whatever. I mean, bad people from doing something. But at the same time, I can abuse that power and use it for my own benefit. And we could see a lot of, bad cases of bad cops. But that doesn't make every single bad cop a bad cop, or every cop is a bad cop, right? The vast majority are good. But then one or two behave in a different way, and then we start, judging the rest of them. Again, human nature. But if we really take the analysis and see, out of, I don't know, how many million cops are around the world, how many that are really corrupt and really bad, you'll find it always as a small percentage. And there comes the tolerance, which is embedded in the IoB. How much is your tolerance? Meaning, for a program to work and that is 99% accurate, what would you consider that? A successful or a failure? Extreme success, right? In the medical field, a doctor that is 99.999 accurate, is that good or bad? Extremely bad. Because look at the number of people. That means the number of people out of let's say, 400,000 people that are seen, 4 are dying. Human life is precious. So not a single human should die because of misanalysis or misdiagnosis or something bad. It should be 100%. So that's the tolerance level that we should apply. So something can go up to 50% maybe. If it's 50% accurate, I'm happy with it. Something that is 70% accurate, that is excellent. So it really depends on the situation and the context. So are guns good or bad? It really depends. It's not in black and white. And with that, I thank you for your time and for listening to me. And this is my contact. If you would like to reach me in any way, there's my phone, there's my email. I'm available. I'm available on LinkedIn as well. And I am at your service, I would say. I believe in sharing of information. I truly believe in that. So you can reach me at any time. And I leave now the floor for some questions if you have any. Okay. Sure.
I think one of the biggest challenges in AI today is the fear of unknowns. Right? The fear of unknowns.
The fear of?
Unknown.
Unknown, of course.
So I think one of the missing elements, I was just referring back to your previous slide, where does the value chain element falls in those buying options that you guys suggested? Value chain, I think, is extremely important for us to reach to the end level of user, to reach to where these are the benefits that we're getting from adopting these. So how do we approach that goal with, to reduce that fear of unknown?
Sure. So she's asking about the fear of unknown and the value chain of how do we really decide whether something is good or bad, or on how to approach it. It's exactly like what I said throughout my speech. It really depends on the situation and how it is, and how sometimes, which is very difficult, we take a leap of faith, right? Because I know this company, so I'll tell you something. How many of you think that Microsoft is doing a great job? 1, 2, 3. In general, I'm not saying about a specific product. Honestly, they're doing a great job. I mean, all of us are using, all their products and services. Yes, we hate the, what happens sometimes, the crashes, or like, when it hangs or something. But why do we hate it? Because we depend on it. Not because it's bad. It's really because it's good. It's just, I'm so frustrated because I don't want it, to stop working. Not because it's really bad. It's really because it's really, really good, and it's helping me do a lot of things. And if I do a lot of things with it, and then when it breaks down, if it breaks down and I don't care, that means I really didn't like that product to start with. So it really depends. Again, the value chain, it needs to be clearly decided by the creator of that content to see how it works in a general environment. And again, it's about the tolerance level, I said. Like in a computer, if a software by Microsoft that runs out of 365 days a year, if it breaks down five days, that's considerably a lot. But again, to us as humans, it's tolerable, right? But if it was used in the medical field, or if it's used in the military field, no, 5 days is way too much. Actually, we're talking about uptime in the cloud computing world of no more 99.59s, but really at 100%. We're talking about 100% uptime, zero tolerance for downtime. Because I'll tell you, UAE is just like Saudi in terms of automation of our government services. Could you just imagine if a government service is down that allows you to renew a passport or to do any of these services? You just go crazy. Because I'm traveling, because I put in mind, I don't need to renew my passport months ahead. I only need to renew my passport just in time, right? But that just in time comes, and then the system is down. I go crazy. We cannot afford that downtime. And of course, that comes to the mother of all things, which is the internet itself. We all remember the incident that happened where a cable was broken in the middle of the sea, and internet was halting, and it was horrible. We all had a huge fright. We all were like, oh God, we're so dependent on the internet. What happens if it doesn't work? What happens if it's not functioning? So I'm happy from having a speed of 500 gigabits per second. Even if I have 50, at least I'm still surviving. So it's really, again, the relevance and how things are done. With that, I thank you very much for your time and for listening to me, and God bless you all.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Usama, for such a brilliant presentation and speech. We really liked it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a really exciting discussion. It's called the Fireside Chat, and the topic is the business case for sustainability tech, balancing purpose and profits. So for this, I would like to invite Ankit Kapoor, the CEO and Director of ESG Private Limited. Can we have a big round of applause, please, all of you? Then we have Raghunathan, the CEO of We Are Tech, LLC. Yes, all of you, big round of applause. And next we have Matthew Zarali, the founder of We Rainers. Yes, all of you, please give a big round of applause. So it will be our fireside chat. I request the coordinators to please place the seats over here for the fireside discussion. Yes, please be seated. Within few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the fireside chat. Yes, all of you, please, let us begin.
Yeah, does it work? Yeah. Okay, let's start. So thanks everyone for being here today. I'm glad to moderate this panel right now and introducing the two incredible entrepreneurs today here. So let's start with Ankit Kapoor, which has 7 years of experience in consulting, manufacturing, and supply chain. He understands geography, dynamics of different industry sectors, and translate market needs into successful product working panel with administration and down up. He has been in management consulting, McKinsey, product manager and second-time entrepreneurs. He holds intense experience in manufacturing of capital-intense products, efficiency managing, and growing supply chains and scaling operations. He has an executive MBA from US, while he also started up his initial renewable energy company, Electric Fish. His goal was to add value as his nation, hence return to India and start with Trijal. He has successfully sold processed industrial materials in highly competitive markets, creating synergies at procurement cycle level, supervised threefold growth in operation while closing portfolio clients. At Electric Bee, he leads products, procurements, partnership, and finance. Big applause to him.
Thank you.
Thanks. And then we have Raghu. He's an entrepreneur based in Dubai. He's an accountant and auditor by qualifications. He has an overall experience of 27 years and 23 years in IT. Raghu has streamlined business processes,
of many large businesses conglomerates in the Middle East and align processes with technologies. He has been mentoring several people in his career and is a great leader who leads the team from the front. Thanks. Let's start with Raghu.
Thanks, Mate. So sustainability, this is the buzzword today, right? People say sustainability, sustainability. What it really means, is it a technology or what it is? It's a way of life, right? This is what we are talking about here. The sustainability tech, how we balance the purpose and the profit. So people always think, okay, if I concentrate on profit, I may not be looking at sustainability, but that's not the case. So today's discussion, with Ankit and myself, it's going to be more on how we achieve the sustainability at the same time we achieve the profit for the businesses.
Yeah, okay, let's start with the first question to Antik. So how balanced is the real equation between profit and sustainability?
Thank you, Matt, for that question. My co-panelists, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you all. I'd rather answer that question, Matt, by putting forth a statement, which I anyways also keep talking about, that no matter how sustainable a solution is, it's only going to sell if it's commercially viable. Now think about it. So what are the top one or two things that come into your mind if you think of sustainability? We want to make this interactive. Anyone from the back, anyone? What do you think when you hear the term sustainability? Okay. Sure.
It's about being able to give more than you take.
Right. True. Okay, so continuity, commitment to be able to give more than you receive. If you and we could go on and on and on, and we could hear 10 or 20 other things, but if you really jot this down, all of this will just subside to three major points when you hear the term sustainability. That A, it's a cost. You would want to give more than you receive. B, it's a legal norm, it's a policy. And C, it's a social responsibility. That is what it is when we hear the term sustainability comes to our mind. But let me break your heart, not in the wrong way, that any one of us or any organization has to go sustainable, not because of any of these reasons. The only and only reason to go sustainable is because it makes perfect business sense. How? I know this might sound weird. So if you look at energy is really the easiest way to decarbonize because irrespective of where you are placed in the value chain, all of us consume energy, whether we are an individual or we are an enterprise or we are an organization. We consume power, this conference, our computers, our home appliances. So the first and very major assumption is that all of us need power and we consume power. The second is the prices of energy and power only keep going up. They never decline. It's simple economics. We draw power out of limited natural thermal resources, which are limited. So the supply is fixed. The demand keeps rising. As I said, we keep on consuming more and more power, so the prices keep rising, right? And the third and most critical barrier to decarbonize energy, which is that the source of energy really that we buy energy from is as is. We take it as a given. We do not have any options around it, at least for the most of us. Like we have options while we are buying our clothes, while we are buying our shoes, or anything for that matter. But a great thing has happened over a couple of years with the advent of renewable energy, that the grid has started to become decentralized. Now, by that, what I mean is that before, the grid used to be very centralized. The generation of power was very consolidated, in a sense.
So the power was only being generated at particular points or controlled by only a few, rather the state. But with the advent of renewable energy, you could, as an individual, as an organization, you could produce your own power, right? So that's broken that barrier, which was very crucial to decarbonize. That now you have other sources of power to buy from. So here a commercial space in Dubai could just be buying power from someone generating renewable energy in Abu Dhabi in an open access model, which is 1/3 the cost of conventional energy. That's one, and great for the environment. So long answer short, to answer your question, I think sustainability and profits are rather on the same side of the equation. The equation is very imbalanced in that sense, and which is good for all of us. They're both just different sides of the same coin. I can keep talking, but I can come back also, Matt.
Okay, thanks, Ankit. So now a question for Raghu. How do you measure and accelerate sustainable growth in tech? And what are the different criteria of this assessment?
Yes, criteria. So as I earlier said, sustainability is a buzzword, people talk about it, and there are many things known and unknown in this. Okay, we are getting into the sustainability at an accelerated pace. So technically speaking, in the 19th century, the sustainability started. But so a lot of governance has come into place. It is getting organized now. The corporates realize, right? Ankit was talking about this corporate social responsibility, which is again linked to sustainability. So when you say sustainability, we are talking, generally we remember only the 3 P's of sustainability. But I would say the 4th P, which is an important one, which is the purpose. Why do you have to do it? What do you achieve by doing it, right? So when you realize that, then the triple bottom line of 3 P's can easily be achieved in sustainability. So the triple P's is, one is very loudly, Ankit had spoken, which is the profit, right? How are you sustainable and at the same time make profit for the organization? Then the 2nd P, we are talking about people, right? How people are important and why they are important, okay, on this. And the 3rd one, obviously the planet, right? Everybody knows, we need to have it ready for the next generations to come in and then create more sustainable innovations. And we need to have, it has to be a, environment friendly habitat for the next generations. So when you talk about the profit, people immediately think, right, yes, a business. As a business owner, I need to make profit. I need to reduce the cost and mitigate the risk. So what do? I reduce on the material or reduce on the manpower. No, they are the human assets we are talking about, right, that we say. Okay, when we talk about how people are important in the 2nd P, we'll talk about it. But profits can be improved in a business. Different businesses see it in a different way. They say, no, I reduce my labor cost so that, I make more profit. My operational cost reduces. No, that's not the only way that the operational cost reduces. So we can be, say, the supply chain, we have to make it so cohesive that, we do down the supply chain as a long term, if we reduce it, say we keep reducing the carbon footprint, okay, which also reduces our cost, our operational cost and the risk. So this is another way of looking at it, how sustainable you can be at the same time, that is contribute to the society and at the same time improve your profitability in the long run. Right? When you just reduce your cost, immediately cutting the cost, it is going to be short term and it is not going to be a long term. So the profit also will not be sustainable if you do it in a short term. Right? The 2nd P that we are talking about, the people. Okay, the how it is important. Is it always the top down that is important? It is, people know about sustainability, it is pushed only from the management? No. So people at the bottom also should know about it. And we need to create a balance between the shareholder and the stakeholder, right? We work for, profitability of the shareholders. The shareholders always think, yes, okay, we think about the shareholders and then say, yes, we need to get profit, right? We also have to look, there are other stakeholders. It could be your customer, your vendor, your employees, where they also should be involved in this. Because when you think about it, and when you are talking about the future, the more people will come and join you, more customers would want to work with you, and more vendors, because they look at you as a long term, and you socially contribute, right? The second P. So the third P, we're talking about the planet. So the planet, when you take care of these things, reduce your carbon footprint, like, he was talking about a lot. One is the availability that he spoke about it, when you privatize this sector, when limited people were handling and it's more people and it's available, you can produce your energy. Okay, this was something. So the planet becomes a more environment-friendly habitat by reducing the carbon footprint for the future generations to come. So we are not thinking about us. Yes, we need more innovations. Okay, earlier we were talking about IoB, IoT, AR, VR, so many things. So this technology has at a geometric progression improved in the last couple of decades or 2-3 decades, right? Prior to that, it was not. So in the future generations to come, it is going to be a more accelerated approach that it is going to be. So because of that, we need to have this planet available for the next generations to come in. At the same time, our business has to be profitable. That is the reason these 3 Ps are very important aspect of this.
Thanks, Raghu. I think is a really important point. So let's go to the second question to Antik. How do you think nations and your organization can add value to this balance?
A great question, by the way, Matt. I'd rather like to answer that in a geographical context, so to speak. So if you talk about cities, I mean, as human species, we all love cities, and Dubai Festival City. So cities really use 5% of the world's landmass. They accommodate more than 50% of world's population and use more than 70% of world's resources. So I think we really need to nip the problem at source. And that is why we as an organization, the majority of our portfolio comes from the CNI sector, cities, right? Essentially for 2 very critical reasons, that A, they have a very high amount of contribution to emissions, and B, that they're extremely cost sensitive. So nations really need to plan least cost resource adequacy. So if you look at Africa, right? Africa is 53% electrified. The balance 47%, so 80% of that balance 47% is going to come from renewables, which I mentioned earlier is anyways 1/3 less expensive than conventional sources. India is a 3 trillion economy right now. It's going to become a 7 trillion economy by the year 2030, which means all of us are going to consume more products, consume more energy. The per capita consumption of power is going to rise by more than 2 times in just less than 5 years from now on. We are at peak demand of 246 gigawatt going up to 366 gigawatt. Generation capacity of 427 gigawatt going up to 900 gigawatt. So what I really mean by that is that this 500 gigawatt split is only going to come from non-fossil fuel based sources, which, as I said, is 300% less expensive and of course great for the environment. So nations really need to implement and plan their renewable energy and storage adequacy in lines with their growing power demand, especially for regions like Asia and Africa. And with that, I think I say this with absolute responsibility, that everyone in this world deserves power, energy, not just the very few who can afford expensive thermal power. So yeah, that.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, maybe my final question to Raghu. Why is sustainability literacy important, and how will this impact businesses and profitability?
Yeah, that's a good question. See, we have been talking about sustainability. As I said, everyone says sustainability. What it is? When you start asking the question, people start thinking what it really means. What is that actually? So the literacy of sustainability is really important, right? Again, the people aspect comes into the place, right? So when you say, awareness, within the business to improve the profitability, we have been, earlier I was saying the 3 Ps are important. So now how do you do this? How do you implement it within the business so that the profitability increases, at the same time people are aware about the sustainability? So it is not just the management, again I'm reiterating what I said earlier, right? It has to reach the bottom line people, right? After all, whoever works closely to the product and services of your business are the best people to give you the solutions, right? Because they are hands-on, they are into that. So how do you do it? See, it can be done in multiple ways. It is not just sending some emails or making them aware in some speech. No, we need to say, yes, sustainability, why sustainability? And we need to be talking in a structured way. So once you create a group, let's say that, a sustainable club can be created within the businesses, and then, people, the employees who come in on really on a structured way, every time, on every town hall meetings, you can talk about sustainability and how it is important for people as well as the business. The social responsibility, because we are talking about the ESG framework, right, within the sustainability, as you all know, right? So, in that sustainability frame, within the framework, okay, the governance part or a social part or an economic part that we talk about here. So we need to get the best ideas from the people and then implement those ideas, okay, onto the business. If you value them, see, we are talking about, the carbon credits, right? Many of you say carbon credit, what is that? Right. See, we are conducting this, Internet 2.0, the conference is being conducted here. Or there will definitely be a carbon footprint on this. So how do you, compensate that? Yes, there cannot be, even within, if you work within the ESG framework, there will be some amount of carbon footprint that we always create, right? So you buy these carbon credits with this, they say, right, you start planting more trees, to compensate the footprint that you created. So this is a very small example that we are talking about, in this, right? And especially this as a concept, sustainability has become more like a study now, in the branch. The Gen Z kids really talk about that, that one good thing that is happening. But we, as leaders, the industry that we have been from years that we have been coming in here has to be more responsible and then make the Gen Z kids understand why it is important. It is not just the self, okay? You also talk about, the next generation to come in while we are talking about it. So you create the sustainable clubs, as I told you earlier, and then like the carbon credits, you give the sustainable points, okay, or the sustainable credits to the employees. This will motivate them, and you can always link it to your appraisal. So this will make them feel that, the company is valuing you, and they are the best people to tell you what is more sustainable, how can we improve the sustainability, which in turn increases your profitability of the organization in the long run. So after all, it has to be the value chain, talking about. It's not a one person or an owner or a manager or the shareholders just thinking, right? It's balancing of the shareholders and the stakeholders that we are talking about. So that is the reason the literacy of sustainability is really important. People should really know what it really means, right? Sustainable, everybody is talking. It is just the energy? No. It is, you feel, yes, that's a very important factor that Ankit was talking about, how you can contribute more, right? And also how you balance the profit by way of, energy and reducing the carbon footprint and the emissions.
Yes, that sounds great. I mean, today's tech is an hot topic, and find the right balance between the two different aspects is going to be really important for our long-term visions of all founders and entrepreneurs. So let's go to the final comments about this discussion, and what do you think about it? How do you would like to close to our audience?
That was quick. Do you want to go, Raghu? I think I'll put my thoughts together.
Yeah, sure. So as we always say, everything starts at home, right? You start at home. So every country, we are talking about, okay, renewable energy, reducing the carbon footprint. Okay, you go to a supermarket and then say, don't use the one-time, the plastic bags. Bring your tote bags or use a renewable bags. So these are very, very small things that we always, think about it, that how I contribute it. I'm no way related to sustainability. An individual comes and says, yeah, correct. But how you can contribute to the society? How you do it and where? So it starts from home. You start it that way. And as I earlier said, the kids, make them aware why it is important. It is for them that we are saying, because it has to be a carbon-free habitat for them in the future. So that is the reason we need to make them aware. And for that, we need to understand what it really means. Every piece of reducing the carbon footprint. So when you say that, and I was mentioning that, you conduct an event and there's a carbon footprint, you start planting the trees, or you buy the carbon credits, and then, oh yes, I've compensated. No, that is the last thing that you need to do. As far as possible, stay within the ESG environment, okay, in that environment, the framework rather. But as far as possible, avoid the carbon footprints. But still, if you have some carbon footprint, compensate it by way, the methods that we discussed, and which is discussed by the WHO and everybody else. So that's it. To close it, yes, every individual in this world is responsible for it, and they can contribute at least a very small percentage onto this.
Great points, Raghu. I think I'd rather like to touch base on a couple of realistic things when it comes to sustainability on an individual or an organizational level, and that I think that is the approach that I follow, because I understand that, as I always keep saying, the only reason people do it is because it's supposed to make a business case out of it. With that, I think I'd like to touch base upon financing renewable energy projects. Until at least 5 years ago, people still had the notion, and we still keep hearing a lot of confusion around getting them financed. So really, getting a renewable energy project financed is relatively cheaper than getting a conventional project financed. So the cost of capital could range between 5 to 15% depending on the economy that you are in. For a classic CNI customer who wants to deploy a renewable energy project, the return on investment ranges between 25 to 35%, which is great. So this arbitrage between the cost of capital and the ROI is super lucrative. Not just that, along with it, as I said, the OPEX, the price that you buy this cleaner power at is 1/3 the price that you buy conventional power at, right? And of course, it's great for the environment. I mean, that is the bells and whistles that comes along it. The business case is just meant for you to do it because it's cheaper. And then, of course, you could also take into account of a lot of green initiatives that keep coming along. So yesterday, I was reading while I was traveling here that Europe has come up with a policy wherein they're saying that beginning 2025, any material that they import from India, if a proportion of energy that is utilized in the production of that material is not coming from a renewable source, then they're going to tax it higher. With that, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are a clean tech energy company, Electric Bee. For those of you all who don't know, we do anything related to energy efficiency, generation, storage. We have a generation capacity of more than 500 megawatt, currently located in Asia, entering the MENA territory as we take on the stage. Happy to chat around it offline with any of you all or even otherwise. I think I'd rather close this. Thank you, Internet 2.0, especially for having us today here. It's been a pleasure. You all have been a lovely audience. Thank you. And the one statement that I began with, that no solution, irrespective how sustainable it is going to sell unless it's commercially viable. So the only reason for an individual, for an organization to go sustainable is that because it's cheap and it makes a brilliant commercial case, and then comes around the environmental benefits around it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So here comes here. Sorry, one more point I wanted to say what we said. Ankit was mentioning so many technical things. That's for a common person I'm talking about, right? I mean, it's really, we understand what he said. So many, we'll be able to appreciate and get into it on the renewable energy front, where we have the literacy. Again, I'm reiterating, it is to reach the common person, a common man, right? When we say, only if it reaches, when you say profit, yes, that's the first thing that eye-opening, right? and then they get into it, and then say why it is important. That's the reason the education is really important on the sustainability to people, so that people appreciate it, and also it becomes cost effective for them and profitable for the businesses to close it. Right? So thank you, everybody.
Great point, Raghu. But I also think we are way too deeply penetrated now into the sustainability world that I think even for the middle-aged generation, a lot of people understand the benefits and the price of not going sustainable. So they know that people and organizations need to put their money where their mouth is. They understand why it is essential, and not just so because that it's cleaner for the environment, simply because it's cheap. So I think the literacy era was late 2000s, 2015 to 2020, but still I think you make a very valid point. That is where you start. That is where you start, and happy to chat around that with any of you all.
That's great. That's great. I think we still have a couple of minutes. If we can open a Q&A from the audience. I don't know if someone has questions. No, I think, yeah. I think it's good.
Yep.
Thanks, everyone. And thanks for this interesting chat file together.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Being a lovely moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mate. Thanks, Ankit. Thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you very much for such an exciting fireside chat discussion. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, we can have a photo session right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the Internet 2.0 conference awards ceremony within some time. But right now, I would request all of you, we have a networking session right now, so you guys can interact with each other, share your business cards, and meanwhile, you can have a coffee break as well. And after some time, we'll be back with the awards ceremony. So thank you very much, all of you. Hello? Hello? May I have your attention, please? Within 5 minutes, few minutes only, we will begin with the awards ceremony. So kindly, quickly, you can have your coffee or something, and then just be back within a few minutes, like 2-3 minutes, because we are running out of time. And after that, there's going to be lunch break. So we need you over here at the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to please be seated. Those people who are listening to me outside the hall, if you can bring in your colleagues inside the hall, because we are about to begin with the recognition and awards ceremony right now. All of you, please be seated, make yourself comfortable. And as it's the conference happening right now, the Internet 2.0 conference, so I request everyone to please make sure that your mobile phones are in silent mode to avoid any kinds of distraction during this amazing, wonderful conference. Thank you. So I think we should begin then. Okay, we'll just wait for a few more people. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to begin with the recognition and awards ceremony, Internet 2.0 conference. So are you guys ready? Yes and no? Yes? Shall we begin? Are you guys excited? Okay, perfect. So now the time has come that we will begin with this amazing recognition and awards ceremony. But firstly, I would like to invite a distinguished personality. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Shalini Singh. Yes. She is the Director of Landscape Outsource Marketing. Oh, okay, you're over here. Nice to see you over here, Mrs. Shalini Singh. And we request you to please speak few words and interact with our audience. We're waiting for you.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all of you. Wow, let's do an action replay. Good afternoon, all of you. Okay, a lot better. So like I've been introduced, I am the Director for Landscape Outsource Marketing. We are a 15-year-old integrated marketing organization based out of the NCR in India. We do everything that falls under the space of marketing, predominantly in the space of augmented reality. A lot of work that we've done stems from different industries, from banking to education to FMCG. It's my honor today to be awarding the delegates here for the exemplary work that they have done in the space of internet and technology. Thank you very much, and I hope you guys have a fantastic 3-day session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Shalini. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be starting with the awards ceremony, and the first person to receive the award is Amol Badgujar. Let us welcome him. Yes, can we have Amol on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Amol Badgujar is the Chief Executive Officer of Integration Wings. Many, many congratulations to you.
So we are Integration Wings. I am the CEO of the Integration Wings. We are an IT consulting and product-based company. We are majorly working with Oracle, Microsoft, Odoo, and Infor for their implementing and consulting products. Also, we have the SCM related product, human capital management related product, verification products. So yeah, and thank you for this lovely award.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amol. Now, the next I would like to invite is Mr. Ankit Kapoor on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ankit Kapoor, who is the CEO and Director of Electric Bee Private Limited, with more than 7 years experience in consulting, manufacturing, and supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ankit Kapoor receiving the Internet 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award.
I'm not very sure what to say. I think I'll keep it very quick. Take your failures with your mind, successes at your heart. Consolidate your wins, cut your losses. Do it, do it, do it until the point it feels like a crime to do it, and still do it. And finally, dopamine is not about the pursuit of happiness, but dopamine is about the happiness of pursuit. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Ankur Narang on stage. Dr. Ankur Narang is the Assistant Vice President of Apparel Group and has 29 years of experience in senior technology leadership positions. He was one amongst top 10 data scientists in India in 2017 and was awarded the top 50 Analytics Award at the Machine Company Conference. We have Ankur Narang on stage, receiving the Internet 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to receive the award. Thanks to the conference organizers. I think my kind of humble submission would be to embrace technology, embrace the change, and grow along with it. Do not fear, and this is the right opportunity to grow your career and have a deep impact on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ankur Narang. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to present you Joseph Dexter on stage. We have Joseph Dexter. He is an entrepreneur and a lawyer who founded the mylegalwiz.com. As an entrepreneur, his mission is not only to adapt to the future but participate in creating it. Congratulations to Joseph Dexter on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you very much, Internet 2.0 Conference, for this recognition. And of course, I believe that every one of us has a role in making the world a better place. In our case, our company, through MyLegalWiz, is to make legal services and knowledge accessible to everyone. So if you want to partner with us and expand this innovation in your country, just contact me. I'm just here during the conference. Thank you.
I would like to invite Ebenezer Daniel on stage, please, receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. Ebenezer Daniel is the Chief Digital Officer at Alessa Med and has over 2 decades of experience in technology, digital marketing, and media. He has been a part of projects for major brands such as Microsoft, General Motors, Excite, and Skoda. Many congratulations to Ebenezer Daniel on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 Conference. Yes, a big round of applause, please, all of you.
Hi, everyone, and it's been an honor receiving this award, and I'm really thankful to my family, friends, colleagues, clients, and overall God who has kept me moving ahead, challenging me daily to keep myself growing in terms of technology, in terms of serving customers and clients. And I've worked on a number of domains. I started off my computing career maybe in 1994, and I received a number of awards, and this award is special for me because it's been, I see ourselves as peers, and as we motivate each other, it really helps me keeping going. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Franz Allen C. on stage, please. Franz Allen. Can we have Franz Allen C. on stage, please? I think this person is not over here. The next I would like to invite is Gaurav Sharma. Gaurav Sharma. Okay. Let's welcome Hassan Daouk on stage. We have Hassan Daouk over here. He is the VP of Sales EMEA at FTC Solar Incorporated and has been working in the renewable energy industry in Dubai for over 13 years, promoting the deployment of solar power across Europe, Middle East and Africa. Many congratulations to Mr. Hassan Daouk.
First of all, thank you so much, Internet 2.0, for this acknowledgement. Starting 13 years in this great country with this great leadership, where solar back then was not the cheapest source of energy, but they believed in solar. And this is really what made solar today, like my peers said, a third of what fossil fuels is. So starting 13 years ago, I really thought solar might be a niche, but honestly speaking, today it's the solution. So I'm really excited and honored to be awarded here. My also award is to see this renewable energy industry growing even better. Thank you so much, and thank you all for this acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan Daouk. Ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Kenneth Damien on stage, please. Can we have Kenneth on stage? Ken. Okay. The next person I would like to invite is Yu Chung Lim. Yu Chung Lim. Yu Chung Lim is a Chief Business Officer at Orion. Many congratulations to Yu Chung Lim. Can you speak few words, please? Yeah. One.
So it is with great honor that I'm receiving this. Thank you, Internet 2.0. Can't be more humbled to be receiving this. Just to share a little story. When I brought my dad to China last year, I knew I just wanted to do it because I wanted to fulfill his lifelong dream. And it is these 5 words that keep me going despite my never-ending roller coaster ride. I am proud of you. That's what he says to me. I remember that, and it keeps me going. It is moments like this to see my family, having fun in the snow, playing like there's no tomorrow. It keeps me going. And the internet industry, has opened up so many doors for all of us. To my team, to my mentors, my buddies, Cal and Nush, wish you guys were here today. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to present you Mustafa Hazim on stage to receive the award. Can we have Mustafa Hazim on stage? Mustafa Hazim is the co-founder and CEO of Gramble. His career includes key roles at Infobip, Signwares and Sinch, where he helped mobile network operators and enterprises leverage advanced communication technologies. Many congratulations to Mustafa Hazim on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Hello everyone, I'm really humbled and honored. Basically, I will thank all the believers who thought earlier, 3 years back ago, that yes, AI and communication, even telecom, should be accessible to everyone, easier, faster, cheaper, and with no code. I would like you guys to support us and to make the first MENA startup, let's say, available everywhere, if that is possible. Thank you so much.
I would like to invite Osama bin Saleh to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award. Usama is an entrepreneur who leads several initiatives and businesses in Saudi Arabia, as well as globally, under Al Faris International Group. He is the group CEO of Al Faris International Group and has been recognized by Arabian Business as one of the 50 people you need to know in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Many congratulations to Usama bin Saleh.
Again, thank you, Internet 2.0, for this recognition. I'm very humbled, and I thank you for this recognition. Again, as I always like to say, there's nothing absolute. We are all good. We have good intentions. However, as they say, the road to hell was paved with good intentions. So we really need to know what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I just urge all of us to share the knowledge and work together, regardless of what regime or government or anything that you belong to. We are, at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we all need to collaborate and make this place a better place. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Usama. I would like to welcome Mr. Raghunathan on stage, please, to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award. Raghunathan is a person with over 25 years of experience in information technology. He is the CEO of We Are Tech LLC. Having started his career as an auditor and accountant, he has evolved into IT to bridge the gap between business and IT and has become an outstanding leader. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Raghunathan on stage.
First of all, thank you, Internet 2.0, for this award. It really means something big for all leaders like us. Profit is something that we make in business, but the recognition like this is a feather on everybody's hat. Yeah. So, guys, keep innovating, but keep it simple. Don't forget the humanity factor in it. There is no end to technology. There is no end to automation. Right? Keep innovating. Thank you.
Now let us present you Swakirt Jain on stage. Swakirt Jain is the founder of Sonko Technologies and AWS Certified Solutions Architect Professional. He has an 8-year track record in technology, evolving from a Python developer to a pivotal industry figure. We have Swakirt Jain receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Hi, I'd like to thank Internet 2.0 for this recognition. And to be honest, I didn't know I was going to speak, so I haven't prepared anything. But thank you for the wonderful introduction. And yeah, I'm just a technology enthusiast and a problem solver. So I'm around for the next 2 days. So come and hit me with your problems and let's see how we can solve them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swakirt Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Swapnil Joshi. Swapnil Joshi is the Vice President of Customer Success and Support at DB Sync and Avankia Software. Leverages his 22 years of experience and education from IIM Calcutta to enhance client experiences and drive growth. His strategic vision and leadership in technology and management have been pivotal in achieving companies' success.
There are some moments in life when you don't have words, and this is one of them. Thank you so much, Internet 2.0, for arranging this and giving me this award of Outstanding Leadership. Today we see a lot of things which can be solved by collaboration, and that is what I'm here for. I work with a company called DB Sync, and we solve problems, and we have automation tools for you guys. So anyone interested, please join us. I'm here for next 2 days. Thank you.
I would like to invite Uma Devi Ravindran on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Uma Devi is the head of Site Reliability Engineering Practice Delivery at HSBC. Has over 2 decades of experience in the banking and technology sectors with expertise in regulatory and strategic technology initiatives. She's now leading a major transformation project to promote site reliability engineering practices worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Uma Devi on stage, and please, if you can speak a few words as you've received the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you. Thank you, Internet 2.0, for this recognition and providing an opportunity to be here. I was wondering why there are no women being invited to the stage yet, so thank you. I think one of the key mantras which I have followed in my entire 22 years of career so far is to keep positivity in everything that you do. You speak, you talk, and you think. I think it's extremely important because throughout in our career, we should be coming through a hell lot of challenges, ups and downs, whether it is professionally or personally. But to swim through that and move ahead, positivity is extremely important. So I think that's something which I would preach, and I would appreciate all of you if you could please preach that in your life. Thank you.
Really nice to see you, Madhavi, and many congratulations to you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next person I would like to invite is Yazad on stage. Yazad is the General Manager of Technology and IT at Sarigama India Limited. With over 20 years of experience in telecom, media and content domains, he has led product development and IT initiatives. Previously, he spearheaded mobile and web application development at On Mobile Global Limited and Vivah.com. We have Yazad receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much, Internet 2.0 conference. I'm really honored to receive this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Yazad. I would like to again call upon those people whose names I announced earlier. Can we have Franz Allen on stage? Is Franz Allen over here? Gaurav Sharma? Kenneth Damien? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a group photograph with all the people who had received the award today. So I request everyone to please come up on stage and have a quick photo session. Yes, all the people who have received the Outstanding Leadership Award.
I can skip it. No, I mean you can have a group photograph. No, do I don't have to, right? No, that's it. Once the photograph is ask them, people who have the interviews and get the interview done. Tell me after this, like when will be there, like after the photo session, there's lunch break or lunch break. And also, before we wrap up, please get your interview slide.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, many congratulations. Can we have a big round of applause for all these people who have received the award today? All of you smile. Congratulations. It's a moment of celebration. One more time, audience, give a big round of applause, to all of these achievers receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. And I would like to thank Shalini Singh, the Director of Landscape Outsource Marketing. Thank you very much, Shalini Singh, for being over here.
Have a great day, all of you, and make some great contacts. And to all the technology nerds out here, if you want to discuss marketing technology, you know who to get in touch with. We're here for the next 3 days. Have a great day.
Yes, thank you very much, Shalini. Thank you. I would like to make an announcement. It is that we are excited to share that our upcoming editions in Las Vegas and Dubai are getting filled with speakers, sponsors, and exhibitors. If you want to enroll yourself for the next editions, you can get in touch with our team at the exhibit booths or reach out to Jaffin Sidhu of the 2.0 conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come that we will be having lunch break right now. But I request everyone to please be back on time, like at 1:30 p.m. We will be having another exciting sessions for all of you. And those people who have received the award, there's going to be an interview outside the ballroom. So after the lunch, whenever you're free, please make sure that you are outside the ballroom at the registration desk, and we will be having your interviews. Thank you very much, all of you. Enjoy your lunch.
Check, check.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Internet 2.0 conference. This is your host, Sheikha FIFA. I hope that all of you had a wonderful time during your lunch, and we had the networking session as well. So I hope that all of you have exchanged business cards with the people you have networked with. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the keynote session within few minutes. So I request everyone to please be seated, and then we will begin. Okay, so shall we start? Yes? Shall I begin? I should continue? Okay, I think everything is perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our keynote session. The topic is, the future is now. No-code strategies for AI-enhanced unified communication. So, this session is all about using AI to improve how we communicate in our businesses without needing to write any code. Ladies and gentlemen, for this, I would like to call upon Mr. Mustafa Hazem, the co-founder and CEO of Gramble. Please give a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I really hope you enjoyed the lunch and that you are not sleepy. Yeah? So my name is Mustafa. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Gramble. I'll try to be fast and not make it so complex and difficult for you. Try to explain a very complex industry in few slides. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, in almost 100 years back ago, Alexander Graham Bell created the first communication channel, which is the phone. And since then, communicating with our customers became really important. Usually businesses, they want to communicate with their customers, keep the relation on. So engagement is a priority, because if we don't have no customers, any business have actually no business. So if you go through the history, you will see that businesses have been always trying to adopt to any channel or new channel to communicate with their customers. First one was the telex. And then after that, fax came in. Everybody tried to jump on to the fax. And then, if you believe, this is the first website of Apple. Every company wanted to create their own website to be able to let consumers to come and check what they offer, what kind of services, and then email. However, there is more than 5 billion consumers or people nowadays are on omni-channels, or what we call unified channels. And this number is growing. So it's not longer something optional that we can say, you know, we might introduce those channels or might not. Especially Generation Z, the young people. We are talking about people from 18 to 25 years old. They don't want to call any business anymore. They don't want to send emails to communicate with us. However, especially in this region, we are so much dependent on email and phones. I thought this is something bad. However, I figured out that in Germany, they still use fax. So we are good. But imagine when you need to know about something, first thing you do is go to Google, right? You search about things on Google. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of our consumers. We want to chat. We want to get the answer immediately. We don't want to call or send an email. So there is around 400 million businesses around the world. Only 10 million out of those 400 are using unified communications. And the reason? Because it's complex, very expensive, it's time-consuming, and it requires coding. But a lot of us, including those 390 million businesses, they don't know what is an API. Who does here know what is an API means? Good. We have 3, 4, 5 people. 5 people out of the rest. So it's the statistics is showing that, okay, it's not possible. Even if we want to, it's not possible. To add on that AI, it's mission expensive or mission impossible. If you are not able to use the basics, or what we call now something that is really important, like WhatsApp, Google, business messaging, Instagram, etc., how should we add AI on top of that? Are you crazy? No, actually. What we are trying to do at Granville is enable every business to move from this, what for a lot of us looks like Chinese, to this. Connect any AI model to any provider, to any channel, to any endpoint with no code within minutes. So you take your data, drag and drop it to any AI model. And when we say AI model, it's not ChatGPT, okay? It's a big difference. Because we enable you to connect to more than 100 AI models, including Falcon, including Llama 2. OpenAI is there, of course. And then connect those to your channels. So if I'm searching on Google, I find your business, I find a chat, I press on that, and then I'm able to communicate with your business and ask about your business in any language. Here in Dubai, we have more than 100 nationalities. A lot of them, they don't speak English and Arabic. A lot of them, they are, English is there, okay, but if they want to know something, they prefer to speak in Russian, in Chinese, in Hindi, Urdu, Turkish, whatever it is. So, again, drag and drop your data, connect it to any channel, communicate with any customer in any language. It's no code, it's super fast, it's super easy, and affordable, starting at $99. I think every business can afford it, right? I was supposed to show you a demo. I just figured out today that I'm not able to do that. So, however, later on, we'll keep this for Q&A, and maybe I can go through questions. And maybe if we have a volunteer, we can then do a quick Q&A about a specific industry. A fun fact, there is 75% of consumers who actually don't want to call on the phone. They prefer chatting. So if you don't have those channels, you are losing 75% of your consumers. A quick question. How many, or what is the percentage of consumers leaving after one single bad experience? Which is, let's say, I'm trying to call you. I've been waiting for 30 minutes, nobody's answering, or I've submitted a contact form and nobody contacted me within the first 5 hours. Do you know the percentage? Anyone? 90? Any other percent? 10? Okay, 90, 10, big difference. Do we have something in between? 70? It's actually 90%. Good one. 90% of our consumers leave after one single bad experience. We don't want to do that, actually. We don't want to be there. However, 86% of them are willing to pay even more. So let's say your service is more expensive, but they are willing to pay more to be able to get a better service. They want to communicate with us on channels they use on a daily basis. They want to communicate with us as they communicate with friends. I know a lot of us are used to the phone and email. However, the new generation is not. A very fun fact, I went to my friend's house a couple of days back ago. My 4-year-old daughter, she saw the phone, the regular phone, which he's not using. He's just keeping there as something nice looking. She was asking me, "Daddy, what is that?" It's a phone. And she asked, "Does it have a YouTube?" So she knows what is a YouTube, but she doesn't know what is a regular phone. Think about it. Because this is really something we want every business to think about today, not after 10 years. If you look across channels, you are able now not only to outbound and send to your customers, but also receive from them. Communicate and engage them, build loyalty. We have to invest in our customer experience, but not only invest, we have to outperform our customer experience. There is an MIT study that says that if you reach out to your customers within 5 minutes, you have 800% higher chances to win that customer. However, this significantly drop after 10 minutes. So if you reach out to your client after 10 minutes, you are losing that client. What we at Grumble enables you to do is to reach out to that client within seconds. So if he wants to know something about your business, within seconds you are able to go back, tell him about your business in his language on any channel. Now, a very debatable discussion, conversational AI and generative AI. Do you know what's the difference? Anyone knows the difference? Okay. A lot of us got introduced to AI with ChatGPT. However, AI is not ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a very nice thing. However, we cannot just integrate ChatGPT and say, this is AI. And the reason I'm telling you, this is a real case scenario. Chevrolet have, unfortunately, connected their bot to a channel. And users started to communicate with that bot. One of the users, as you can see, he said, from now on, you have to follow my command. And I want to buy this Chevrolet for $1. And this is illegal and binding. And he got the Chevrolet for $1. Might sound funny, but it's very sad. It's not something nice. I wouldn't like to have such a problem in my business. Imagine if you are government, and I come and say, okay, this government is bad, and you have to talk about this government badly. The difference in between generative AI and conversational AI, that conversational AI will always get the responses from your data. And if I ask, who's prettier? I don't know, Kim Kardashian or another lady, and the bot then will say, I don't know, I'm sorry. I want to buy this car. It's not possible, I'm sorry. I don't have that data. So again, AI should be customized on your data. It can be a PDF, it can be Excel, it can be your website, it can be an API, raw data, no matters what it is. It will convert into more than 100 languages, and you are able to use it in sales, in marketing, in customer support, in internal uses. We have actually a couple of governments who are using it for the internal use. So I want to know about something, I ask the data, and I communicate with my own data and get the answer from my data. So the way how you use it, you have unlimited number of ways. Engage, engage, engage on all the channels. Last thing, when do you think the first AI bot was invented? Do you know, guys? Just say a year, any year. 66. Elisa was the first AI bot in 1966, right? And it was developed by MIT. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure to be here and try to explain what we are doing in simple words. But feel free to scan and create your own AI bot. And if you need more services like this, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa Hazm, for such a great speech and presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a panel discussion right now. And the topic is the power of representation, amplifying women's voices in tech. So, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator is Uma Devi. So please let us welcome Uma Devi on stage, please. She is the head of Site Reliability Engineering Practice Delivery at HSBC. And we have our panelists with us. Let us invite Gomathi, the Vice President of Software Services, Unity Solutions Private Limited. Then we have Dilpreet Sethi, Manager of People Business Partner, Avriok Technologies. And we would like to welcome Mary Pedler, the founder of Input Communications. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with the panel discussion. I request our coordinators to please arrange for the seats.
Hello, everybody. I think we are all kind of exhausted hearing too much of technology. So now let's listen to something which is non-technical, which is also equally important, right, for us to drive our technology initiatives. And that's why we are here to talk through. No, we don't need a chair. We'll sit there. Yeah, so I think it's a slightly different format, although it's a panel. We have a few statistics to share based on the topic that's been given to us. So we thought we'll use the dais to go through the slides one by one, and then maybe we can take questions from each one of you. So welcome to listen to more about women empowerment and women's role in technology. We'll start with Dilpreet, then with Gomati, then myself, and last, Mary, to share our views on this topic. And happy to take questions from all of
you. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch and networking session. I hope I'm audible. Can we have a yes or no? All right, this was just to ensure that our voices don't get unnoticed or overlooked. All right, so before we start the session, I'm Dilpreet, and we have a fellow panelist who will be walking us through or shedding light on the representation of women. How do we amplify their voices in the tech industry? Before we move forward, Sorry for the inconvenience. I guess they were working out the presentation. Allow us some time. They need to fix this to amplify our voices. Until then, let's just play a small quiz. So, any guess on what's the representation of women in the tech industry? You're near to that. Anyone more guess? Okay, we'll look at the slides to have the answer then. We'll talk both. It's overall tech.
Sorry, I think they have some technical issue to get hold of the presentation. By the time they come back with it, maybe you can just throw the topic back to the audience here. It's happy to hear from you because it's not about women empowerment as such. It's about the women's role in technology, how women can add value in the technology space. So I know it's a hot topic across all organizations. You keep hearing about diversity things. So maybe we can throw the question back to the dais here by the time they fix the presentation thing. Did you ask the question? What is the diversity percentage?
No, that was the percentage I asked.
Yeah, but what was our response we got?
The response is not the correct answer. We'll show it in the presentation.
Maybe from each one of your organization, can someone pinpoint the initiatives that your organization is taking to improve the role of women in technology, to improve the performance, not just in terms of number, not just in terms of statistics, in terms of the initiatives, core initiatives that are being picked up? Anybody who would be interested to speak? Yes, please. Do you need the mic?
So we make these initiatives to be a little more to try and balance the gender ratio in the office. That's the first objective of doing that. We do face a few challenges. So in my previous organization, I built a 15-strong women engineering team. Right? They did data analytics and they got certified. There were a few challenges that we faced because which I was going to pose as a question to you all of how an organization should actually deal with that. But we do definitely try, and I find that it's a lot easier to hire women for workforce because they are a lot more honest when they come to what they say on their resume versus what they actually know, as opposed to hiring a male candidate who generally believes that they know more than what they actually know, right? So, and that's why we found that it's much easier, and that we get, we know we've hired the right person when we hired a woman over a man in our organization. So that's one of the initiatives of us. And then if I could pose a question to you guys, and feel free to answer, right? I mean, see, what we've understood is that when we usually hire women, as time goes on and women begin to start families and priorities begin to change, it becomes a really challenging effort for the organization to support that, right? It's challenging. So we're very, very easy with the maternity leaves and. If there's any additional support, but then we found that we had a very good candidate she was not getting much support from her family because they were like, oh, you know, now you should be looking after your family, you should not be working. We gave her options and, you know, look, just work from home, do whatever you have to do to like keep your family happy, but there was nothing that we could do, and eventually she resigned. So what advice do you guys have for organizations like us to deal with something like that?
Thank you. Sure.
So I come from Business Solver India. We are a Chicago-based company in US healthcare. And post-COVID, I think it is a good opportunity for all the working women with the flexibility we are giving, especially Business Solver is promoting, like we give working women flexible hours to work. And I think it's not about women empowerment or as we heard earlier also, every people are equal, they have equal capabilities. It's just giving more flexibility to women since they are doing both like housework, managing the family. So giving them flexible hours and getting out their capability is where we find like it's more helpful post-COVID with the work from home model. Thank you.
Thank you. I think they were quite insightful and I would say empathetic. At least people realize the situations and are keen about or are clear about what are the kind of situations that women employees are generally exposed to. So I think we can hear more from Dilpreet. She's an HR professional, so she clearly understands the nuances of these things. So let's hear from her further. We'll come back to the points that have been called out, especially I think the element of honesty, which, sorry, I didn't get your name. The element of honesty that you mentioned, I think we really need to hear more about that when we go through our presentation. Thank you. Dilpreet, over to you.
Thank you. All right, so we had responses saying 40%, 29%, whereas the answer is 33% of the workforce represents women employees in any tech industry. Moving forward, well, there's a lot of technical glitch, I guess. Presentation's not working. No. Content is not there. We'll have to do that now. I'm just waiting for a last try because there are a lot of stats around that we'd like to show. Yes, this is worldwide. Yes. Anyhow, until they get the presentation back to the original mode, let's just talk more. So while we see that the technology, the industries are expanding, they're exploding and hiring new talent in this entire space, we also know that the industries like the CGP products, wearables, hardware, software are hiring more of women workforce now. But again, the gender diversity gap is too much, and we still rename this tech industry as only the boys' club. So where is gender diversity? We have few facts around. Let's just talk. It's not working. So 50% of our female associates, they leave their jobs by the age of 35 because of the lack of job advancement opportunities that they could get, or because of the lack of support that organizations could extend to them. We have 50% women who report harassment at workplace, and only 20% of this gets reported and addressed. Our female founders get only 2% of the VC funding. Well, I'm not playing with the presentation, I guess. Women make up to only 47% of the workforce in US. Amazon itself has only 45% of the female representation of their workforce, whereas it's 29% at Microsoft. The representation of women in the tech industry has only increased by 1% in 2022. Women have only 28% of chances to become a manager as compared to 40% of men. Further, The average salary of women employees is $15,000 less than what a man earns, and 38% of these women are complaining about their salaries. They're not happy with them. 30% of women over 35 are still in their junior roles, whereas it's only 5% of the male. 52% of the diverse women in tech rate their work-life balance as extremely poor. 4 startups out of 1 is only for female associates. 80% of women are promoted to manager for every 100 men. Surprising figures? Indeed. So we still have a gap in the gender diversity here. How do we fix this? We have some market strategies that I'd like to navigate, and further we'll also talk about some practices adopted by organizations that are certified Great Place to Work for women. Some strategies that could work: networking, skill baiting, and experience sharing for females, mentorship program for their career progression and advancement, visibility and representation. Today we have a beautiful platform here where all the females in this panel are going to represent and talk about how we can amplify women's voice in tech industry. Providing them education and training at an early age, encouraging them to adopt technology and indulge in STEM courses or coding languages. Advocacy and allyship, it has to be organic, guys. We just can't expect women to have a representation without your support. It has to come from each of us. Create an environment which is inclusive, which has belongingness, which is diverse. Have that environment which is organic in nature and which encourages females to step up into different positions and have a good career ahead. Investment and funding, provide them access to the sources. Have funding opportunities for them, give them the platform to become women entrepreneurs, encourage their support. Communication and collaboration, encourage in meaningful communication, create a more inclusive, healthy environment, indulge in a dialogue, have open communication, be transparent in your approaches. Some great practices that we can embrace in any organization would be offering them equal pay and benefits. Yes, there are definite benefits, but then still not enough. Leadership development programs. We have beautiful programs like Ken Blanchard Situational Leadership. Enroll your female associates in that. That will help them step up into their career ladders. Representation and decision making. Have women representation in executive committees and different employee resource groups. Let them make a say. Let them make a decision. Zero tolerance for harassment and discrimination. Diverse hiring practices. Indulge in blind screening. Give them the opportunity to come back after their maternity and join their career back. Give women who have a career gap, come back to their roles. Professional development opportunities, chart out their career ladders, tell them what's in store for them. Tell them what's in there, after 5 years, where do they see themselves in the organization? There has to be a roadmap for them. You can't just make them work and have no career opportunities for them. Regular feedback and recognition. This is one platform where we are being recognized, so definitely, please have more such platforms. A very beautiful story that I'd like to share. This is a real life example, guys. When the COVID stuck, my mother, who runs a school, was unable to carry it out. She was a non-tech savvy person, but today she embraced the technology by saying age is just a number. She ran her school through WhatsApp. She took examinations, she enrolled the classes, she encouraged students to come online and participate in the creative lessons, etc. But she didn't do this alone. This was support that my dad extended to her, and this was unconditional support. I guess women out there, please embrace this beautiful journey of women empowerment and just be what you want to be, because you have everything in you. So aspire and dream and accomplish. Thank you. I'll give it to Uma now.
Sorry. Hi, good afternoon and all. I think in the topic of amplifying our own voices, the systems actually muffled our voices, ironically. Sorry for the delay. Okay. So I'm Gomati Vishwanathan, and I am from Chennai, India. And at Unimity Solutions, I guide teams in creating wonderful software products and services. And personally, I am very, very strong believer that the empathy and genuine compassion as a woman that I bring to the table adds values in making sure that every interaction we have is fruitful and makes the world a better place for each and one of us. Now, coming to the topic, the theme amongst us we have chosen that I would be covering is certain self-strategies that as a woman we can take to make ourselves heard better and looking at the immediate influence of the circle that we have. So, getting on to the topic straight. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Go back. Fine, thanks. Yeah, fine. So, coming to this particular topic, how many of us who are women here, despite our strides, we feel that we are still not being heard? I think most of us do have that feeling in a corner of our minds that still we are not being heard to the extent we have to be heard. And the reason for this, in my perspective, is that though as societies and as organizations, we are consciously making sure that there is no gender disparity and there's no gender disparity, and we're making sure that the socio-cultural stereotyping is getting, removed as far as possible. There is the fact of the matter that women still need to really do multitasking, have much more responsibilities at the home front, at the personal front, which inevitably makes women challenged in terms of time and travel. So they have a disadvantage, which is a practical disadvantage. So what are the measures that we as individual women can take? So I was just trying to put my thoughts to it here. So if we look at the circles in which we are all bound by, it is our individual selves, then our immediate families, then we have the academics and the organizations, then we have at the broader level the society and the governments. Now, just looking at certain simple strategies for women to move from self-doubt to self-care and self-attainment, I think the very first problem that we face as women is that with self-doubt being in forefront of our minds, we either become too loud and sound like we are being bossy, or we just shut down. I think we should strike the right balance there, and to strike the right balance, I think the fundamental aspect is that for us to be heard, we have to be relevant and we have to be on top of the game. And for this, naturally, it progresses into sharpening our technical acumen. So as women, we should consciously make sure that we take the right steps, we hone our technical skills and move in the right direction. And then we have to move on to finding inspiration, drawing inspiration from around us. We have socio-cultural, historical women who have achieved so much in the past. Right to, even in the morning discussions, we were talking about Turing, but nobody spoke about Lady Ada Lovelace, who was also is considered as the world's first computer programmer, woman programmer. So to, modern day technical evangelists, there are so many women out there who are proving, leave alone, in the technical space, even in the common day-to-day life, down the street we have a women seller, we have house helps who have their own bucket list of issues and still they are achieving. So drawing inspiration is an important aspect for any woman. And we should look at being inspirational to our daughters, to our students, to our junior colleagues. So we have to set our targets correct. And amidst all this, women tend to, forget about self-care. And what happens is that women get burnt out easily, their EQs get challenged, and once they take the conscious efforts to make sure that they take proper self-care, then they are able to, speak up in a more coherent and a more relevant manner. Now, as a toolkit for women to be more heard, quote unquote, in the technical industry, I think the power map that I can see is you start with building your technical acumen, then look at community supports that are available. It can be, a simple local community support to, LinkedIn kind of specific channels. Other important thing is to look out for mentors and sponsors within the organization who can guide you, support you, and look at online and offline networking opportunities, and as women, never shy away from grabbing opportunities that present to you. Coming to technology industry specifically, so I was just trying to put out a blueprint for women who want to dive into technology. There are various opportunities, avenues for women. When it comes to research and development, women can easily capitalize their mindset of dedication. And a lot of governments, like in the Indian government, they have schemes like Serb Power, Wise Kiran, and so on. I'm sure almost all governments are going in that direction now. Women can capitalize and prove a mark in that. When it comes to MarTech, I think women are natural communicators. Women know how to explain and teach things because they do it for their children. So it comes naturally. So explaining about a product and expanding about its capabilities is something that they can do naturally. And project management, yeah, I'm sure women have their innate abilities to run households and manage things. And technology, of course. To do all this, they have to look at the correct channels that they have to tune into and make a mark. And similarly, quality assurance and compliance, these are areas where women can, capitalize on remote working abilities and work as individual contributors. Then, of course, I'm just touching upon family in particular, because family matters is something that is very, very important. Many women, I think they tend to not explain or share their career ambitions with their family members. And there are also family members who have a lot of insecurities that come in the way of women being encouraged. So the moment women try to explain it out to the family members and try to tap into the correct people set within, that's going to be of immense help to women. When it comes to the broader academics and organization, my co-panelists will be sharing more on that. They have shared already. My only 2 cents in that is that organizations and academics should understand that women have creativity, multitasking ability, and their motherly nature that's going to come a great way in their contributing. And what women need is not preferential treatment, it is more of a leveled playground so that they can shine as natural, contributors. Concludingly, I would like to say that as women, we should avoid getting intimidated easily, and we should ensure that we are able to go for it and not over-seek validation. Because as women, we are wired to seek validation and get intimidated very easily. So let's work on our EQs also as an individual. So these are the strategies at an individual level that I wanted to share specifically. Thank you. Now my co-panelist Uma will take over.
I'll use the mic. I guess we chose a non-technical topic, that's why we're facing technical issues with our presentations. Anyway. Okay, so I think we heard quite insightful information from Gomati and Dilpreet on the general stats around women employment in different industry. I come from a digital transformation background, and having managed quite a few implementations in that space in the last 22 years, I wanted to bring the value, the value of collaboration and how women can add value there. The principle of collaboration and how, because collaboration is something which is an extremely important element for any digital transformation initiatives to be successful. So it's a space where women have their own strengths, their own skill sets, which can actually add value. And that's something which I wanted to demonstrate through a couple of slides here. So I think digital transformation, I know we have, one of the days we have a few speakers who are going to go through more in detail on the digital transformation topic. But I think the fundamental thing which we need to understand when it comes to any transformation is a close alignment between business and technology. And that is where I'm just trying to help, to share some information, share some insights around how business and technology needs to be aligned when it comes to any transformation initiative and how women can contribute towards that. So I'm borrowing some stats, courtesy MuleSoft. They have done some research, some surveys in the past and came up with some interesting information on this topic. What were the key driving factors behind IT and business alignment? Do you agree to the aspect that business and IT needs to be aligned, first of all? Exactly. So to arrive at that conclusion, there was some research that this organization had done to understand the need, the key drivers behind IT and business to be aligned. So you can see some of the elements there. The key drivers or the key reasons behind, the trigger behind the alignment. Of course, the need for greater productivity, the need for faster innovation, the need to improve collaboration, which is one of the topic, the basic topic that I'm trying to cover in these slides. The need to respond to COVID-19. So by the way, this research was done post-COVID-19, so that's why that became one of the key drivers there, because people did suffer, industries did suffer because of non-alignment related issues. Desire to reduce costs. I think that's one of the major drivers, right? I'm sure most of you will agree to that, right? Because technology, IT decides on certain things, but business pulls it down, right? In terms of prioritization, they kind of pull down the focus around it, saying that's not business focus. So that's exactly one of the drivers behind. And the need to improve customer experience, which is extremely important, and drive from the leadership team. Basically, the agenda driven from the top. So what the graph speaks is, as you can see, from almost all the drivers, what technology speaks and what business speaks is almost the same in terms of percentages. So there is a need clearly, even if you look at IT and business silo-wise, they're talking the same thing. That's what this graph says. Okay, so these were the key drivers behind, for organizations to start focusing on initiatives like digital transformation to make sure that business and IT is aligned and we have the right kind of output from those initiatives. So I just wanted to show the statistics around that. How many of you agree with the point there? Some actions taken for alignment. Reduce or eliminating organizational silos. It's essential, right? It's a basic thing which is required. If some teams have to be aligned, the teams need to stop working as silos. Right? They have to work collaboratively. They have to work together. So that was one of the action that was expected out of all these statistics that people decided to focus on. Automation initiatives, the key thing, right? We definitely need to improve on productivity. Integration of IT and business agenda. I think it's pretty straightforward. And last but not the least, the topic which I was touching upon, digital transformation, right? So, let me just quickly go around. And by taking these actions, there has been a lot of benefits that some of the industries who have already acted on these have come across, and you can see some of the improvement in those percentages there compared to what it was in the past. I think before they started taking these actions, it was in the range of 20 to 25%. They've been able to lift it up to 50 plus by doing this. We are still way behind. Not every organization has hit these numbers. But it's important that we focus on these things. And that takes me to my next slide on how women can add value to these. So we saw the technology focus in general. What are the areas which technology generally focuses, right? Today's technology focus in terms of their investments, in terms of their initiatives. Of course, to build better security solutions. AI and machine learning is, of course, the core focus nowadays. Data analytics, yes. Microservices, and of course, API monetization. All these are hardcore technology investments which are happening in today's world. Now, what business gets out of this? What business looks from all these things? Operational efficiency, clear? You give them 1,000 tools. If it's not going to be effective operationally, they're not bothered. They're just not interested. If their processes remain to be complex, business processes, they're not interested in those tools. You give them anything. Consumer behavior. Ultimately, who's the user there? The customers, right? And if the customers are not able to use those technology or it's not aligned with their expectations, it fails. Creating value chain, somewhat related to the previous bullet point, right? Unless you have benefits coming out of these, nobody's interested to invest. Data-driven, extremely important, right? Any initiative, any business decision is based on data. So if the data, they don't get the right kind of data, it's not going to help them. Now, in all these things, as you can see, the left-hand side bar is actually leading or is supposed to be helping business in driving those 5 elements on the right-hand side, right? Now, how does women's strengths or women's basic skill sets help to fix these things or to fix the gaps? I wanted to touch upon some of the qualities, some of the innate qualities in women, which can help you drive this alignment between technology and business. Empathetic approach. How many of you agree to that? Women are strong in that. No offense to the male colleagues here. Just wanted to call out some of the key strengths in females which organizations should be banking upon to drive their digital transformation initiatives. Women are genetically tuned to be more empathetic. It's not my opinion, it's a proven fact, scientifically proven fact. Inclusive thinking. Agreed? Customer friendly and understanding. Why do you see so many receptionists or front-end employees more of females? Have you ever thought about it? Again, no offense, please. It's again because females are genetically tuned. They are more, to deal with the customers, to be more empathetic. They're more sober. They understand people. They are more, the previous point, inclusive thinking. They try to approach people more sensibly. Sorry if I do use the wrong word. Effective communication. Again, a strength which generally females possess. Social. Who are more social in general? Females. Sure. Maybe I'll complete and then I'll come back to you. I'm happy to listen. Yeah. But in general, women are considered to be more socially friendly. And that's why the impact of having a virtual community and driving it properly to drive, to ensure that there are aligned conversations happening with people. statistics have proven that women stand better in those areas. Organized approach. Maybe one quick example. Most of the secretaries that we have, the EAs we have, are females. It's primarily because it comes from this quality. They know how to organize things better. So the point I'm trying to say here is these qualities which women generally possess will really help you to have a very collaborative conversation between technology and business and to drive your digital transformation initiatives or any transformation initiative for that matter to make it successful. A clean handshake. Okay, so that's the point I just wanted to communicate. I would strongly request or recommend organizations to bank upon these qualities in female employees that will really help them to drive their transformation agenda. You want to take your opinion now or maybe end? Yeah, please. Back to the slide, yeah, sure. It's gone? Mm-hmm. Okay. Absolutely. No, I completely agree. As I said earlier, it is not about excluding, it's about banking on some of the incremental strengths which women employees generally possess. And that will actually help organizations to drive their initiatives. And it is good for us to realize the values that people bring in. I think one of the key problems that we have been facing, at least in most of the assignments that I've had in the industries that I've worked at, you don't realize, you don't try to assess the actual skill sets or strength of your people. You just go and designate some role to them and you expect them to deliver. When it doesn't match with their core skills, it doesn't match with their core strengths. So it will be good if you are able to assess what our people possess, and this applies to everybody, it's not just limited to women, it's even across board, right? Anybody for that matter. We really need to understand what values that person can contribute to the role and accordingly assign the role to the person. And this is something just given that we're talking on women empowerment or women representation, it'll be nice to understand what values your women employees can bring on the table and then accordingly give them the right roles. Okay? All right, I'll hand over to Mary for the last topic.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well? Many thanks to the previous panelists who gave a lot of statistics, and I would like to present a topic in a more, let's say, positive way and share my own experience in working in a man-centric world of tech. Just to remind about myself, my name is Mary, and I'm the founder of Input Communications, which is a Dubai-based PR agency, and we're working mostly with technological companies, and my agency consists of 90% of female employees. So I was always very skeptical when I was seeing the panels and keynotes about discussing women in tech, amplifying women in tech. For me, everything was quite obvious. I was always thinking that men have more, better analytical skills, and it's easier for them to go deeper into technical stuff and to manage business and to stay more cold-blooded. And I'm a very social person, and I have a lot of male friends. And one night I was sitting with my male friends, and we were discussing the topic of intelligence and the difference between men and women. And for me, everything was quite obvious, that men have more skills to run business successfully. And to my surprise, the rest people in the room, which were 4 or 5 my male friends, they were saying the opposite things. So we argued a lot, and now you don't need to argue, right? You just Google things, you come to some arguments, and now we have a more sophisticated technology as ChatGPT. So we asked ChatGPT, and our prompt was, what are the differences between men and women in terms of cognitive skills? So, let me read the answer of ChatGPT. Men and women generally have similar cognitive skills, but there are some differences. First point, verbal abilities. Women often outperform men in verbal tasks, particularly in language fluency and usage. So the first point goes to women. Spatial abilities. Men often perform better in spatial tasks, like visualizing objects in 3 dimensions. So this point goes to men, but what it is about? Basically, it is about estimating distance, fixing equipment, and doing engineering stuff. So nothing to do with business, right? The third one is mathematical skills. No consistent gender difference depends on task complexity and training. So the point goes to both genders. And number 4 is memory. So ChatGPT is saying that women tend to have better episodic memory, especially verbal memory. So, of course, there are some cultural aspects and the mission in our head to keep the household and be responsible for family's duties. But by the end of the day, we have the same abilities or even more capabilities to run business, to build big brands, to keep up with stress and be more empathetic with people, and especially employees. So the only enemies that we have, girls, are us. And as I said, I run a business which consists like 90% of female, and don't perceive me as a sexist. That was not done for a reason. It's just happening like this. And feedback that I receive always from people during the last 3 years as we're on the market is that we're the most easygoing team, and it's quite easy to work with us. So we have a very friendly environment, we have flexible hours, we don't have any hierarchy at the company, and at the same time everyone is very responsible. We're always meeting KPIs, we don't miss the deadlines, and I think this is because we're mostly consist of girls who are very kind and empathetical together with us. So, and at the same time, we work in the male-dominant industry. So how do we keep up with this? And I got an answer. Working with men partners, and by partners I mean clients and contractors, is the most smooth process that we ever experienced, and because they listen to women more carefully, they respect them, and then they don't need to show their power, as so the process is more smooth than if it could be a man-man dialogue. And recently we have joined another very challenging industry, which is Islamic finance and Islamic banking, where the founders of the companies are mostly like men who are very deeply into religion, Islam, and here we feel even more respect. So men are in position where they trust you their reputation and the reputation of their companies. So again, the only enemy is us, and I hope to inspire young girls and to get rid of the myths, and the real world is really open for new female talents. Thank you. Any questions? No?
Any questions? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, you have a comment and observation. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, she had.
It's not a question.
It's her organization. Yeah, she runs a communication startup, so that proves. Thank you for calling that out.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies. It was a really amazing panel discussion. Right now, I would like to present an Outstanding Leadership Award to Dilpreet Sethi. So I request Dilpreet Sethi, the Manager of People Business Partner, Everyop Technologies, to please come on stage. And all of you please give a big round of applause to this amazing lady, Dilpreet Sethi. So we will be presenting the award to Dilpreet Sethi. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we'll be having one more panel discussion. Congratulations, Dilpreet Sethi. I hope that everyone is enjoying the Internet 2.0 conference. And, okay, yeah. Go on.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this recognition, and this purely is because of the allyship that I have. Like I said, that women's voice can be amplified if they have unconditional support. This one comes from my family, my dad, my brother, and two best friends, one in the US and here, one in Abu Dhabi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilpreet Sethi. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a really exciting another panel discussion right now. The topic is unlocking the power of cloud, transforming traditional industries. And for this, we have our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of applause to Sarang Kishore Deshpande, the Associate Director. Yes, all of you, please give a big round of applause. The audience. He is the Associate Director of Platform Practices, Accenture. And we have the panelists with us, Mr. Sunil Sharma, the CEO of Dotstark Technologies India Private Limited. And also, can we have a round of applause for Anish Bharat, the founder of ProCode Solutions, LLC. So right now, we will begin with the panel discussion. After this panel discussion, we will be having the fireside chat. So all of you, please enjoy.
Okay, first of all, very warm good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to start by congratulating our previous panel of Dalpreet, Uma Devi, and then Pranita, I just forgot her name, and then Mary, for such a wonderful session. And thank you very much for all the insights that you shared. So just quickly introducing myself, this is Sarang. I have around 24 years of experience in the field of information technology that includes digital transformations, cloud, and now AI. Having worked with multiple global customers, so I kind of am glad to host this session. And then I would like to introduce my fellow panelists, starting with Anish.
Good afternoon all. My name is Anish Bharat. I am the founder of ProCode Solutions. We are a software solutions company. We provide every solution starting from your digital marketing to your company automation or a business automation solution. Thank you, Sarah.
Sunil.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sunil and founder and CEO of Dotstark Technologies. And we mostly work on the website CMS solutions in the cloud and few products on the cloud. AI as well. And just like I highlight the session, previous session, the women empowerment, right? So here with me, before 3 years back, I started my company with my co-founder, and she is here, Vanshika. And just to show you, right, women empowerment is here, right? So we are doing very well. Apart from this, I have around 17 years experience in the web applications. And across 30 plus countries, I have worked in those clients and different domains. Apart from that, I'm running a community that the name is cloudcommunitybharat.com. And there we are providing free education sessions about the cloud in the colleges, and that's all free. Apart from that, we are running NGO as well for the state kids. That's all about me. Thank you.
So thanks to both of you, Anish and Sunil, and I think let's get started with this interesting discussion, right? So as we have been observing since morning, right, we have already transitioned to what I call as an AI first world, isn't it? We're already talking about AI, but then it is very interesting to understand, right? Is this a cloud first world to begin with? So I think that is the topic that we are going to delve into right now. So with that, like, as all of us know, cloud is essentially a vehicle to, utilize all the collective computing power that we have and do more with less, correct? So when you talk about any transformations, right, it's not about marginal improvements. We need to understand that point, right? It's not about marginal improvements. We're talking about drastic or radical improvements that we want to achieve. So when anybody is embarking on a cloud transformation journey, the amount of energy it takes, right, basically it is humongous. And then, especially when we talk about traditional industries, right? So today's topic is going to delve more into traditional industries, because what we have seen is that when in terms of adopting cloud, there have been certain industries that have been doing fantastic, whereas there are certain industries which are facing challenges, which are, maybe I think you can take any industry, let's take, manufacturing, let's take oil and gas, some of the very, very traditional industries that, maybe agro industries, right? So some of those industries have ways of working because of which they have challenges, correct? So basically what we are going to see is that in the context of these industries, so essentially this topic is not only about only these industries, it is ever encompassing topic. So what we have to see is like how I can bring impact of cloud to my client. And I think that is the takeaway that you're going to have, how you will be able to realize the vision and have the impact of cloud. So I think with that context, I think we will start talking about what are the challenges that we face when we start any cloud transformation program, right? So maybe I think all of you, there's a big technical community, so will someone like to share one of your challenges when you started helping some customer on cloud? Anyone? Yes.
Initially, performance, right? For example, we were doing a mainframe to a cloud.
Yes.
So the performance on mainframe was probably not comparable to what we do.
Exactly. Yes.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, see, mainframe is again one of the traditional ways in which the computing is happening. So I think that's a fantastic topic that you bring in. So I think there are, when you talk about a cloud transformation journey, when you see the overall trajectory, right? What we usually see on a cloud transformation journey is that when you talk about your workforce, correct? Are they equipped to deal with the cloud, correct? Are they ready to deal with the cloud, right? What about the trust-related challenges, right? What about challenges with respect to a lot of these traditional industries are, into the physical stuff, right? They are talking about, they deal with documents, physical things, equipments, right? When we talk about cloud, it's all virtual, correct? So I think those are the kind of challenges that we see. And especially, I think what I would like to say, in few of the customers that I have seen, like especially in some of the regulated industries, like, especially healthcare, right? We have seen clients that they want to see the actual servers, the actual infrastructure, whatever data is there inside it in front of them, right? So that physical to virtual manifestation itself, is, one of the biggest challenges. So with that, I'd like to invite my fellow panelists, Sunil. So Sunil, can you share your experience, especially in the space of trust and security? What are the challenges that you have seen?
Mostly, I would like to say challenges, right? You inside the challenges. So challenges are everywhere. Whenever we are going for the new things, everywhere challenges are there. The only thing I would like to highlight is adaptability, right? We have to adapt it. Otherwise, we cannot go with the market. So either it's good or bad. Again, the same topic which we discussed in the morning. We have to adapt it. That's it. Then one word is sufficient for everything. And now the challenge is mostly, the challenges we faced is, while moving to the cloud, the legacy system is there, right? 2006, 2000 applications are running on the old servers. 2000 now they want to move to the cloud, but they cannot. They have some fear in the mind. Suppose when they will move to the cloud, what will happen? My system will get crashed or not? What about my transaction? Suppose the e-commerce application is there. So there's a fear, something, they want to move, but there's a fear. So we have to tell them, trust cloud. Because I can ask you one simple question. On-prem server, suppose there's a company and running with around 10, 20 servers, on-prem servers, and there's a network team of around 10, 20 guys, and they are working 24/7. Because if you are running a like servers, you should have a team of 24/7. But if I ask a question, will you trust on the cloud, there Amazon or Azure or GCP, anyone, taking care of your system or your own on-prem server? Which one is the best? Just like common sense, you can give answer that, what would you like to say here? Will you trust on-prem or the cloud, where a lot of senior engineers are there, huge experts are there? Will you trust, which one do you trust more? I would like to ask this question from you. Two options are here. One is your on-prem with your techies, and second was on the cloud. You know the expertise, different techie experiences there, you can see. Obviously, it will go to the cloud, right? Because they have done a lot of work on the cloud. So that part, we can gain trust on the cloud side mostly. And one more challenge is the compliance, like banking. A lot of confidential data is there, financial data, healthcare. Where there's a confidential data is coming, right, there's a fear. If I go to the cloud, what will happen to my data? There'll be security breaches there or not? Will my data get to exposed to the public? It will not happen because there's a private cloud. There are a lot of options are there. But there's a fear. So these fear, as a pre-sales guy, because I go to the meetings as well, so this is our responsibility to show them, okay, don't worry, trust the market, because market is going to the cloud. So this is the second challenge, this is the government, and there's a skill gap. I would like to highlight one more thing, is skill gap is there. People are used to the old systems. Let me give a simple example, deployment. Suppose there's a company, there daily 1 or 2 deployments are happening, that's fine. Suppose there's a 20, 30 deployments per day is there. The legacy system is there, they'll simply copy and paste to the server, right? I think all of our techie guys, they understand, right, how to deploy. Simply copy and paste. It's a very old system, very old. And the chance of ransomware attack is there, because RDP is not secure, right? And the cloud is more secure compared to the on-prem. But they don't want to adapt it. They don't want to learn new things. So they are saying, it's okay, right? Maybe you have seen some challenges in your company. No, it's running. Why should we touch it? Why we should touch it? Okay, keep it there. We will see. Later we will do. See, these are the challenges. So as an organization, I am facing these challenges, and I'm telling them, don't worry, nothing will happen. That's what I want to share with the challenges.
Yes, Sunil, thanks for sharing that perspective. And I think one of the most things is, for us as cloud experts or technology experts need to keep up with the technology, right? Like there are new constructs coming in the world of cloud, right? If you heard about cloud bursting or some of the new concepts wherein you can have that private cloud flavor at the same time have a public cloud access, right? So I think you should think about all such options as well. So now I'll quickly move to Anish. I just want to ask Anish, do you think it is easy to transform the workforce, and what is your experience? And especially like when I talk about regulatory parts, how do you deal with that? So I think there are two questions in one.
Yeah, thank you, Saran. Actually, we being a software solutions company or a service company, we often face with a lot of regulatory or when we are transforming a traditional industry that is actually a man force or something that they have been working on physically. Like for example, they're working with papers or receipts or books, and you're moving into cloud. There is a need of the hour. That is the need of the hour. You want to see what your business is doing. You want to see what your data is coming in, and you have the next best suggestion that your consultants or your advisors in the company will give you is move to cloud or have a software, have a solution within your firm. And when it is easier to discuss, give the solution, moving the workforce or actually making people do the making the receipts or adding the invoices onto a software or a cloud solution is actually difficult, because at times we had situations in our experiences where the middle staff, I would say the middle part of the organization or the hierarchy ends up having the physical form of receipts and the cloud solution. It becomes a double work. It's a failure. It's a failure of transformation of cloud. It's a failure of what our solution can give. The solution might be easy. We might be giving it the best possible way to do it, but they're not actually used to it. They've been doing it for the past 10 or 20 years, and doing something different for us or making a change is different. Us being a part of being the official partners for ERP Next, we have specialized or modularized solution. We can quickly give it to a client or a requirement. We can satisfy the requirement, but we have a huge team that helps us to simplify it. If you're saying in terms of the UI UX, we can give you the best designs. We can give you the quick autofill that you have in your phones or in your applications. But that still doesn't cover the part that someone has been doing something for 10 or 20 years and asking them to move. There is a training part. There is a part where you have to actually show them what value it is, how your data is coming in, and how easy it is to actually do this and keep receipts. And we have noticed not a lot of places, but some places. Like how Sunil was saying, they actually feel satisfied to see a physical paper. They actually feel satisfied to see something physical. And then cloud is, where is the cloud? That is one, it's not a very educated question, but that comes in. And another point that Saranga has asked me to talk about is the regulatory part. When it comes to a software that is dealing with the health department or the health regulations, we have to face some, regulatory part where you cannot keep data, or you have to have a certain certification. So these are my points. Thank you so much.
Oh, fantastic! I think as he was talking about some of the examples that he gave. Actually, what I felt is during our client conversations, I think those are the exact kind of questions that we get. So thanks. Anish, for sharing that perspective. Now, I think in the next segment, right, what we would like to bring to the fore, like again, a quick question: how many of your clients have asked you that, why do I need to go to cloud? Rather, I want to implement AI right away or some technology right away without using cloud. How many of you have got that question? See, very interestingly, a lot of hands are going up. So I think when it comes to cloud, very important thing that comes to the fore is like, how do I tell the value proposition of the cloud, right? What is the value that cloud is going to provide you? So many times when we start explaining to client that, hey, you are embarking on a cloud transformation journey, it's a step-by-step process where you start, maybe, doing inventory of all your IT landscape, then you will go to the next step, you will start doing app migrations or app modernizations or maybe your IT, uplift to the cloud, and then the regular cloud transformation trajectory. And then I guess cloud says, why should I do it, right? What is the reason? So that's when we start talking about the value levers, right? Then I think the biggest thing that comes to the fore is that in terms of tying the transformation to the value that you're going to derive out of it. Like, for example, we talk about the total cost of operations, right? How the cloud move is going to help you improve your total cost of operations, or how it is going to drastically reduce some of your operating expenses, right? I think some of those things which are very, very crucial, right? So I think on this segment, I just want, because I think both of our other panelists are running their businesses very, very smartly. So I think I just want to ask, maybe starting with you, Sunil, how do you put the value proposition part when you are running your own business, right? It's a cloud business.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Here, after getting the customers on board, right? After the challenges, we just convince the client, okay, don't worry, we can move to the cloud. So after moving that, we can justify them. Okay, these are values we added to after moving to the cloud transformation. Recently, you have heard the name. It is a hotel chain in the Jan month. They decommissioned over 3,500 servers. Maybe anyone heard this one here? 3,500 plus servers they decommissioned. So see the value they have added now. And I think 3,000, and this took only 1 month. Complete migration from on-prem to the cloud. And just see the workforce behind that. If you have 3,500 plus data servers, then there should be resources. 24/7, 1 day, 3 sources, right? And you can calculate the number of sources it will take for the 1 month. Lot of compliances, lot of techy guys you need to maintain those servers, patches, lot of things is there. But now it's all on the cloud. That's only on the cloud, 50-50. I'm not saying 100% on the cloud, but yes, the sharing model is there. Something has to be managed by the cloud, something has to be managed by the user. But yes, a lot of things are added to the cloud. So the complex part, the repetitive tasks are done by the cloud. So that's the value you can calculate the amount of the value is done after this one, right?
Yeah.
So this was the value I wanted to add here. Apart from that, I would like to add one more point.
No, just proceed. Yeah, thank you.
Right. I would like to add about the deployments. I gave an example in the previous talk. Mostly the legacy systems have a old, very legacy system or the deployments. But if we use some pipelines, anyone knows pipelines? Pipelines with automation, you can deploy your code automatically. And if you don't apply the automation, you need manually you have to do it. And if you do something manually, there's a lot of chance of error, right? Manual means there's a chance of error. Then you have to check, okay, the backup is done or not. Then again, the security is applied or not. The QA testing is done or not. A lot of processes there. But what you can do, you can add all the steps in the pipeline. The automatic code will scan, the code will deploy. Automatic scanning will be there. That will, okay, see, this is the code, this code is not good. They will see the queue. Everything will be taken care of by the pipelines. So see the amount of the value again we are adding to the cloud. Resources wise you need one QA that is gone, security wise. So some part of it is taken by the cloud. So you can save a lot of cost here. So these are 2 points I wanted to highlight, Sam. Thank you.
No, Sunil, I think this was a fantastic point. So especially the point that you made about the pipelines, right, where we are seeing whenever we talk about application modernizations, right, we have to have that conversation with the client, right? Why should you do modernization? Because every time when you are actually delivering some feature for that particular application, your time to value basically shrinks drastically if you have this kind of approach. So I think that's a very fantastic point. So now going to Anish, right? I think we say that this is an age of platforms, right? We are already seeing SaaS platforms and multiple cloud providers, right? So how do you see value in that light?
Thank you, Sarang. That is a very very crucial thing. We have all been through SaaS, software as a solution or software as a service. Right now, what we are seeing is, for me as an individual, while I was doing my freelance work or while I was working as a freelancer, it was easy for me to showcase a product with a platform as a service using Heroku or various other services. And it was easier for me to quickly deploy something on that platform and show the client, yeah, this is the concept, this is the idea. You want to work on it, we can start right away. And that is one quick way of when you're transforming someone from like Sunil mentioned, from on-prem to cloud, we can show a gist of what is going to happen. We can show a sample of what is going to happen. This is what is going to happen. Or in the other side of converting from a traditional industry, when you are having receipts and paper, and you can have a simple a quick gist. I won't say a demo, but somewhere of a quick gist of what your data is going to look like, what you're going to get. Maybe you can know how much invoices you're billing in a month. What are your invoices? Where are your invoices coming from? What is the strength of your staff? What is your, these data can be visualized quickly when you're having a cloud solution with a dashboard, with the whole software solution as it is. So that is one way we can, like in the previous question, we can add value to the customer. We can show them that, yeah, this is what you're going to get. This is what you are going to, what is going to be different. See, you're not going to see a physical server. Yes, you're not going to, there are certain security and certain issues, but this is the value that you're going to get. This is how you're going to quickly react to data. So that is one point I'd like to showcase.
Yeah, I think fantastic. Both of you shared very good points. So I think just from value perspective, right, I think if I can summarize few of the things that we discussed, right, I think it is very important to bring the right value levers when you are having conversation with your customers, whenever you're approaching the cloud transformation. So especially when you're talking about traditional industries, right, their way of working is different. So I think tying your value to their way of working and tying the value that we just talked about to their actual business value, right? Because there is a technology value part of it. But then of course, like there is a business value part of it whenever you're having, say, CX level conversations, right? I think many times we talk about the technology value, right? Which may not be very, very relevant. But then if your organization can convert the technology part of the value into the business value, right? For that organization, I think that is what makes a huge amount of difference. And then I think it is taking along the customer in the journey, because cloud transformation is not a one-time activity. It's a journey, and every point in time in that journey, you have to take them along. So what we see is that even like, many times the cloud transformations come in a different forms and formats, right? Sometimes it's like a full-fledged cloud transformation, right? You will start, right from their systems inventory to their application inventory, and then you'll start, progressing on the overall transformation journey step by step. It's like a full-fledged transformation program. But many times it manifests in different formats. It might just come as a simple application modernization, which is on cloud, but then that particular application is very critical, or it is very pivotal to client success and their overall customer engagement or their overall operations. So it is very important to just look at what business value you are impacting, and tying it up, and then help the client measure that value as well. So I think this value part is extremely important, right? So I think we'll move to the next part. I guess one of our colleague just mentioned about one of the challenges, right? Now, I think we will come kind of a full circle over here, right? In terms of like the challenges that we see, and then I think what we want to share is some of the interesting stories from the field, right? Wherein how things were turned around by talking to client, by making sure that we sit in their shoes and help them in their transformation journey. Right, so I think one of our colleagues just talked about the mainframe scenario, right, of performance, and I think I completely echo, right, because mainframe is one of the things wherein even though many, I'll say, cloud platforms have come with, I'll say, basically constructs around, mainframe modernization as such. But then I think those who have actual practical experience doing it, it's easier said than done. Because when you come to modernize such things, especially on mainframe, there are no performance benchmark abilities, right, that we have. Because in case of mainframes and the scenarios that we used to have earlier have completely changed. Now the payloads itself have humongously increased. So I guess it's some of the challenges like that have to be dealt in a very, very careful manner, and many times partners help us. Like I'll call it as like hyperscalers, especially the hyperscalers come to our rescue, because some of the unique programs like this, we have to always see that as a three-party equation, right? You should not approach your client as yourself and your client, yourself only, right? Rather, you approach them along with your partner who is your hyperscaler, and then go to them, and that may help increase or boost the confidence. So I think there are definitely a lot of stories like this that we have. I have in my experience where it has tremendously helped when we gone with the hyperscaler together to the client and solved problem jointly for them. It tremendously helped boost the confidence, and sometimes problems are unique, so it's not like we have gotten solution immediately, but then it helped us in terms of giving that most required confidence. So now I think I would like to really hear some of your cloud transformation stories, right, from the field. How you helped clients in, first of all, gaining their confidence, and then showing the way and actually executing it on ground. So maybe whichever order you want to take.
Hi, thank you, Sanuk. Here I would like to share my own story. I have a lot of stories. There are some clients where we have done migration, a lot of cost is saved, time is saved, but I would like to share my own journey here, my own company, because 3 years back in the COVID, everyone knows, right, that time we started our company. So that time we, our servers, client data and demo servers, right, demo links, stage link, everything was on our on-prem server. And suddenly lockdown happens, and we started working from home. Suddenly what happened, our server had some issues, right? So now someone has to go to office, right? Now how to go? Means there should be someone. There's the only method is just do some settings in the government, right? We have to do, no options. So that part we have done on the first day. We took some passes, and our network guy was able to go to the office, and I did something, and okay, the servers are up, client is happy. Again, after second and third day, same thing happened. Now again, we repeat the task, get the pass, go there, fix it. But what happened after 3 days, it's happening again and again, because there are some power issues also there. That happened. Now, what can we do? Because now client is sending a lot of emails, because the client was on banking website. The client was some banking, and it's from the Vienna cities there in the Europe. So from there. So they started shouting, oh, Sunil, this website is down, we cannot test it now. So that was a huge challenge, right? In the COVID time, we don't have resources, a lot of issues are there. Then that time, okay, our partner, CTO, and he's sitting in Malaysia, and we both thought about this, what we can do. Okay, because he's solution architect, I am also certified in Amazon, AWS. I then it's okay, let's start, move to the cloud. What we did, around 9 or 10 p.m. we started this migration, because there was not huge website, not a lot of websites, a couple of websites. And morning around 6 to 7 a.m., we were able to migrate everything to the cloud. And after that, everything is on cloud. It's now 3 years completed. Everyone client is happy, and we don't have any issues. This is my personal experience I wanted to share. I hope you like this experience, because it was really a great story for me. Yes, thank you, sir. This was a story I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, thanks, Sunil. I think Anish, you want to go next?
Yeah, client experiences, or when you're working with a client, to notice, to see that they're they're happy with your solution, or they go full-fledged with your solution, is something we're all very happy to see. One of such situations that we came across was we had a client in the education sector where they were doing a lot of traditional things, registering a student or onboarding a student, or giving them content material, doing the giving the course materials, or giving the textbooks. All these things were being done as a manual process, or there were physical USBs. Or at the most, what they did was they'll have Google Drives especially for them, and then the content was shared. Or even there were physical textbooks. So we had a initial discussion. We went with a little small, like I said, on a platform as a service. We went on as we showed just what we could do, and we were just in discussions. That's when, exactly like Sunil said, the COVID hit, and there was a whole lot of restrictions on where you can go, what you can do, what you can share, or, and this education organization that I was working with, they had classrooms, or they had meeting setups in different hotels as part of their, their program, and they had actual classrooms in infrastructure, in facilities. So the whole process was actually moved to the cloud, and needless to say, the client was able to expand exponentially after that, because we had a cloud solution where other students could access a learning platform. It's not a new thing, it's a learning management system like anything else, but implementing it with a client and seeing their reaction on and seeing them work with it and being happy, the students being happy. That was a great pleasure for us. There was a lot of hurdles. Some textbooks or some students are not getting what they need. Some users, like I said before, they're not used to having uploading content onto our software, and all these things did come up, but we went above it and we solved it. And at the end of the day, the client was happy, we were happy. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think the kind of stories these guys shared, right? And we have heard this term called as COVID warriors. I will really like to call these stories as cloud warriors, maybe. So I think really wonderful stories both of you shared. So, I think if you, just to share some of the story from my side, right? So as we know, during the cloud transformation journey, the mindset that we have to, what we realized is we have to pick up is that of a continuous optimization. I think optimization is huge. I think this is something that is coming from all the hyperscalers that as we talk, because the hyperscalers are actively working on optimizing from their end, right? We heard in the morning about the GPUs. We heard in the, you maybe have read about in the newspapers about all the new advancements that are happening in the hardware. And then I think AI itself is being now kind of used as a tool to optimize the cloud, right? So it has a humongous potential. And if you have this mindset and use the right tools and experts, for example, one of the clients, the story that I want to share is about a very traditional client, They never were used to do things in cloud, and they had, to the extent that they had invested huge amount of dollars in running their own data centers. And they had talked with very, very big hyperscalers who actually had deployed their go-to people to convince the client about cloud, but then they were so averse to this cloud thing, correct? And when such kind of situation happens, right, you have to actually really sit together with the client, show them the value, show them art of the possible, right? As Anish mentioned, I think some of these early adopters, right, he mentioned about some quick MVPs, I think all those kind of things really help, correct, in winning the client confidence. And especially when you talk about infrastructure modernization of cloud, I think that is one of the biggest and most complex topics. So on this particular topic, there are many concerns that pop up, and then since there is not much clarity in terms of how things will operate when you actually in the post-cloud world, I think there are a lot of questions that come in. So that is where the art of the possible has to be shown to the client. And many times, the example that I'm trying to give here, essentially, we had to actually work with the client, understand their entire infrastructure landscape. We had to assess it from ground up. We had to show them what is really, I think, non-negotiable for them to move to cloud, how they can kind of maintain it in the post-cloud world. We had to actually give them that confidence. Biggest element is the disaster recovery part, right? Where hyperscalers have to come in, you have to sit with them, you have to explain them what level of disaster recovery is available, right? That is what we went through. Then I think one of the important areas that the client is generally interested in the part of containerization. So they want to have, especially when they are talking about a private cloud, right? They want to know how the containerization will work, right? So I think having the right experts, this is where it comes in, whether you are able to showcase them in using containers, you are able to make deployments, right? That is what we showcase them. So finally, after a lot of efforts, client approved, move to the cloud, at least for, set of applications, and I think we were able to deliver it with flying colors. So I guess some of these kind of stories, I hope is going to give all of you some confidence. I think, thank you. I'd like to thank both of them who shared their own stories. So we have about 5 minutes left. I would suggest, I think we can utilize this for any open conversations, and also if there are any questions.
Anyone's got any questions for us regarding the transformation? Yes, please.
Anish, you want to take this? Since you have some exposure.
Yeah, sure. Yes, what you mentioned, the ROI regarding using an AWS solution or AWS service or any other cloud service, the ROI purely depends on what you are going to do or how's your team's expertise. Because a slight mismanagement or slight misuse of, how you're going to do the cloud could cost you a lot. Whereas on the other side, when you had your own systems or when you had your own prem, you could manage it. Yes, cost is definitely a thing, and there is a lot of things that as a team, now actually the DevOps part is very crucial in any transformation, in any software solutions, any product company. The DevOps part is what has to look into this. And like you mentioned about the GPUs, that is expensive. We all know GPUs, and running a GPU is really expensive in terms of in cost and time also. And there is a lot of things your DevOps team has to be prepared with. Like Sarang had said, in case of a disaster management situation, there is a lot of things you can do. I think, Sarang, you have some points on that?
No, I think absolutely. I think you talked about the advancements in the GPU architecture, and I think so on and so forth, just to keep up with the AI first world, right? So hyperscalers are really investing big time in this. There are multiple options being thrown, right? When you said you gave an example, right? When there is a, like I'll call it as a low scale versus high scale deployment, right? You said 100 or something like that, right? I think what is the best option for each kind of customer, and what is the option that you should offer them? So the beauty of the cloud platforms, I think, as he mentioned, right, we consider, right, if you can't go afford AWS, you have multiple other clouds that you can go for. So due to, I think the cloud native architectures that have come in, you can have multiple options of cloud. You need not go with Cloud X, right? So you can choose the right cloud that fits the bill for the customer. That is one thing. The second part is in terms of the GPU stuff, right? You mentioned, right? The entire the cooling technology, right? If you follow Microsoft especially, right? The cooling technology is just going above and beyond, right? They are putting, because everyone has net zero ambition, right? Even the hyperscalers have net zero ambition. So I think there are a lot of options on table in such cases, and you should just choose the right cloud platform, is what I'll say based on that.
I would like to add one more, Sarang, here is there are a lot of services available in the cloud, and we need to maximum out of it. If we use all services wisely, or you can say the best, then I think we can save the cost as well, and we can get maximum ROI. Thank you.
Yeah, correct. I think you have a question. Thank you.
Traditional ETL to a migrating from a traditional ETL to a AWS. My team is all equipped with all the Teradata, Informatica, but now I have to go to a newer technology on AWS services. How do you fix that kind of a problem with the customer team, actually?
I'm sorry, your question was not entirely clear.
A skill gap. For example, if the customer is going from a traditional ETL to a cloud platform, AWS, the team is all working for 30 years on Informatica or Teradata, whatever. Now they're going to go to Redshift or Glue or Athena, whatever going to be the target database, right? So how are we going to fix the gap of the team that is being worked on?
The best solution we always have, the trainings. The trainings, see, when it comes to training also, there is a limitation to our training. Like we said, someone who's been working for 10 or 20 years in software, you're going to train that person on another tool, I would say tool, to use another tool. That is going to be different. That is not going to be your everyday training that we get, a technical person gets. That is the other side of it, where you cannot fully have a technical training. The age gap is there, that we have to accept it. The age gap will be there. And then the next step, next solution we can come up with, hire someone new, someone who knows it. That is another solution we can have. But see, it is all a mix and match of these things, because you hire someone new. Where is the experience on your business? What happened over there? So how is that transferred over here? So that is very crucial to place it rightly, the experience, the correct training to seep into your transformation, the the mixture of all these things together is what I would suggest.
Completely agree with you. It's a fine balance between the functional and the technical aspect of.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we are at the top of the hour. But then if there is one last question, we can take it. Otherwise, I think we are pretty much done.
I think we can close it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anish. And
thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Saran.
It was a very fantastic panel discussion. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the fireside chat right now. And the topic for the fireside chat is, what does the future of gaming look like? The speakers are, let us welcome Talal Al-Habib. On stage, please. Yes, a round of applause for Talal Al-Habib. He is the founder and CEO of Sukista Studios. And we would like to welcome Dr. Ankur Narang, the AVP of Data Science Apparel Global. Please, all of you, give a big round of applause to our speakers for the fireside chat.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So this will be an interesting chat because we have a co-founder and CEO of a cool gaming company who's using all the latest tech, and he can give a lot of his experiences. Personally, I have a lot of experience in building games and core technology in games, primarily on the AI, generative AI side, and then all the other technology kind of integrations with blockchain and so forth. So we'll start with Talal, giving his experience at a high level of how does he, what has he, gone through in this gaming journey, and then we'll dive into details. And we want it to be a fun, interactive session, so please ping at any point of time if you have questions, and we'll keep asking questions also. So just keep it fun. Yeah, Talal, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Talal Habib. I'm the founder and CEO of Sukista Studio, which is a gaming development studio. We've been in this space since 2019. We started as a service provider for game publishers such as Homa Games, Voodoo, Apploven, Tap Nations. So we were doing prototypes for them as a hyper-casual games. And then in 2022, we participated in a hackathon that was organized by Fractal.is, which is a platform owned by Justin Kan, the co-founder of Twitch, and David Wars, the co-founder of Google Drive. And we were the community vote winner, actually. What they wanted is a utility for their NFTs that they have in the blockchain space. And we came up with, like, each NFT was represented with a character inside the game, an action role-playing game, action RPG. So we won the hackathon. We did it in a prototype in 3 weeks, and we've been building this game since then.
Super, super. Yeah. So yeah, let me give a brief overview of my journey. So essentially, my overall game journey started, so I've been consulting across multiple kind of verticals, and essentially setting up AI function in different verticals. So one of the verticals that I ended up participating, apart from EdTech, which is a core one that I kind of started in 2021, was in gaming. So there, essentially, what I did was, started working on metaverse. So how many people here are aware of the metaverse in gaming aspect? Super, super. So I think people have a good awareness here. So essentially, the fundamental task that I kind of picked up essentially is to build 2D and 3D models in the metaverse. And essentially, we started with 2D. We started with aspects about giving the identity to players in a 2D setup, and then moving it to 3D. And over time, we built a lot of interesting functionality in that space. So, so I'll go into that in more detail. But so that's kind of my kind of overall thing in the gaming side. And then we integrated with the blockchain aspects, and then we actually built 3D games and basically figured out how that essentially works out and how the player interact, how they have the identity, and how we kind of measure their performance and their interaction and kind of interest and the work they do on the games, and how that can leverage into potentially P2E models and so forth. So let me jump back to Talal here. So from your perspective, what are the key high-level trends in gaming that you see are prevalent right now and which are kind of poised to go further in the future?
Yes, as I mentioned, the speed-up process that's happening in terms of technology, it opens the doors for too many opportunities to gamify. For example, when we talk about the VR and AR, the virtual reality and the augmented reality, we've seen with the Vision Pro what's happening at the moment. We never imagined that somebody is wearing like, a VR or AR set and walking out in the street. So, with the speed, the technology is what's happening in the space, there will be, more advanced, VR and AR sets, for example, for the people to use. It will be much easier. That's one aspect of it. There are other technologies such as the cloud gaming, for example. People will not use, they don't have to use like, a very strong GPU in order to play the game in terms of artwork, for example. The cloud gaming is advancing as well, and it will have the capabilities in the future that, anybody can play a very high quality games, AAA games on their mobile even. And, using like a subscription base instead of, purchasing like a computer with $5,000. That's also, what's happening. And the most important thing, in my opinion, is the Web3 gaming, which is the blockchain gaming, because the utilization of the blockchain, if we think about it, it's the dream of the Web2 gamers, actually. Imagine that, most of the gamers, they purchase their skins, for example, inside the game, which is only cosmetics, and they spend a lot of money, but actually they don't own these things. If they decided to for example, sell their account, they will be banned by the game provider. But the blockchain has the opportunity, it gives the opportunity for players to own their digital assets. So whatever they have in-game, they can own it. And they can even make money out of these assets. For example, let's say there's a game that you started with a character. The character is like a level 1 character. And then you play the game for free. You grind the game. And whenever you max, the character level, some players, they don't want to wait all this time. So, I want to purchase, let's say, the character immediately at the moment. So there will be like in-game marketplaces. So people, they can, purchase the max character. So whoever who started playing with the character, now he can make money. And this is, this is a new technology. It wasn't available. There is a new, economy that has been created by utilizing the blockchain. For example, all these digital assets. Let's say the creator who created these assets, whatever, a transaction was made between these two. For example, I purchased the NFT or the digital assets, and I sold it to somebody else. This transaction, the creator can get a royalty fees out of this, which is a new economy that wasn't exist even without the technology of the blockchain. So the blockchain gaming is, is coming very fast, in my opinion. But of course, there were challenges, which is like onboarding Web2 gamers. This is a huge problem in this space because, most of the gamers, they don't want to go through the centralized exchanges, for example, and doing the KYC in order to purchase certain token, then go to the decentralized exchange. So it's a hassle, and the adoption won't happen. And in the past, since last year, many platforms have been, advanced, and there are some platforms, they offer like, software development kits and APIs that can be integrated directly into the game, so everything can happen in-game. Even a non-custodial wallet can be created in-game without the player having any knowledge about what's going on even. Everything has, has been done, let's say, behind the scene, in the background, and in the back end. So that's how we can get adoption adoption in the blockchain gaming in general.
Great, great. I think that's a great topic. So one question for the audience here, which was the first game that used Web3 gaming or blockchains and to reach $1 billion valuation during COVID times? And it kind of showed how this P2E models can actually lead to some very interesting value proposition for the people to earn money, as well as for the company which is running the game actually to have $1 billion valuation and make a fundamental business model over here. Any thoughts, if you guys have any? Okay, so let me give that answer. So that is Axie Infinity. So these guys were actually, having players who actually lost their jobs and were basically finding it very difficult to find a source of living. And these were people somewhere on the South Asia part of stuff, right? Some countries over there. And they basically, as Talal mentioned, so essentially you play this Axie kind of a character, you have a pet, you train the pet, you make it play games. And as you do the work on the platform, which is the work is basically you play more, you engage more, the platform rewards you. Because underneath, they are powered by something called NFTs, non-fungible tokens, as Talal also mentioned. How many people are aware of non-fungible tokens here? Super. So typically what happens is for the whole audience here, normally we have these blockchain tokens which have same value, right? So you have, blockchain, you have XRP from, multiple other tokens also over there. So essentially what happens is that token has uniform value across everyone, and that changes based on the marketplace and so forth. What happens is for NFTs, you have these specialized assets which have their own value. So, a particular hat, which is a gaming asset, especially kind of worn, which is a special kind of attributes. You can make some fancy attributes all in that virtual world, or which has been kind of worn by some famous character even within the game, that would have a much higher value and it would kind of climb in the value. So what can happen is that you have different assets, or you can gain more assets by playing more, right? Or even winning, not only just winning more, but playing more. And then you can trade off that asset. When you trade off that asset, you can get more assets, you can actually get real money. The real money then, as Talal was mentioning, goes through some of these exchanges, and you need to have those interfaces set up. But if you have, as these guys also did, Axie Infinity, they essentially showed that common people with very, very less of IT background, they were just playing mobile games, can actually make some serious money, and this company therefore can make $1 billion. So that is the point at which this play to earn models got very popular in the gaming space, and that happened all during the COVID timeframe. So this is an evolution that has happened. So Web3 gaming from that point onwards has become fairly interesting. It has that kind of, material effort and engagement kind of perspective, which is more, I would say, fundamental than, random rise of some tokens value or, just NFTs, which were rising at some point of time in 2021 and making like a huge buzz in the market of, some $100 million and so forth. So those were like more of fluffy kind of a buzz over happening. This has a more value add because here the players are involved, there's a strong community, there's actually an engagement by the people, and there's a value add that is being created and engagement created for the players and fundamental value add for the business. So that's where, this blockchain system has gotten really strong. I think the other thing to think about is also the generative AI piece, I would say, Talal. So what has been your experience in using AI models and these things in all your...
Yes, I mean, since we are, we talked about a lot today about the artificial intelligence. So there are two parts of the AI usage in the gaming industry. The first one is as a developer, as a game developer. The AI, technology has improved a lot, of course, as we discussed too many times today, actually. And what we use it in two ways. For example, we have, the most consuming time when making a game is the artwork, especially if you have like, realistic artwork or the complex artwork, for example, that would take a lot of time. So, you heard some like, Call of Duty or PUBG or these games took them like, 4 or 5 years just to develop one game because the artwork take a lot of time. So, based on my experience, I will tell a little story what we had. We did like, a 3D model map that represent the GCC actually, like, Burj Al Arab, for example, in Dubai, Kuwait Towers from Kuwait, and all these like, very well-known cultural aspects in the game. So what we did, we tried one AI model. We just took a picture from the internet for Burj Al Arab, and that was maybe nine months ago, actually. So we just put the model, and in like half an hour or like 45 minutes, a complete 3D model was created, and you can export the model into any 3D file. So we were amazed. It was very accurate. It was untextured for sure. I mean, the artist just, he textured the whole building and put all the necessary colors. And usually, this would take a week just to do the building, and it was done like in 45 minutes. So that's one aspect of it. And the other aspect, sometimes the artist, you get inspired, for example, from like Mid-Journey, let's say. It's from texting to image, to 2D image. So he have like some character in his mind, so he just texts how the character would look like, and then it will give like inspiration, let's say. So it was very beneficial to have new characters as well. So we can use it just to get inspired of what the model should look like, for example, and also to create from 2D to 3D image, which saves a lot of time, especially if building like even environments or characters inside the game, which is very time consuming usually. And the second part of the coin is the gamers themselves, the players. So we call it the NPC, which is the non-player character, for example. Because of the AI, usually it's AI in the games, but because the AI is very smart at the moment, so it will even detect the player's behavior, right? For example, if you are in a game, let's say you were a bully inside the game, so the NPCs will bully you even inside the game. If you are a nice guy playing the game, the NPC will be nice with you. So it will be more interactive, it will be more engaging, which is amazing, actually, especially in this aspect of it. Like, the environment will know how you behave inside the game and what's your actions. Even if, for example, if you're facing enemies, if you always attacking the enemies from this angle, for example, next time they know that you are attacking from this angle, so they, it will be more challenging, even more immersive with the players. So, that's, the AI aspect of it. I think it's amazing. It's a very amazing technology. And there is, before actually, too many even companies and publishers, they will, if you use AI in gaming, that, it's not a good game, or you didn't put that, effort. But there were one game just published like a few months ago, Pal World, because the game, most of the game was done by AI, and the game is just booming. I mean, it has like millions and tens of millions of downloads in Steam. So, so the people realize, and the company realize that it's a must, and we always have to adapt to technology, in my opinion.
Super, super. I think that gives a good detailed stuff on how AI and generative AI is helping nowadays in gaming. So let me add some numbers over here. So can someone tell me, what will the future market of generative AI just in gaming? Any guesses? Today, I can give you a hint. Today, it is like 900 million. So let's say by 2030, what is the projection of these numbers? How far can this number go? Just generative AI in gaming, that's it. What's the market of that? Oh, that will be something that NVIDIA would start. I mean, NVIDIA would spawn off a separate company, but that's an interesting guess. Any other thoughts? Okay, so it will basically go towards $7 to $10 billion. Billion dollars, not trillion. For trillion, you need some NVIDIA kind of a magic, some hardware magic and so forth. But so $7 billion just for generative AI in gaming, right? So the way this kind of it has gone like totally, into the gaming development side. The performance of how the product, as we were discussing in the morning session, the whole product performance side, that also you can leverage AI. Obviously, the core function side of the organization, that is anyway there. But the core aspect of generating the characters, right, generating the 3D model of the characters, that also is now getting slowly and slowly possible with generative AI. So something like, as Talal was giving an example of the Burj Al Arab, one photo or 2-3 photos, you can create a full 3D model. The mesh, without the texture, maybe today, now you can in fact create the texture as well and put it on the 3D model. So there are standard like maps that you can create, and then they can be they can wrap around the mesh to give the exact 3D view of that Burj Al Arab or even the famous monuments that we were discussing. But if you look at a more complex kind of characters, so the things that we have tried out is, for example, generating a camel, a 3D camel basis a single or couple of photos. That in fact comes out to be fairly interesting as well. The interesting challenge that even the big guys, which means OpenAI, Google and Microsoft DeepMinds are trying out is, given image input and some text, can I generate a production quality 3D model? That they have not been able to solve. From a 3D designer, that's a great thing because, quote unquote, they don't have to think of changing the way they do work so easily, but obviously they have started using the tools for the 3D models and so forth. So what we actually did was that we used stable diffusion models, and we took some of the images of what can we develop in accessories. So we took a photo of a cap, right? So we built 2D models, again using generative AI. We used text to convert to 2D models of the cap. We got some images in. We fed those images in a stable diffusion model. These are like standard models to convert or generate images or complex things, right? For text, for example, you have large language models. For images and all, you have these stable diffusion models, and they're foundation versions of it, which means trained on large data, large number of parameters, and so forth. So what we found out that things like, so what we have from NVIDIA, we have something called Get 3D, which generates all different kinds of, for example, a toy aeroplane, a toy plant in a pot, a toy car, and stuff like that, and some interesting variations of it which you could actually think of using in your game. But again, you have to train the model and fine-tune the model for those specific accessories. So they do not give that quality on a generic sense, right? So for each and every accessory you would do that. I'm talking slightly 9 months back. There's a Get 3D model from NVIDIA that if you check out right now. So what we trained internally essentially was this model, which would essentially first do the accessories for us. So we had these accessory images, and we started with the cap, and we found that, yeah, we could do interesting variations of the cap, which a 3D designer could stamp it and say, yeah, this improved my productivity. It is not so bad that I have to rework it, and therefore my whole effort, you are messing my whole effort. I would have done it by scratch and be able to do a better job than do this. Right? And then we also, for example, produced a camel and some kind of variations. But production quality, clothes generation, right, and different deformations of it with the person wearing it and so forth, that is hard. So that is a whole one area where it has a big impact. It has started improving things. Now another question for all of you is that, as Talal mentioned, the initial efforts for creating the games was very high. So does someone have an idea of how much time it took GTA game development? What is the size of the team, and how many years did they take to produce the GTA game? Let's say the first version. Any guesses? How many years? 5 years, 10 years, 3 years, 4 years? Any thoughts? 5 years. Okay, you are close. How about the size of the team to create all the assets, digital assets in that game? I can give you some examples. 200, 500,000. Any guesses? 200, 500,000. How many people team? So let me tell you. So this 1,000 people team took 3 years to build GTA, Grand Theft Auto, right? The game that became so popular. Obviously, they got their ROI for all that effort. Imagine the amount of money and time spent over there. So it was just amazing effort, right? Now, if you do with generative AI, 2D models, 3D models, wrapping the texture, updating the colors, putting logos, accessories and so forth, you could do that in 1 year with less than 100 people, right? So that is the exponential jump in productivity that you see, and that is actual cost optimization on the table for the company who's actually building such games. So that is the scale at which things have improved. The other aspect, Talal kind of referred to as non-player characters. So they are kind of adjusting to, how you play. There are other aspects too, which is procedural content generation, which means that the actual level of the game right? That and the actual kind of scenes in which you are traversing, they can also adapt basis how the game is proceeding. So that kind of customization by segment, customization maybe by segment of one and so forth, that is also happening because these models are so good that you can generate so many variations of that. Especially if it is a 2D game, right now, you could build a 2D game within a week. So it has become so kind of interesting over there. And essentially, the whole writing of the code itself, you have these coding models that you see from Copilot, there's so many specialized coding models for games. It can write Python code, it'll tell you how to write it. So we have seen people, with, core background in programming, but not a whole lot of programming, let's say in React and so forth, produce these games very fast. So that is a productivity that generative AI brings end-to-end for a game development cycle, right? So maybe 3D games take some time, but for 2D games, it has become much more easier. So you have this procedural content generation, you have these non-player characters, right? So these are the trends in generative AI where it's making the whole thing fairly interesting and improving the productivity. So Dalal, in general, from a market standpoint, how do you see the overall markets expanding for gaming?
Yes, in my opinion, the social gaming will expand a lot. We heard about the metaverse. So the metaverse doesn't have to be like wearing a VR set, for example. It's how people socializing inside the game. That will be huge in the future, in my opinion, because even with the integration of the blockchain technology, there can be like interoperability even between games, which has never happened before. For example, I have a character in one game, I can use the same character in another game, because I can move the assets around through the transaction through the blockchain. And the same thing will happen with the metaverses that we're going to have. There will be collaborations with the platforms that they have their metaverses. People can be socialized. There can be even content creation inside, these type of games, and it will be more immersive and more engaging. The connection between people will be different. We saw how social media is working. Imagine that it will be more immersive inside the game, and people can socially interact. And it's a human psychology by the end of the day. For example, imagine that you need to dress nicer inside the metaverse, right? It's a digital, but anyways, you want to look nice. So all of this economy and all of these things that people can be able to purchase their assets, their digital assets, inside these social games will have a great impact. And of course, we should take into consideration the ethics behind this as well, because these type of games can be addictive to too many people, so there has to be some kind of moderation of usage, for example, and they have to be even educating people that they don't spend a lot of time in this. It will be mentally, even they will have mental problem. Too many gamers actually have these type of things. So of course awareness has to be spread all over the place about these type of aspects. You can enjoy it. And at the same time, you can don't overuse it, because it will have some mental issues in the future, and nobody wants that. Yeah.
Super. Thanks, Dalal. That was a great understanding on that part. So one question is, what is the current gaming market worldwide? Any numbers in? I can give you some hints. 200 billion, 400 billion, 500 billion. What would be a number close to? Any guesses? 200 billion? Any hands? Show of hands. 400 billion, 500 billion? Okay. So today it is $285 billion, right? And do you know what is the number it's poised to grow to in just the next 5-6 years, 2030? Any guesses? 1 trillion? There was a guy with 1 trillion for generative AI. Do you think the gaming market can hit 1 trillion? Good. That's a great reasoning.
Yeah, that's a very good answer, actually. Yes.
So the numbers projected so far in the market are around 650 to 700 billion instead of a trillion, but who knows, maybe it grows faster than what is projected. So the technologies are catching on. Generative AI is improving each and every day. Maybe this number was considering that, also not considering that. Maybe the production of games, the adaptation of real-time adaptation of games evolves so much, and the business model evolves so much that it grows that. Interesting part is that, APAC is a great area where things are improving. Here, GCC is a great area where things are improving. There's a formal effort by the governments, both from UAE and Saudi Arabia, to promote such games, especially esports. As you know, esports is esports arena where you have like thousands of people coming and watching the the smartest players playing games, winning prizes, and so forth. That is a very big market, and the gaming market is beating the hell out of movies and other forms of entertainment market. That is a surprising fact that you would love to appreciate, and the people who are in that space, the core industry, I'm sure they are obviously minting a lot amount of money, and the way the market grows, especially the top stars. But that is how powerful this market is going to become.
Yes, in addition to that, I would like also to add that education can be gamified. And I think it will come in the near future, whether if it's through like if the VR, for example, or the AR sets, or even the education itself can be gamified, and people can be rewarded in game, for example. They can learn and enjoy at the same time, which in my opinion, that will be huge also in the future. Yeah, I mean, gaming it's a very huge market. It's surpassing even movies and all these industries. So the future is going to be even more huge than what it is right now, especially with the emergence of the AI, which is making games become even easier and easier, and as well as the emergence of the XR, the mixed reality, and the VR, virtual and augmented reality, with all these technologies. So the future is bright, as I said, for gaming.
Super, super. Yeah. And I think education is not just kids' education as we typically might think of. It is anything that encompasses any aspect of education. For example, there was a startup that was thinking of doing personal financial management and use it in a gaming style, right? So it's a purely for our adults like us, looking at our personal financial management, can we gamify that learning for us? So then you actually learn it, you experience it, and you maybe make some money out of it, or learn quite a bit of it, and then actually give it to community as well, a social experience also. So in any kind of learning experience, gamification can be a fundamental value add. The next topic I want to dive about, Talal, is essentially on business models. What business models do you see have worked? What business models have not worked? What are the challenges? How do you see the business models evolving in the gaming industry?
Yeah, in the gaming industry, to be honest, specifically in the blockchain gaming, the play-to-earn business model, too many games, tried to adapt what Axie Infinity did actually in the beginning, but most of them failed because it was unsustainable economically. We're talking, it's very hard to maintain liquidity when people trying to dump the token, whatever they earn, in order to get cash. So that's why it's a little bit shifting at the moment through it's a free-to-play, as well as it will have in-app purchases similar to all the Web2 gaming at the moment, and this can be huge in the future, especially when the onboarding Web2 gamers will be as seamless as possible. And too many platforms are doing that at the moment, so you can even just download the game and log in with your social, and that's it. A wallet is there, everything is there, all the exchanges should be done in the background. That's not only for gaming, to be honest. This is to adapt the adoption of a blockchain in general in all kind of industry, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's anything. Most of the people, it's very hard actually in the beginning, and if you are not enthusiast about the blockchain, about this technology, it's going to be very hard to learn everything, and and most of the people, they don't want to go through all these things and tasks and learn. They want something easy, especially if you're talking B2C businesses. So I think, yeah, the best model is to have it like a free-to-play, and then having the ability to make money through the exchanges and the transaction that have. I mean, even you can rent a character inside the game. you have a max character, and that you have a competitive gameplay, like in the esports, let's say, you can even rent your character for the weekend. Let's say that the competition is in the weekend, you can even rent your character and you can make money out of it. So in this case, even investor can, get involved in gaming, because they can invest, they can, spend a lot of money in order to get all these max character, and they will rent them to the people who doesn't have the money, let's say, or just they are very good players, they want to use it competitively, so even they can rent. So all of these wasn't happening, so the technology is amazing, actually. So, but, people need to be more aware about the technology, and it's our job to educate, the people of the advantages of utilizing these kind of technologies.
Super, super. I think the renting of character is a great example, all enabled by blockchain gaming. So I would put it as a history of evolution. So initially, we had pretty much subscription-based games. We had kind of freemium kind of models. We had real money gaming. Real money gaming works very well in certain economies. And we have seen huge successes over there. Basically, it's like 4 people playing a casual game or an interesting game, put in some money. The winner takes, let's say, 80-90%. The platform takes 10%, 10-15%, right? So it's a very kind of you have those high rollers or kind of high performance players, which you can promote, and other players come in, and you kind of make the game evolve in a certain way, so that, or your set of games on your platform, so that you can promote more participation from the players. They engage. When they win, they earn money, or when they lose, they kind of actually end up losing money, right? But if you're a good player, you actually make money. So what is happening is that here you see people which either already have money or can play well, they only will have high engagement. That's a limitation in this model. What blockchain is bringing in is play to earn model. There, even if let's say I'm a moderate player, right? I'm not the smartest. I'm definitely not in that crowd of high performance players. But still, if I'm putting the effort, if I'm passionate about it, I can actually make some good money. And that's where play to earn model comes in, right? So the genesis of this fundamentally was, obviously it was conceptualized many years back, maybe a few decades back, maybe a couple of decades back, or when the whole blockchain system started kind of materializing with the blockchain paper from Satoshi and so forth. But the Axie Infinity thing that happened, and the way they showed, actually they showed that people had fundamentally very low money. Some people made money. They had the rent model. So actually that worked out really well for people. So the thing that came out is that this blockchain-based play-to-earn model helps you build an economy in the gaming environment. So it's a full economy. You have people who have money, people who need money, people who work hard. You can rent stuff. So there's someone who gives money, someone who takes money. You have the whole economy. And because of NFTs, you can further boost the economy by having this asset which appreciates over time, right? So it makes the whole thing very interesting. It makes the whole thing, it's from business perspective, it is fundamental high, very, very high value, touching billions of dollars. For any player who's dedicated, who wants to make money, he can actually make, doesn't need to be a kind of a top star performer or even in that segment, right? The only challenge here is, yeah, please. Crypto? Yes, yes. Yes, so I fully agree to that. So there are certain markets, especially in India, who actually have both limitations which means multiple challenges in terms of regulations. So in terms of, the crypto averse markets, the regulations have not been friendly. In fact, many times, in fact, twice I have seen in my own last 20 years, is basically even just outside of gaming, the typical crypto companies just operating on the exchanges and their interfaces, they have tried out and they have been quote unquote banned to kind of minimize or totally wipe it out. So in those markets, it can be tricky, right? The other thing essentially has been the recent kind of imposition of GST on even the real money gaming platforms. So people who are not even doing the gambling-based games, it's more skill-based games, they are treated as kind of on par with the real true gambling-based games, and therefore even the real money gaming is kind of discouraged. So these are kind of two business models that won't survive in those markets really that well at all, right? But if you come outside of this kind of zone, if you come to GCC over here, you look at US, you look at UK, you look at EU, there are no such kind of really detracting regulations, which will kind of quote unquote mess around with your business model, or will force you to change your business model to totally something else. So I fully agree with you. For those kind of markets, it's tricky. You'll have to look at other kind of business models that succeed. However, there are many other markets where things will work fine, and actually they are flourishing really well. As for example, a general APAC outside these regulatory zones, EU, US, you see these games are really thriving. And we have examples.
Yeah, but as well, that's what I meant in the beginning, that the user doesn't have to interact with the blockchain at all. So if every transaction happened through a credit card, for example, but in the back end, the blockchain will be implemented. I mean, the game itself, the platform itself, have the blockchain advantages and the blockchain technology behind it. But as a user, when you interact, you don't have to go to any centralized exchanges or crypto.
Yeah.
So you can just directly use your credit card, and it will make the transaction as an in-app purchase.
But
inside
you'll
still
need like a coin offering on the blockchain.
Yeah. So actually, I think the way I know his question well, because I personally witnessed that phenomenon twice in the Indian market.
Even if you use like
it's not. So
the whole point of the blockchain is to use self-governed cryptocurrency. See, if you're using credit card, you're still going through bank, and then you're going to pay bank charges, right?
Yeah.
But when you, let's say, purchase cryptocurrency inside a particular blockchain, then the transactions henceforth don't need to go through a bank. They can happen peer-to-peer. So it saves a lot of money and then the network just collects gas fees. So if Epic Games, for example, has their own layer 1 blockchain, and they have an ICO on that, then they can actually transact within the layer 1 itself without having to keep going. And then the user can then take that money out when they want to go back to their base currency.
So it's not exactly. So actually, the thing is that it is not an adoption issue that we solve with the way you mentioned. It is actually the whole government regulations. So behind the scenes also, you can't have a crypto token working in your game if your gaming company is based in India.
I mean, maybe as an, let's say, if it's a game in India, I mean, the developer itself. But if it's as a user, I mean, as like a user in India, let's say, when he interacts with the game, like the game publisher, let's say, or the game provider is in the US, for example. So they are doing their part in the back end. But as a user, is it is there a problem using that?
As a user also, I think there are, I mean, you will have to operate outside, you are anyway operating from US at the whole company, but as a subscriber from India, again, you will have to have hacks to participate in those games. So it is not straightforward.
If you're going from a regulated currency to a cryptocurrency, that's where the problem happens. If you're going from a regulated currency to let's say, like in case of Roblox, right? Roblox has their own coins, which are not cryptocurrencies, right? So it's just a verbiage issue, right? What you call a crypto coin and what you call just a Web2 token. So that's why these guys have not gone into crypto, because that kind of goes out of their control, and they would rather have people spend their own, like Fortnite has their own currency within the Fortnite network. They've not implemented blockchain in their gaming system because they said we just don't find the need to, right? And that comes to your point where interoperability is the future for something like that. But till then, these guys don't really care whether they're offering crypto coins or they're offering their own coins. But in the event that they do offer crypto coins, that's where the challenges also come into play, because let's say that, I'm a gamer, I have cryptocurrency on Ethereum, but, someone's running a game on, say, Polkadot, right? My cryptocurrency is not transferable from Ethereum to Polkadot, or, that interoperability does not exist. And so in order for me to go to Polkadot, I have to come out of Ethereum, say go into US dollars or go into dirhams, and then go back into Polkadot in order to make that transaction happen. And then in crypto markets, like in crypto-averse markets like India, that transaction is just not allowed. Yeah. And not just India, there are a few other markets in the world who don't have the ability, like Argentina, for example. They don't allow it because the government is really scared that they're going to lose value which they've lost anyways. So
they're also concerned about a lot of fraud happening. People like illegal money is getting transacted on
maybe
the
we should wait for the CBDC, right? I mean, whenever they have a digital,
so they do,
similar
right? There's
to
a
what
coin.
like digital dirham we were having in Dubai, and digital rial, for example, in Saudi Arabia. So that will be blockchain integrated. But it's an official currency. It's not even a crypto, right?
Yeah, but it's crypto because once you start dealing in CBDCs, you don't need the bank. I mean, in that case, the Reserve Bank, the federal bank, like RBI, for example, in India, runs the e-rupee, which is a CBDC offering, right?
Yes.
Now, in that case, you don't need to go through ideally, you should not want to go through the bank, but they want you to, in India, they still want you to go through the bank for CBDC because they spend so much time and so much money on building a banking infrastructure that they're not ready to just let it go or coexist with a independent, crypto infrastructure. And I think that's the problem. That's why the government in the US has come with the Bitcoin ETF, because they want to ensure that they are not, they're included in the transaction game when it comes to all of this.
Yeah. I think there are these multiple dimensions of issues which are kind of, which have challenges in some of these highly regulated markets, and that's the reason why the regulations are taking a huge bit of time. It's like more than 10, 15 years now. So, but yeah, I think, so for those markets, it's hard. You have to figure out some other traditional models outside of these two core models. But yeah, there are lots of, geographies outside these core regulated markets, as you're also mentioning, where some of these business models actually are thriving really well. So, great. I think, any other thoughts, Talal, you have on the...
No, I think we will conclude if there's any kind of, questions that you need to ask, whether about blockchain, about gaming in general. So, yes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's the website. Excuse me? The games, actually, what we did in the beginning, we were just, providing services to game publishers, right? Okay. So, we do the games, we do the prototypes, we do the games, they do go through all kind of metrics, the KPIs and CPIs and all these type of things. Whether if the game is a success, then they will publish the game under their name, actually. Usually.
So because in this region, because from a telecom operator, we are facing this problem that, either most games are hosted in London, so you should have a very good latency over there, or most of them are going to Bahrain here, right? So I don't know how this region, Bahrain in AWS, I don't know how this region will increase and how most gaming will be hosted here, so I could have a good latency and good performance.
Increase in what? Could you
Latency, the delay.
Latency.
Latency, okay. I think the gaming in general, especially in the region, it's going to be huge, especially the investment in Saudi Arabia. I mean, Savvy, which is one of the, the owned government company, they have like $38 billion to invest in gaming. They already purchased Scopely, which is a game publishers in the US, for almost $5 billion. And they already invested in a one Chinese agency for esport, $265 million, I think. So they have, they have a huge, investment specifically in the region, and also I think in Dubai and Abu Dhabi as well. They are huge in gaming. I mean, too many gaming companies from Europe and from they are even moving to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia and to the region in general. And when we talk about Bahrain is crypto friendly already. It's regulated and everything is. They have RAIN, it's like a centralized exchange. Already you can, exchange crypto. So, Bahrain is regulated. It's one of the companies, even Binance are officially registered in Bahrain, actually.
Yeah, I think from the latency perspective, if you have a good cloud installation, right, even with AWS, and you have good caching, kind of distributed caching enabled in the cloud, you can actually give the latencies which make sense for
because this is still challenging here, So this is still challenging here, especially in Saudi Arabia, because they don't have AWS. Google just came right now, maybe last month. Huawei Cloud just came, by the way. So all the major traffic, either it's going to Bahrain, AWS,
or maybe in Oman Exchange they're building something.
Yeah, but I'm sure the way the government is aggressive on NEOM, and we had a gentleman here who was head of Alpharis Group and so forth. The way they are pushing the technology, within 6 months you will see these companies, jumping.
Yeah,
over
even
them.
NEOM, I think they are integrating Web3 actually. They're integrating blockchain in NEOM. So
Saudi Arabia is big time pushing on esports formally, as UAE itself is also. So esports is getting pushed big time. So as these environments develop further, in fact these are the two companies in the top countries in the top 15 nations which have massive adoption from adults, right? 21%, 9% respectively, and so forth. So I'm not surprised that these obstacles that you mentioned should go away within this year. But yeah, it's not there. I mean that's kind of an immediate challenge about performance or latency, but it should come across fairly fast.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Any other thoughts, feedback? Happy to discuss offline as well. Or if you want to, bounce off a question right now, that will be great as well. Okay?
Yeah, okay, I think we shall conclude. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening. And hopefully, if you need anything, of course, offline we can discuss any type of questions or issues that you want.
Thanks, Salal. Thanks, everyone. It has been a great pleasure.
Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our next fireside chat, and the topic is leveraging technology for real-time supply chain visibility. Let us welcome the speakers for this fireside chat discussion. I would like to call upon Mr. Sarang Kishore Deshpande, the Associate Director of Platform Practices, Accenture. Please, all of you, give a big round of applause. And I would like to invite Mr. Anish Bharat, the founder of Brocode Solutions, LLC. Yes, all of you, please give a big round of applause to these gentlemen. And let us begin with the fireside chat.
Once again, good afternoon all. Thank you for this opportunity. We will be talking about leveraging technology for supply chain. I think I'd like to introduce Sarang, and I'd like to ask Sarang, what would your experience, comparing with the current situation, your experience in supply chain and your technology, your involvement in it, could be valuable.
Yeah, very warm afternoon to everyone. I think we had a very exciting topic just before this, and moving from gaming to supply chain is like a transition for all of us. So thank you for that question. So quickly introduce myself, Sarang, and I've been into the supply chain space from last around 24 years. I started my journey from a manufacturing firm that I was working for as our client, and I got exposed to some of the nuances of how the manufacturing works, right from the assembly line to how they source material, right, working hand in hand with them. Then basically I had an exposure to work with multiple retail customers as part of my IT engagement. During that time, I got exposed to the areas such as branding, merchandising, and some of the key parts that make I think revenue for some of these retailers. And then I worked for towards the distribution side of things, right, wherein many times when these, as part of the supply chain, when these retailers are not having their own sales or stores, they will actually bank, especially the large retailers, they will bank on their partners or distributors to sell all their equipment. So basically I have been exposed to that. And then after that, that is when actually I started getting more and more exposed because at that time supply chain was mainly process driven. But then as time passed, I think most of the supply chain started being technology driven. So that is where I got exposed to some of the platforms, right? The supply chain platforms. And they were like disrupting at that time. And they were taking world by storm. If you have heard about some of the platforms, right? Flex or E2 Opens of that sort. So we were partnering with them. I got exposed to those kind of platforms, of supply chain platforms. Then I actually, right now, recently, I've been working on with some of our partners who are mainly into sourcing, procurement, sales contracting, right? All those kind of spaces. So having been exposed to patches of supply chain, I think it's a topic very close to my heart. So thanks for asking that question, Anish.
Okay, thank you, Sarang. Thank you for that. Let's take this chat into different sections. What we could go around is why we need to, what is the need to have a real-time visibility of your supply chain and how you can leverage technology for the same. You know, there has been a constant change in technology, and we're always adding, you know, technology in all aspects. And the current need of why I'm not very experienced in this field in terms of why. I only part of the operations or, you know, implementing it. But I could see some reasons like the geopolitical reasons where your supply chain is disrupted with something happening somewhere in the world, some part of the world, or you know, your resources, your materials are scarce in something and you had to move over or something like that. Sarang, what would your experience be on why we need to have a real-time view of what your supply chain is like? Or what is your view on that?
I think supply chain is one of the most traditional industries. If you see, I think it started way back in 1900, if you may ask me, right? When there used to be bartering system, when you know, there used to be transportation using trains and whatnot. If you look at that kind of an era, but then after the industrial revolutionization, especially you know, some of the top industrial leaders around that time, take any example, the Gs and you know, the Fords and, you know, Hondas and all that, right? I think they started really defining the space for supply chain in a way. So if you want to define, like, supply chain still stands the same if you look at it in a different way. It is a complex you know, process which has human or labor, plus it has processes, right? So the biggest change in the dimension, I think, and then the answer to your question, I think, in terms of why we need real time, is basically the biggest thing that has changed is the globalization. So earlier, when you talk about supply chains, were very, very simple and short, right? Whatever we used to produce, we used to consume, correct? So there was no need to transport anything. There was no need to have change of hands between different constituents of supply chain. That did not exist at all. But then if you look at it from most recent, especially after the internet era and the globalization, things have drastically changed. So biggest change that we can see on the supply chain side is, as I mentioned, globalization and interdependence between various entities, right? Because just as an example, like, and I'm just using some layman terms, but then something that is not produced in UAE is being sourced from somewhere else, correct? And that essentially establishes that kind of supply chain. And on top of that, there is a big change in terms of the technology revolution that got added to this dimension at the same time, right? So, and then this technology revolution has brought in, you know, as I mentioned, labor plus process plus Now there is systems, right? So all these new systems that have come in place. So all those things, when you look at it, all these things have created complexities, and that is why we need to have real-time visibility, because it is no more a singular process. So if you look at supply chain, it's no more a singular process now.
Yes, yes, that's what exactly I was going through in my mind when we had the initial discussions. Ironically, the topic real-time supply chain is actually changing. Well, that's what I have felt. It's becoming more of a supply node format. You have the same. If you're looking at a raw material, the same raw material can be used in various processes, the various methods, and if you have a process, or if you have a manufacturing process, or if you have a process of modifying something, or adding some value, it is not only one product or one raw material you're looking. It's become a node as such. And having technology in terms of IoT or edge technologies of some sort has enabled us to enable this node system. Instead of having a chain system, having a node system, get your raw materials from various places, get your raw materials from various locations, various quantities. That varies on how you're interpreting it. And what do you think is those kind of key considerations that we could do in terms of AI or IoT? How does that come into?
No, I think that's exactly like what I think you banged on, like on the topic, right? Because I mentioned the way the technology had changed. It is complete. It's more than a revolution. It's more than that. It's a disruption, is what I'll call it. But then, just thinking about few aspects of supply chain, right? As I was just talking, right? So essentially, you have to look at it more focusing on the process part, right? Because process is the base for the supply chain. So I think whenever we embark on any supply chain project, for that matter, right, the first and foremost thing is to make sure that we understand the key processes that are part of the supply chain. And there is a huge element of business process transformation that has come into play. Now, the processes have to be taught in a way that they are tying to your technology, they are tying to your global aspect, right, where you have multiple parties. Earlier, the processes were very, very straightforward, correct? Because there used to be a back office. In the back office, every process was defined. Everyone used to sit in the same back office, all the parties. Even if you had suppliers, they were maybe at a distance of maybe not more than 100 miles. Even if there are distributors, they were like within the country. So it was very simple, correct? So now your processes have to be thought in a completely different manner. I think that is a big paradigm change, because many times what we have seen is any supply chain transformation programs which are done without considering processes as an important angle, they have more chances of failure. So I think the process element and understanding of the supply chain industry part, right, is very, very important, because again, there are industry elements to it, right? So industry element wise, I think every industry has their own nuances in terms of supply chain. So you start from manufacturing. If you talk about chemical industries, right, if it's chemical manufacturing, there are different nuances. A pharma supply chain is a completely different supply chain as compared to any other supply chain. So considering the industry dimension, considering the business process dimensions is very important. Then I think then you transition to the technology aspect. Now, so on the technology front, like, means I kind of, have created a short acronym for this. Is a GISAC, right? So what does GISAC mean is a G for globalization. We talked about it. Like, you might have a supplier who is sitting like thousands of miles, or maybe 10,000 of miles somewhere in the world, correct? So globalization is a big thing, right? Then I is an industry part, right? So industry If you look at industry-wise, there is a completely new dimension, right? I'm not sure how many of you know about Industry 4.0, if you are aware of what Industry 4.0 is. So Industry 4.0 is the vision. It's not something that is achieved by the industry yet, but then it's a vision. So 4.0 is making impact to every other supply chain transformation program. So that is the I. Then if you talk about the S part, which is a big one, I think, can anybody want to guess what is the S? So S is, no. It's important, but.
Can I guess? I'm allowed to guess.
Huh?
Shall I just say that?
Okay. Yes? No, actually it is sustainability, right? We had a session in the morning. So the entire supply chain is getting impacted hugely by sustainability, right? And then basically the next one is A, is very simple, it's AI. And then last one is the cloud, right? So basically if you look at this, technology part is humongously impacted by all these factors, correct? And when you think about a real-time supply chain, right? I think then you have to think about all these constituents. And he talked about a node concept, right? So that is where your process doesn't remain a linear process anymore. It is like every part of your supply chain becomes a node, and then it starts transmitting the right information to different nodes. And then, basically you have to make sense out of it, right? And then, especially if you look at the sustainability part, right? Earlier, when I used to procure from my, suppliers, I didn't have to think beyond whether that particular supplier is kind of able to give me what I need in time with quality. That's pretty much. But then now I need to think if that supplier itself is sustainable or not. Because if he is not following sustainability norms, then maybe my compliances are going to go bad, correct? So I think then that impacts your process, correct? So that starts impacting your process, and then it also starts impacting all the technology considerations you have to some extent as well. So basically that becomes very, very important. And then all your partners also need to transmit some data, right? So they become nodes in a different way. So I think basically your entire supply chain becomes a kind of a complex set of nodes and processes that have to be controlled, right?
So exactly, that's what we've begun the discussion with. Ironically, it's not becoming a supply chain; it's becoming a more of a set of nodes that are working individually, that can work individually as well as a group. Work together to provide for a source. At the same time, like Sarang just mentioned, the sustainability part is very crucial. Right now, UAE, as many of you may have known, there is a lot of, it's not only UAE, there's a lot of countries out there, but being in UAE, I can say that there's a lot more value into your business, a lot more value for your business when you are sustainable. That's, like I said, it's not for a country, it's for the globe, it's for us. There is a lot more valuable when you're sustainable, and that sustainability in your product is from your nodes, from where you're getting your products, from how you're processing it. So it all comes down to that part. So here I'd like to add something that we were a part of, and we are proud to be a part of it, is one of our clients back in India. They were a part of providing resources from the farm to the markets. And in this process, if you know that there is a lot of wastage that could happen. When you're processing something you're getting from a farm, there is a lot of wastage, that is accepted. But we were asked to provide a solution. We used ERP Next And we provided a solution wherein they could manage the waste and re-divert the waste to another process, and that was used as a raw material for another process. And that is something that we are proud to say in terms of sustainability. And moving forward, let's go to the next section of this. How do you
I just want to add to the point that you mentioned, which is a very interesting point, right? So I mentioned about cloud part as part of the technology impact. So if you look at the cloud element, actually nowadays it is synonymous with some of these platforms, right? So like he mentioned about ERP Next, it is a platform which kind of helps you, it's an open source platform, which kind of helps you in making sure that, some of these framework aspects are taken care, right? I think it gives you some features so that you can utilize them and cut your time for implementing it for your client. So I think similarly, large platforms, you take any large platform, right? Their vision is now aligned in thinking in this direction that, especially making sure that all these considerations are put as part of their platform. So I think your starting point is choosing the right supply chain platform, right? How do you choose the right platform that can address, some of your key considerations in terms of the processes, in terms of the nuances that you have, and then I think start from there. That's just a starting point. Many times the clients want to know what is the best platform to go. So I think that is where you will have to give them the right advice in terms of what are the key, or I'll call it as what are the most important aspects for them, where they are in the supply chain transformation journey. Because I will rarely find a customer who has not transformed it, to any extent. It's not like that, right? So all customers are on their journey. They are somewhere in between, and they are catching up with the new trends of the technology that are coming up. So I think that assessment has to be done. And once that assessment is done, then basically you start applying, your levers in terms of, okay, what platform you have to choose. That is your starting point.
Exactly. So that is like we said, that is the what has to be done. So now the next question comes on how we can leverage technology, the real the essence of what we are doing with this chat. What is how are we going to implement this? So how are the different methods that we can do this? How can we apply, achieve this real time? That there are from my experiences with our solutions that we have provided, and my previous experiences with my clients, we have only worked, we've actually till now only worked with logistics, and I think that's a very crucial part, moving things from one end to the other end of the chain, if it is a chain. That is we have worked with clients who are eager to just get that technology, get it done, get it up and running, have see it real time, where your trucks are, where raw materials are. So this is all eagerly required, but like we had, I'm not going back to the previous discussion we had, but the gap of training, or the gap of the skill gap is actively there, and using the right platforms like you mentioned. So how do you think on your side, as someone in your profession, how do you think you can, what is your opinion on how we can achieve this?
Yeah, so I guess still many supply chains are very traditional, right? I think they have traditional players. Like, what about my supplier who is into agro farm industry? They are like sometimes they are natives, maybe they are people, tribals, right? I think they are producing. I think we have seen many stories where coffee producers, right? They are tribals. So even those kind of constituents are there. But then I think good thing to see is that they are very, very eager to adopt technology. I think many times some of especially the IoT, IoT is driving, or edge devices is driving this, wherein they make it very comfortable, right? I think if you've seen the retail experience, right, feedback screen, right, where you have like smiles, right, on the scale of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you happy, not happy? Like, visual cues, right? I think they're using those kind of visual cues to capture things, so that knowledge barrier is kind of is a hindrance. It just helps. So I think a lot of new technology players are coming in this space who are kind of disrupting these things, and you'll see very, very good examples of such things where even traditional supply chains, which with participants who are not digitally equipped, or I will say digitally don't have a digital education, they are also kind of making a difference. So it is complex, but it has been done. It is being implemented. So I think this technology, that's where it is making a huge difference, right? In fact, like I was seeing the demo that, or like the app that the AI, I'll say service that the gentleman talked here about, and it's like aggregation, right? So it's those kind of things are going to be huge boost to supply chain because I think that intelligence, right? And that's what, like, if you look at it, that is what is manifesting now. That I have to run my AI, but then my AI is completely dependent on that data, and I am just part of that supply chain. So basically, if you look at it, I am contributing to the supply chain. I'm improving the supply chain in a way by enriching it with some intelligence, right? So, and that is all based on the data. So all these various constituents that we have is now pushing all different kind of data, and then we are making use of it.
Thank you. So that was very valuable, and putting it, going with that point itself, having an AI, AI seeping into everything right now, and when you're on the marketing front or on the sales front, when you say you have a solution for something and you add the word AI, it tends to add a little bit more value. I mean, even if it is not there in the initial phase or in the POC, you can implement AI as something that is valuable. So, I was imagining what it could be, what it could end up to be. You could have a supply network as such, with edge technologies that give you that with RFID inventory tracking, RFID based inventory tracking for your assets coming from your raw materials coming from somewhere, your machinery working on something, your processed goods on something, all this data coming towards a central system, and AI or an AI solution that has this data telling you that, be wary of, something is going to happen over here with the geopolitical situation and all this. This is a very long ahead in future, or is it near? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think, I think the possibilities are limitless. I think, as you mentioned, right, there are huge set of possibilities that we have in this space, correct? So, I guess what means, I will say just short answer to your question, are we there yet? So the answer is yes. There are solutions, there are platforms that are already doing this, right? It's whether it is implemented or not for your customer, right? So there are platforms which are already doing this. There are capabilities they have. I think the platforms are building more. I'll call it as every platform is now bringing what I call as a AI infusion. So AI is getting infused in every layer, every process, just to make it faster, more efficient, and make it, more sustainable, as I can call it, right? So that is where the platforms are spending their efforts. But then the platforms are available. It's all about choosing the right platform for your supply chain transformation, because I think if your clients are thinking that it's my supply chain is different, it is standard supply chain, it's a straight line, it doesn't need anything, right? I think then they will get disrupted, because the simple point is someone from the competition is going to deliver the goods, right? Currently, in this era, maybe you would have, I'm not sure if anybody ever heard about supply chain attacks. Have you heard about supply chain attacks? It's a competitive strategy, right? So there's a bit of competitive strategy as well as there is a bit of geopolitical considerations over there. But then your supply chain is very fragile, and your customers need to understand that they need to jump on the real-time supply chain journey if they have not. Start looking at the right platforms, make that choice, and see how they're taking all the players, all the constituents of supply chain together.
Another thing I would like to give an insight into something that we are working on. We have actually partnered as a solutions provider, as a service solutions provider. We have been working with ERP Next to provide a complete ERP solution for logistics. That is totally based on logistics. You have your trucks being monitored, you have your drivers being monitored, you have your whatever is being transported, everything is being managed. And along with that, we have partnered with an RFID company, RFID solutions provider based in US, Senatron. And along with that, we have actually added a value with RFID. We have actually been able to do the real-time supply chain visibility. Part of it, we are actually be able to see where your goods are starting from, where they are right now, on an actual dashboard in real time. You can see where your goods are, where it is. This I can say that this is actually an innovation that we are trying to come up to in our ERP solution for the logistics client, where we are adding RFID along with some other technologies that we are not yet put our fingers in. This is what we are going to use, but that is one thing we are looking forward to it, and actually see the real time. But it's only part of the logistics. There are other parts in the supply chain, but I think.
Yeah, I think that's a great example, Anish, that you shared. Actually, as I mentioned, right, as we move along, what we are going to see in future is that every participant in supply chain, right? You will call it as business. Let's call it as a business participant. Let's say your suppliers, your raw material manufacturers. All of them are going to be edge enabled, right? Whatever platforms they use, they're going to be edge enabled. They will transmit the information. Now you talk about the manufacturing part, right? Whenever your products are getting manufactured, right? All of the products that are getting manufactured, the products are going to be edge enabled. So there are many cases, and it's already implemented, not a new thing. All products with RFID tags, as you mentioned, right? I think it's already there, right? Even the logistics part, all the vehicles, all your fleet tracking, all your ship tracking, everything is already edge enabled, correct? Right. So I think with this, when everything is edge enabled, what becomes important is how do you make sense out of that information? That is an extremely critical element that becomes very important, because it has a huge amount of data, and that's where the cloud comes into, the computing comes into the play, and then that's where you have to choose the right platform which can scale to that level. So I guess it's very imperative that you have a platform that scales at that level, right? Go for the leaders, go for the platforms which are proven, right, which can scale, right? I think the hyperscalers themselves are investing a huge amount into supply chain industry, right? So they are building clouds. We call it as industry clouds, right? So basically they are building industry clouds now, where hyperscalers themselves, take example of even AWS or Microsoft, they're all kind of building their own industry clouds around supply chain. So I think depending upon your size of customer, you should look at the right platform, correct, to go about it.
Sarang, I think in one of our discussions outside this chat, you had mentioned something of a watchtower, something that can look into and see the data. Can you give me just quickly give us something about that?
Yeah, so I think this is very interesting, and I think this is what things are like kind of culminating to. If you look at all the platforms, they're now thinking about, and I think this concept started somewhere around 10 years back when one of the supply chain leaders actually did it and implemented it. But then there are every other platform is now building something called as a supply chain control tower. You'll come to this concept, and then every other platform has this supply chain control tower. So it's like a complete visualization of how your supply chain looks, which can be monitored from your command center. And then it will give you full visibility into right from your raw material to your even to your customer feedback, for that matter, post sale. It will give you information. Now I think another crucial element of this control tower is basically what are your agreements with all these parties. And I think before one of the panel discussions we talked about blockchain, right? I think so blockchain is also revolutionizing things. I think things are at an nascent stage over there, not evolved quite a bit. But then I think if you look at it, right, every interaction that you have, right, with your supplier, with your distributor, with your raw material, everything is part of something called as a contract. You have a contract. So basically that contract is very crucial, and that contract has everything in terms of your relationship. Like for example, if I am sourcing something and it has to have a sustainability angle to it, then my contract will say that it needs to have these kind of clauses, right? That contract will have those clauses, correct? And then you will be able to check whether all those clauses are met, right? If as part of your supply chain control tower, you'll be able to actually see it. So even I'll call it as more of a proactive approach, and proactive plus real-time approach to make sure that some of the unforeseen scenarios that we talked about, right? Geopolitical situations, some kind of situations wherein there are adverse kind of things that are happening around, right? We saw that during the COVID, right? I think things were pretty much down, and then it impacted the entire supply chain for many customers. So I think those kind of adverse things can be proactively planned, correct? And I think another very important aspect into supply chain is diversity, correct? So supplier diversification, distributor diversification, these kind of things come into play. And now since ESG is there, which is like more on sustainability, so on ESG there are norms such as you need to have supplier diversification. That is one of the norms in terms of sustainability, right? And in terms of governance there are norms. So I think when it comes to all such norms, proactive approach really helps. So proactive approach, choosing the right platform to do your contracts, that is very important. Look for the leaders, look for the best platforms for contracts, look for the best platforms for your supply chain, and I think that is what will give you an edge as the things are getting disrupted. And the last but not the least is the AI. So the possibilities are limitless, like when you're sitting on top of a huge amount of data, but then what use cases, I think we discussed in the morning, what use cases are going to be there. So I think that use cases are still being defined, some places even implemented. So I think things are evolving very rapidly over there. So I think you have to pick on some use cases on the AI side.
Thank you, Sarang. And I think we have somewhere around 5 minutes left. I think we can open. If any of you have any questions to us, and we can have a discussion. It's open. I think if there are no questions, we can just, you have some questions, or should we just, we can
yeah, I think if there are no questions, I think thank you.
So we can conclude them. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Where is this? This photo you can ask. No, award slot, that page I gave. You will receive tomorrow. Don't forward his name. You will receive tomorrow. Okay. I hope that all of you have really much enjoyed the interactive sessions at the Internet 2.0 conference. All of you, please, can you give a big round of applause to all our speakers who shared amazing, insightful information throughout this conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come that we will begin with the second set of awards and recognition ceremony. But before that, I would like to call upon an honorable...
And AI algorithms, the digital twin of a patient. Then we compare this digital twin against hundreds of thousands of other digital twins in our database, where we can recognize patterns of disease. So the beauty is, it's a software. Software can scale over the cloud. So what we're doing is we are scaling our software globally over the cloud as a software as a service. We are partnering with healthcare institutions globally. So that's the context. Any lab with internet and the right instrumentation can work with us. That's why I'm here. Thanks.
Dr. Ali Nazli, it's really great to have you over here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the awards ceremony right now. And the first person to receive the award is Abu Taher. Abu Taher is a seasoned software architect, Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Bell Corp Studio with a passion for both the intricacies of software development and making tech an easy-to-scale business. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Abu Taher, who is receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference. All of you, please give a big round of applause to Abu Taher.
Thank you so much for honoring me with this award. I think this has come after a long struggle, a roller coaster ride. I need to thank few people. My wife, who have been all through struggles. You know, she's the one who supported primarily to be here. Then it's all my team who made this possible with all the growth that we have achieved in the last 6 to 7 years. Yeah, so we are a software firm. We help people to bring their ideas. We are into automation, scaling. So yeah, I'll be here for the next 2 days, so we can touch up if you have any requirements to discuss. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Abu Taher. The next award goes to Ankita Gawad. Can we have Ankita on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, Ankita is the Vice President of Cult App. Her expertise lies in process optimization, project management, catalog and content management, and proficiency in CRM tools, to name a few. Congratulations to Ankita on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Internet 2.0, for this incredible honor. I'm very grateful. I would like to thank all my mentors, my friends, family, colleagues, because they played a really important part in achieving where I am today. So thank you.
The next award we would like to present to Carl Alexin. Can we have Carl Alexin on stage? Carl holds the position of COO at Renewable System Incorporated. where his strategic leadership has played a pivotal role in the organization's continued success. As a technopreneur, Carl is dedicated to offering tailored business solutions to a diverse range of SMEs. Many congratulations to Carl on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you so much for Internet 2.0 for granting this award. I would say that this is all worth it because of my passion on leading with a purpose. You know, Rhino Bill is a company based in Ohio, and it's been around for 18 years, and I've been tasked to grow it. And by my leadership, I aim to transition from SaaS to an AI company, and I will be willing to collaborate with other businesses to make it happen. I can guarantee a sandbox for research, and also I would be very open to expand the business exponentially, expanding to other states offering our services. Thank you so much.
The next award goes to Gumathi. We would like to invite Gumathi on stage. Gumathi is the Vice President of Software Services at Unimity Solutions Private Limited. She has also served as one of the advisory mentors in the Queen's Young Leaders Program in 2016 and 2018. Gumathi Viswanathan, many congratulations to you on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Good evening, and thank you, Internet 2.0, for this opportunity. As far as this award is concerned, I am humbled, and I thank God, parents, my organization founders, and of course my clients who had the trust in me and allowed me to create wonderful software applications. This award fortifies and helps me to do more and enhance my skills further. Thank you.
The next award goes to Ravi Soni. I would like to welcome Ravi Soni on stage. Mr. Ravi Soni. Let us welcome Sanjeev Mishra. Sanjeev Mishra is a seasoned technologist who steered teams at Morgan Stanley as an executive director. Sanjeev Mishra is an entrepreneur and the founder of We Remember Technologies. With a career spanning more than 2 decades, he has specialized in designing and developing information systems for various sectors.
Thank you very much, Internet 2.0, for this award. I'd just like to say that we all should be honest with ourselves, with our team member, with everybody, with client, and whoever comes into your life. That is one thing. Second thing is, for all the technologists, we love 2 things. One is technology, and second is team. I'm not sure if you all do that thing. If not, we should all try to help our team member to grow with ourselves, with the company. As company grow, we all should grow. And if anybody require any talk on technology or the people management or team building, I can definitely discuss that thing in next 2 days. I'm here. Thank you very much.
It's time for us to welcome Sarang Kishore Deshpande on stage. Sarang Deshpande is the Associate Director at Accenture's Cloud Division. Excels in cloud and digital transformations with over 20 years in IT. He aids CFOs and CPOs in realizing their 21st century visions. Many congratulations to Sarang Kishore Deshpande on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm humbled with this award from Internet 2.0. And I'm really glad to have shared this platform with some of the most knowledgeable and empowered fellow members here. So I would also like to thank my spouse, my family, my parents, my mentors, my teammates, and what I would like to say is like there is something called as giving back, right? So all of us are technology enthusiasts, right? So I believe in giving back. So I think that's what drives me. And I'd like to leave you with a small quote of the person whom I'm most inspired with, that is Jack Welch. And he says, change before you have to change. Okay, so let's follow that. Thank you.
The next award we would like to present, it is to Shuji Rakeja. Congratulations to Shuji Rakeja. She is the Managing Director of Shift 180 Business Advisory and Services and has 17 plus years in AI and analytics, earning accolades such as the 3AI Pinnacle Awards 2023 and Indian Achievers Award 2023 for her impactful work in data-driven transformation. Many congratulations to Shuji Rakeja.
Hi all, a very good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of Internet 2.0 conference. It feels fantastic. I'm honored to receive this award. Especially it is coming at a time when I have left a well-paid career and moved on to my entrepreneurship journey. And by being a founder of Shift 180, this journey has got started. This award of outstanding leadership is very special, as the core responsibility of a leader is to awaken the leadership in the people of its organization. That is why Shift 180 is on mission to build a community of leaders who have innovative, talented, and passion to build solutions that can make change to this world. And I'm sure I am meeting these leaders in next couple of days in this conference. Thank you, everyone.
The next award is for the Outstanding Organization Award. And for this, I would like to invite Edmundo Casas to please come up on stage on receiving the Outstanding Organization Award. Call is a leader in the Industry 4.0 transformation, harnesses artificial intelligence to drive innovation. With 2 successful investment rounds, the company is currently in an expansion phase, reinforcing its commitment to technological advancement and innovation. Many congratulations to Call.
Okay, thank you very much for this award. For me, it's very important to receive on behalf of my team. In this company, the more important is my team. And thank you very much for develops, for hard work, and to achieve this platform and system of artificial intelligence. Cowell develops a different solution to use in artificial intelligence to take care of the planet. We fly the drones and aircraft and satellites, and this transmit this information on our server. And our server using artificial intelligence, we have the to 5,000 neural networks to process the different information, to capture information and take care of the asset in energy industry. And then we capture image and process image, for example, of the fire of the different filers. And then our labor is very important to take care of the planet in different countries of the world using artificial intelligence today. And thank you very much.
The next award on same category goes to Rajshri Sharma. Let us welcome Rajshri Sharma, receiving the Outstanding Organization Award. The organization is Vidya Tech. Vidya Tech specializes in enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of cybersecurity governance, risk management and compliance, covering key areas such as security strategy, governance, risk and compliance, data security, threat intelligence, and threat hunting. Their comprehensive offerings aim to fortify organizations against evolving cyber threats.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I am representing Vidya Tech Software, and a very proud moment to be standing here. Thank you, Internet 2.0, to give us this opportunity. And I don't know how many of you know what Vidya Tech means. Vidya in Hindi means knowledge, and tech is technology. So any kind of knowledge or content, we worked in that space for many years. And then a few years back, we got into the cybersecurity space. We are a product and services company, and Microsoft happens to be our customer. So that is one thing. And we are also working with the government in the US. Basically, we are based in Seattle, USA. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rajshri Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is for Visionaries Award. And for this, I would like to invite Christine Joy Asilo on stage. Christine Joy Asilo is a cybersecurity architect in Singapore Telecommunications, Singtel, and a Spartan-raised Philippines co-owner. She is motivated, career-driven, who continuously invests in personal and professional growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Christine Joy receiving the Visionaries Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
As I am receiving this Visionaries Award, I reflect on my most outstanding achievement so far. It is mastering the art of professional attire from the waist up and pajama party from the waist down for every video call. Who also does that? Many of us, I think. Jokes aside, winning this award is like being recognized for doing something you love. It is a reminder that innovation is not just about the significant breakthroughs. It is also about the small steps we take each day to improve, to learn, and to teach. I want to express my heartfelt thank you to everyone who's guided me, challenged me, and inspired me. This award is a powerful reminder to keep pushing, keep dreaming, and keep making a few mistakes along the way. Because that's how we learn and grow, right? Let's strive for excellence and inspire others to do the same. And let's add a bit more humor into our lives and face every day with a smile. Thank you.
Nice to have you, Christine, over here, and we hope that you receive more awards. Thank you very much for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to our next awardee, and it is Franklin Rivas. Can we have Franklin Rivas on stage? Franklin is a Chief Research Officer at Call Incorporation. He is a professional with extensive experience. He is the co-author of 19 books and has received several international and national awards, including recognition awarded by Revista Gerent as one of the 100 most successful managers in Venezuela.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organization for this award. I'm very humble of this. I would like to be honest with you. 30 years ago, when I started working with artificial intelligence, certainly I never could think about what will be the level of participation that we'll have in our life. So certainly one of the things, and even we cannot imagine where is going to be the next step of artificial intelligence, but certainly one of the most important part of it has been the relationship between the industry and the academic environments. So I would like first to thank, in this case, to Cowell company, because it's really trust in this relationship between industry and also with academic environments. Also, I would like to thank to all different universities where I have the opportunity to work with in different parts of the world. And also, I would like to thank all my students that during all these years and all of the other organizations where I have been doing all the companies. And certainly, of course, I would like to thank also to my family, that because they are the most biggest motivation for continuing every day. Thank you very much, all of you, and it's a pleasure being with you today.
Thank you very much, Franklin Rivas. Ladies and gentlemen, now the next award we would like to present, let us invite Mohammad Yasin. Mohammad Yasin is the Managing Director of Techie.SDN PhD, specializing in business growth strategy with a focus on organization, management, marketing, and accounting. He excels at developing custom-tailored solutions to help businesses overcome growth challenges.
Hello, good evening all. I am really humble and honored to receive such a great award, thanks to Internet 2.0. I would like to dedicate this award to our team members and our business mentor, Mr. Millet Sharif. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammad Yasin. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause to all those people who had received the awards today at the Internet 2.0 conference. Now the time has come that we request all the awardees to please come up on stage, and we will be having a really nice group photograph. Congratulations. All of you, please give a big round of applause to these amazing people. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come towards the end of this Internet 2.0 Conference Day 1. Yes. So tomorrow we'll be back. We have this 2 days more, tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So we request everyone to please come tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And then we will resume with the Internet 2.0 conference. We'll be having the same schedule as like today. So it was lovely having all of you over here. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. I hope that all of you enjoyed these amazing interactive sessions by the amazing great speakers from all around the world. Thank you very much, audience. You guys were amazing. Take care. Goodbye. Ma salama. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. You guys are a lovely audience. Have a really nice, have an amazing day.
Where did you travel from? Are you in Dubai?
Yeah, I'm based in Dubai. I'm born and raised in Dubai. Yes. What about you?
We are from Delhi.
Oh.
India.
Okay. Yeah, Pakistan.
We have some connections over there. We have some relatives. Where you're from?
Same here. Like, I told her that I have connections in UAE. Sikandarpur. Yeah, yeah.
No, I was just telling Pravi, maybe she doesn't like our company, that's why.
No, it's nothing like that. You guys are fabulous.
You were fabulous. Let me know if we could be of any help, any sort of help.
Sure.
Right? I hope you're not enjoying.
No, I enjoy it. Come on. I think so. You guys are not enjoying it.
We are. In fact, I like the name FIFA.
Yeah.
Right? What is your full name?
Sheikh. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do let me know if I can help. If you have time today, that would be great.
Thank you so much. So it will be different, like speech tomorrow. Yes, speakers today.
Do you do MC script?
Tomorrow, I think. I think, no, tomorrow morning you guys can give me the profiles. That's going to be fine. 8:30.
I thought you came from Europe, that's why you told Pragi that you were feeling drowsy. I believe you're
I thought,
you were in jet lag.
you feel sleepy.
What did you eat?